Dreams will be shattered, yet hopes will be renewed. In Mannheim, day 3, 20 teams will find themselves sitting pretty, heading to match point finals on Sunday, and 20 teams will find their split 2 come to an end. At the SAP Arena, live in Mannheim, Germany, we welcome you to what will be the most important day of action thus far. 3 out of 4, 3 chances for the teams playing, but no more after this morning. Welcome, everyone, to the Split 2 playoffs. As you join us on the desk, the lovely crane shot introing myself, Rainday, and our talent on the scene. Snipe down and graceful. Guys, this is what it's all about. Go big or go home.
Yeah, I mean, this is the day that I feel like I'm most excited for. Group stages are one thing, but this is where people start to go home and where you really see the intensity pick up. So this is the day where you got to put it together, all that hard work and everything. So,
you know, we're also, in line with that. We're wearing the yellow. Snipe and I went yellow here. Graceful went with the jacket. You always look good in, man. You've worn this a couple events, but I want you to keep wearing it because you're always staying fly and fresh. And you know what? Today, you got to have a good energy for the day because as much as there are teams going home, there's going to be teams who are elated and they're in match point finals.
Yeah, definitely. It's picking up, and I think everybody appreciates a good round of elimination, regardless of who goes home and who moves on. It's definitely a great day, and the energy keeps picking up, which is something I really, really enjoy watching. And I think everybody at home as well loves. Even the more risk and cost at stake, the more exciting it is. Really, let's be honest.
Let's be honest. I mean, we're all fans in here. People are here to watch some good drama. We're here to talk about it as well. If you missed yesterday, it was action-packed also. That's decided how we get to these groups. Obviously, we play a group stage, and day 2 would set us up with our finishing round-robin performances. What that looked like, though, was not what we expected. We saw Bleed Esports take a win. We saw Natus Vincere have one of the best single sets that we've ever seen, single series that we've ever seen, Snipe, and the stories continue.
Yeah, I mean, Navi's just one of those teams where I think people are finally, they get a lot of hate, and I think this is the event where people are really pulling for them and pulling behind them. Everyone likes a good underdog story, and at this point, it's like you can dogpile on them as much as you want, but when they start to have success, it's easy to become a crowd favorite very quickly.
I mean, one of the top 3 teams going into this winners, yet we do still call them an underdog race. So let's switch sides to who maybe performed late than expected. Well, they arrived late. I'm talking about Legends Gaming. They came through Player K, Easy Flash, and Strafing Flame getting the job done. But it was Cloud9 who would find those crucial wins at the end to secure their spot in winners. And that's a big moment for Cloud9, a North American team that has got so much promise, but also so much to prove.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely has a lot to prove. I think it's always one of the teams that people have been talking about are capable, and I think they've shown that they are capable, and they've, the results have come with it. I've talked to the players personally as well, and I'm looking forward to see the next years for sure because things might be mixing up.
Especially when you look at yesterday, it's impossible not to talk about this team right here. 0 with the pop-off. I saw the tweet yesterday, and it's pretty funny if you see it. I want people to look at me the way Hal looks at his teammates after they win. He always sits in that chair and looks up. Alliance as well. Hockey's ending the day, Series 6, with a crypto cloak, just like Madness on day 1, that left Gaming Gladiator searching, I'm not kidding, for about 2 minutes to where he was in the final zone. Here's how it lands. Not Moist taking the lead over it all, Snipe.
Yeah, I think we saw that Walty is also the kill leader at this tournament with 49 kills. Not Moist really pushed themselves into that 200-point category. It's incredibly impressive. I'm curious to see what these games get like in the winners bracket. They were running over pretty much every single team. You heard Walty talk about how they're the best fighting team in the game right now. I think we're now, we have the top 20 teams from this tournament so far. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep steamrolling these teams as easily as they were through group stages.
And there's still question marks. You look at Natus Vincere, Icholos, Lasers, teams that had a couple of really good performances and then a few games that just didn't feel like themselves. What version of them will we see today? A big one, Graceful, is what version of LG will we see today? Just barely missing out Sweet Dreams and Squad, Funk and Sykes from that winner's bracket, having to play through the eliminations to get to finals.
Yeah, personally, I am very excited about seeing LG in the lower end because it's been called a loser elimination bracket run for a reason. That's because it's honestly, for some teams, a buff.
Yeah.
When you get down to that lower bracket and, you start having your ass on fire and now you have to show up and they feel confident and they are going straight against other teams that they think they are beyond because, let's be honest, they're almost always in the category of they should be winning lands at some point.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm super excited, and their POIs are looking even better. So sticking to their game plan, I think they're going to pull through.
We'll talk a little bit more about them as we start to preview the group today that has made it to Elimination 1. As a reminder, we'll do Elimination 1, then Winners, then Elimination 2 this evening. But if you don't know how this works overall, we did our group round robins the last 2 days. Now, we've got Winners and Elimination 1 that will determine who makes it to Match Point Finals. Elimination 1 will start. We'll send 10 teams home right now. Then we'll send 10 teams to Elimination 2. However, they'll wait to play because we'll go to Winners, and those 10 teams who win in Winners will move all the way straight to Match Point Finals. The 10 who come in 10th through 20th will unfortunately have to play for their lives yet again in Elimination Bracket Round 2, featuring the teams from this Elimination Bracket Round 1 that succeeded and made top 10. So the rule of the game, to make it simple, is if you're bottom 10, you're not in a good spot. And especially this run right here, you're out of the tournament. Sending teams home, never easy, Snipe. What do you do? What changes in you when you know that this could be my last chance to perform at an event this big?
I know we talked a little bit yesterday about how when panic sets in sometime, and that's in group stages when, before in the past group stages were a little different, and now with having the POI draft, it's even more important. But now when you're in the actual elimination stage, it's even easier for that panic to set in. You might start being a little more hesitant. You might not take those openings, and hesitation has been the killer of all teams' momentums. It's been the killer of any team getting to those final spots, because that 1, 2, 3 seconds, that's what differentiates the top teams from the teams that, are kind of, right there in the middle.
I think the truth also is there's a natural sense of hesitation because what you've done has not worked. It's put you in the elimination bracket. So now you have to take a risk in a big way, and maybe that risk means changing a composition. Maybe that risk means changing a role. Overall, though, I want to take a look at some of our participants coming up and kind of get into the nitty-gritty, as we say, of what's approaching us in just a few moments. Our casters getting ready, our players getting ready behind us at the SAP Arena. This is what it looks like. Graceful, there's a lot of teams down there that still have a chance. Those points carrying into it, they don't really matter anymore in this bracket. If you get top 10 in this group in these next 6 games, you're moving on to Elimination Bracket 2.
Yeah, you definitely want to, move on to the next bracket, but I'm also not sure how the drafting works for the next round. Maybe, being higher up, you'll get a little bit of a better POI spot later on. Teams we've seen here that shouldn't, in most people's eyes, be here, but I think it also comes down to what you guys talked about. I think it's flight or fight, really.
Yeah.
You have to just go all out, and composition changes will happen. I'm sure people that have been following the meta a little bit too trendy, where crypto is the play, but they don't really have a crypto player, probably going to go back to a little bit more of a comfort picks.
Yeah, and they might be wishing maybe we should have done this from the very beginning, right?
Yeah.
Let's start breaking down these teams, though, because there's so many to look at. Teams you mentioned, in my eyes, like Liquid Alienware, who should not be here for all intents and purposes, but are. That's the way a tournament is. Snipe, when you look at teams, maybe not that shouldn't be here, but are the biggest storylines for you, who comes to mind?
Biggest team that comes to mind for me is the Kansas City Pioneers. I mean, this team has been through so much together. They went through a Pro League. They missed out on getting into Pro League as tripods by a single point. Then they go into the next LCQ to get in by winning the final game by only a couple points. They make Pro League. They make this LAN in Pro League. Then they go through the EWC LCQ. They come out, they win the final game of that tournament to then make EWC. That was Deed's first LAN ever. This is now his first ALGS ever. And it's just, yesterday they were also one fight away from basically making the winners bracket. So if you're a KCP fan, I mean, this team has so much history, and they really are just going to have you holding your breath the entire time. And they also have some incredibly good POIs today. They have Echo and they have SkyWest Trials. So I'm thinking that they're a team, I don't necessarily think they're a team that can win the tournament, but I think they're a team that can definitely get to the finals and place in that top 10.
Oftentimes, that's the teams that kind of throw off predictions or what you're expecting, or big favorites, right? Maybe they have an okay series, but there's one team, and it could be KCP, that pop off. You mentioned it's a big month for Deeds. First LAN just a few weeks ago, second LAN right now. That's got to be the best way to get experience. You don't have a lot of time to reflect, but you got enough time to reflect and then get ready again so you stay in the mode of performing. And Onmu, ever since the 100 Thieves days and well before, he's been contributing to our ALGS scene. It's exciting to see them back. Deeds, gents, trying to round things out and get that top 10 and keep their dream alive. Will hope be restored or renewed for them. Now let's talk about a team that's had a lot of hope. They came off a great performance at EWC, a lot of confidence. It didn't start strong or quickly for them, but they seem to have found a little bit of their rhythm. They're one of our marquee teams in this elimination bracket. That's LG, Graceful.
Yeah, LG definitely, we've been talking about them all the time because you can't not talk about a team that's been considered one of the best teams in the entire world for a long period of time, for the entirety of Apex comp scene almost, I would say. I think though, like I said about Fight or Flight, I think at some point you have to have the experience and consistency come through, and I think nobody else is better at that than than Sweet coming in with his experience and knowledge. I think he knows how to mentally reset and pull through with their great POIs drafts for today as well. I think that we'll see, they'll definitely pull through. I'm just sure of it.
I think LG is also one of those teams, like Funk has seemed a little uncomfortable on the Newcastle pick. They've swapped over, they've played Crypto, they've played Fuse, they've played Newcastle. They've kind of swapped up their comps a little bit, so I'll be curious to see if they find something consistent that works for all three of them today.
This is a team that's got a lot of fandom. And while you may not be hearing their fandom, that's ExoClan, of course, over in the side. They've been making noise this entire time. This crowd is getting pretty full so far for a Saturday morning, and we're continuing to welcome people into the arena. But the fandom there, it's online, it's in the streams, it's what Sweet Dreams has done his entire career, from NRG to LG, and now pioneering with Sykes and Funk. What can they do? There's been criticism across the board for some of these players, and I think when you look at it, somehow that can inspire you. It can bounce you back. I think Na'Vi, similar story. You poke the bear. I love that you said that about them, and sometimes the bear bites back. Graceful. Na'Vi bit back yesterday. Will LG bite back today, or will they stay content?
I mean, we've already seen the start of a little bit of scratching from Sweet himself, almost solo ratting to the win.
That's true.
That could have happened easily if there was a little bit more trades on top. I think that, shows he's like, hey, I should be here. I almost won solo. Now we're picking it up as a team. It's going to happen.
Let's talk about some other notable teams in this lobby. I mentioned Liquid Alienware, Yanya, Nizul, Jaguaris. We actually were privy to a conversation going down to our buses today, and Yanya was disappointed. He literally pouted his lip as an expression of, we're just sad. We're not happy with what we did, but we know we can do better, and we might be changing our composition, trying out what Furia is thinking about with their comp and giving up the crypto. Could be the big thing that was their kryptonite as to why they were not working out well over these last couple of days. We've also got FaZe Clan and Reject Winity. FaZe Clan, a team that you've been following a lot, Graceful, underperformed by pretty much everyone's expectations.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I talked to them yesterday, so I talked to them almost every day, and they were happy about one POI and not happy about the other POI. So I'm wondering whether or not they can, mitigate one map or pop off on one map, because we need only top 10. And I think that if they just have one good side, they can make that. I just hope they can mitigate as much as they can, because at the end of the day, to make top 10, 6 points average is all you really need.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, too, going into bottom 20 and then now saying, I got to survive, top 10 is important, but it is much more doable than first or second, which is what you want to do coming out of this, to prove, to get back on momentum, to have a chance of thinking you could win match point finals tonight. But I want to kind of shift gears as well to a story that you may not be following. If you're tuning in, it's Saturday. You might just be getting on the weekend watching some Apex. In LA, we crowned a champion in APAC North. That was Reject Winity. The Reject Winity that's here is not that same team. They were Crazy Raccoon. They did not qualify after that org swap, and it shifted. This team, though, is an underdog story from the nth degree. Their first time winning in Pro League, making it to a LAN. They've got everything to prove, and they mentioned in an interview with Wig and Greek that they're just hoping to keep the standard that Fnatic, as the kings of APAC North, have kept for so long.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where it's somewhat hard to follow, but when you get picked up by the organization that has crowned themselves an absolute champion, it puts a lot of pressure on the players. And you got to remember, a lot of these players in a lot of these regions, including North America, have never been on a notable organization before. I've talked with people who've been signed to, FaZe Clan or many other of these orgs. It's their first one. It's a lot of pressure, and to have that crown and to come in, you want to perform to that standard as well.
Well, one of the interesting things is we have people on scene. I love LAN because it gives us a chance to hang out with our players. And one of the best at doing that and getting the sneaky gossip is our man Peeps. He had a chance to catch up with GHS as they were arriving this morning at the venue.
What up, everybody? This is day 3 in Mannheim, Germany at the Split 2 playoffs. I am here with GHS. So, fellas, I got to ask, what are you personally contributing to the team to make sure you guys book your tickets to the finals tomorrow?
でも皆さん、今日には、どのゲームプランがありますので、ファイナルズまで行けるようにします。
なんていうんだっけ。まあ強気にできたらいいなと思います。
He said, well, if we could absolutely be strong in our performances and get a win in, then that would seal it for sure.
少し優柔不断なところがあったので、ちょっと判断早めに強気にやっていきたいと思います。
He said that he's looking for maybe they get a little bit of an early rotation and they might be able to strategize around that.
All right.
0ポイントをなくせるように割り切りでも3ポイントを取れるように頑張りたいと思います。
He says that they definitely don't want to drop any points and they want to get at least 3-point average per match.
All right, a lot of confidence here from this team. Well, we're going to see it today right here at the Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, Germany.
That's a great sign of a team that knows what they have to do. 3-point average, it's not exciting to think about that, but if you're moving forward and you're grabbing 18 points at least, it gives you a chance, or maybe 15, it gives you a chance to have a pop-off win, kind of like LG do, and maybe hit that top 10. A lot of our 10 snipe, they get into about 35 points in that 10th place that really ends up being the cutoff. So they're not too far off with that expectation and keeping it reasonable for themselves.
I think as long as you're not having 0-point games, it puts you in a good spot, but hoping for an average of 3-point is maybe a little underwhelming of what you're looking for.
They're being reasonable there.
I mean, I guess it's good to keep expectations somewhere, but you should be out here thinking, we want to average 7-8 points a game, and it just gives that team that confidence instead of like, 3 points is okay, because in the end, you stack up a couple 3-pointers and the pressure starts adding up very quickly.
Well, let's check out what happened over this last week. If you saw our POI drafts occurring every single day, you noticed that there's been some teams coming in with some stronger drops. That's because of how they were seeded in Pro League. Now, these seeds change based on how they were performing and got into these groups. And so we did the draft last night. Here's how it sits. Taking a look at World's Edge, which is where we'll be starting. Graceful, I want to get your thoughts on kind of yesterday in that draft. Who do you think won? Just big picture stuff for our fans at home watching as they settle into seeing where their teams are going to be landing.
I think for sure LG won. I think it's pretty safe to say that they get to keep to play their playstyle without any big major changes to either comp or needing to swap from zone to edge, etc. Because we see in winner brackets some teams that didn't have as a high of a seeding have to actually swap playstyle, and I don't think a lot of teams can replicate playing edge as well as zone if they've been strictly playing zone for the past 2 years or even a few months.
Yeah, and what do you think, Snipe? There were so many conversations about mind games and things that went on as well, but I kind of want to look at who you wouldn't be excited about. What position? You were talking some spots on kind of that west side of the map as well, some rotations that seem tough, especially if people take spots near you.
Yeah, I think FA kids getting stuck in the bottom right hand of the map at Stacks is going to be tough because you have a team at Mod, you have a team at Dome, and it's just going to make that whole area in the bottom right very congested, and then you look towards even the Mirage side of the map where at least there's no one staging, so that opens up a lot. But when we go into the winners bracket side, I can't wait to talk about that because I'm worried for one team specifically, but we'll get into that later.
It's going to be very exciting. That draft was fun. Wig joined us as well. He won't be joining us on our talent predictions, though. He's up there on the B stream hanging out, but down below here on the ground floor, we have to get some predictions. We've been keeping track of all the points of the teams that we predicted over the course of the week, and it is a big game happening as well. I can't say that we aren't making some moves here. I knew this was going to happen. They filled in their picks late. We've got a lot of liquid Alienware here. Some LG and some FaZe Clan love from Dia, and I know Graceful as well. And Snipe, you went LG. You think they're going to perform today? I mean, that's pretty high. That's a pretty solid expectation. I think most people would be with you on that.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Sykes. I told him earlier yesterday that I had picked them to win one of the groups, and they came one play. Oh wow, that second page is a lot different. Yeah, I picked them to win the groups, and he was like, "You put a curse on us." Well, I picked them again today, so we'll see if the pressure is on. But I think getting extra games in for that team to find exactly what kind of comp they're going to run is going to be very important. I could see them steamrolling all the way to the finals. Sweet gets there, they're definitely have a chance to win.
Look at this. Also, give a big shout out to Reddit as they picked LG. They're with most of our talent here who have grabbed it as well as you, Snipe. And they're doing quite well in the draft so far. We'll see if they can make some movement. And at home, if you guys want to go ahead and vote, you could just say it. We don't have a way to track you yet, but just say it in the chat who you think is going to win. We'll appreciate it. We'll read it later on. And if you want to watch the ALGS your way, well, you know what it is already. You've been here for 3 days, most of you. It's FACEIT Watch. Add your POV of the team that you love the most or the least hear how their comms are doing and being successful, or how they're failing miserably. Either way, whether you want to hate watch, you want to love watch, or you just want to watch with a map on the side, FACEIT Watch has you covered. Watch the ALGS your way with FACEIT. Go to faceit.com/watch. Also, if you're just want to look cool, this is the way to do it. I saw Shaheen walking around with this one as well, and this is truly a special edition shirt. It's only for Germany. It is 24 hours. It is a limited drop, and that QR code gives you access to it. It starts now. So have your phone ready. Production's gonna screw you over. I knew it was gonna happen.
I need that shirt.
You better go back in the VOD because there's no way anybody got that QR code. But you know what? It's time to go. That means good things are happening. We have the games looking to get ready. Snipe, Graceful, it's been fun breaking it down, but it is time to throw it over to our casters to kick off day 3 here in Mannheim. Let's get hyped. Let's get ready. Come on set. And Gaskin, take it away.
Loving that energy from you, brother. Loving the energy in the building already. We're only a few hours into the day, it feels like, but we have to start off sending people home today, Dan. It's going to be a very, very rough start for some of these teams. We are going straight into the elimination bracket, and like I said, it's time for Jeopardy to take hold.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult series for a lot of these teams, but it's going to be a very new series. Some teams that maybe haven't played against each other as much, a lot more POIs available because a lot of the better teams have been able to move into that winners bracket as well. So there is a real chance for those teams who got the early POI drafts to actually pick up some big points here.
Well, remind us a little bit of some of these drops, some of these POIs that we're going to be seeing picked up by certain teams, because like you mentioned, the bigger teams who have moved into the winners side of things, then they're going to have those POIs that are free to be picked up. So who have you got your eyes on as like having a good draft here who's going to have some potential success as we head to World's Edge?
We have to look at Pioneers, we have to look at FaZe Clan as well, who are going to be dropping over towards Harvester, which is an interesting pick. On average, it's been around 15th, 14th picked, but they went for it at 8th. Which is going to be certainly one that they can do some points from. It's a central POI. We have seen success from zones like that so far, so we'll have to see whether FaZe can put some points on the board. But you have to look at LG at Siphon West as well. They are a team who definitely can do a job today.
And this is LG, of course, who would have been watching from the wings yesterday and as those final games happened, and would have been praying and hoping that they wouldn't be in a position where they would have to, hey, watch again like we do for a few seconds. Essentially watch from the sides and hope that the points weren't picked up. Unfortunately for LG, they were picked up elsewhere, which means that they are on the stage early this morning. A little pause to start the day, as tradition would dictate.
Well, the top 3 POIs so far in World's Edge have, of course, been Skyhook. We've seen Skyhook had its success across the Pro League, but also into this tournament has still found a lot of points. The majority of those were scored by Alliance. Siphon has been one of the big ones, again, because of Falcons. 9.5 points per game from Falcons over towards Siphon. So that's another POI that should be finding success for LG. And there's also Climatizer, has been a successful one, surprisingly so, on the northeast side of the map. But again, it's not Moist who's been holding down that POI for the majority. But those are the kind of POIs that teams have been looking for. Where can I find a good average amount of points to kick us off into Stormpoint? Because with Stormpoint being 4 through 6 here, a lot of teams actually prioritize Stormpoint in their POI draft. They said, let's try and make sure we get one of those top 5 POIs and not focus as much on World's Edge, because then you can chase what teams have set here in the first 3.
I mean, we need to kind of tell the story of what this day is going to entail as well for the teams that are on the stage right now. It's Elimination Bracket Round 1. It's a long, long road for them. This isn't just a case of qualifying to get back into, you know, the winner side towards a match point final. This is about going through the grind. This is about going through step by step and getting into Elim 2 before you have an opportunity to maybe jump back into that match point final. So for every single team, every single player who's on this stage, this is just the beginning of what could be a very long or kind of successful or disappointing day. And if you were wondering if the Exo Ultras are in the building, I can tell you they are. You've just learned it yourself, and they're about 15 feet away from us today. They got even closer.
Yeah, when Exo Clan start to move across the stage, the fans move with them. But now we are going to be unpausing. The game is about to be underway. So Mannheim, Germany, let's get into this one. 3 seconds to go. And I cannot wait for today, because we have to send teams home, but we also need to get more teams in that final.
Well, let's see what LG can do then. We're back underway here after a little opportunity just to catch our breath and lay down a little bit more story for everybody who's in the building and, of course, watching at home across the globe. LG, what did you make of him yesterday? Because it seemed like they just were a little bit off the boil.
I mean, they were 1 point away from being in the winner's bracket, and that is going to be a tough pill to swallow for them. But maybe this is a good thing, a chance to play some extra Apex Legends. They can go through the elimination bracket, but they will have their backs against the wall a little bit, having to play all day today to try and get into the match point finals on Sunday. But certainly, they struggled here and there. They didn't have the best POIs in certain times, but now we're going to really see what they can do with the best POIs available to them.
Well, speaking of zone, let's take a look at where we are going to be going. On our map overhead, we can see we're heading towards Monument, maybe towards a train station, or maybe just to the rock formation that we did see a couple of end zones happen across not just yesterday, but in Pro League as well. ExoClan are already heading that way, and they're going to have great prio to this position. Just around Grandma's house is where you're going to see a lot of teams maybe start to stack up a little bit, but they look like they're heading straight in towards Monument here. So this is the building they're choosing, the green one. They're going to call it their own for now.
Yeah, they should be fine to call this home, and they can bunker down, and they won't really need to worry about any other teams for quite some time. Case when he can jump into the drone, give all of that information to the rest of the team, and then they can play off of the back of it. I think with the current meta and the introduction of Crypto being so heavy within it, you really need players that are either on the IGL with Crypto or a co-IGL on Crypto as well, so they can work together to coordinate where you're going to go, where you're going to play, where's the best position available.
Already seeing the team start to stack up. This is going to be one of these interesting zones as well. It was one that we saw Furia win a little bit earlier in the tournament, where they approached from the south side and kind of managed to inch their way in while everybody else took fight inside of Fragment. And speaking of fights inside of Fragment, ExoClan are going to be challenged here, and they will get that first knock and finish. So a little bit of a confidence boost, a little bit of a hot start here for ExoClan controlling green.
I said they'd be fine and dandy, but of course I didn't consider that someone might try and take the position away from them, but you mentioned it. They were already able to get an initial knock, and Northeption are going to be helping out to knock a second from Olympo. So now Olympo down to 1. They're going to have to try and find a way to get back into this. But as a Bangalore, can you even get those banners? That's the real question.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly a tough job for them to do, especially when there was 2 teams like involved in that scuffle, both of them that focused onto Olympo. So for them, it might be just about trying to see this one out as a solo. But for ExoClan, a momentum-based team who like to get that energy going early, just one little knock, one little finish like that, and 1 KP secure can be really big for their momentum running through the day.
Yeah, I think EXO are one of those teams that could just run away with this group if they do get going early. With the amount of confidence that they build, they can have those high KP games that just turn them into a different beast as the tournament goes on. But it's about achieving that in the first place, something they struggle with a little bit in the earlier stages of this tournament. Now they'll be fine, they should be settled, and hopefully now they've been able to hold their building. Another team that's holding their building is going to be Guild, a team that I will want to keep our eye on throughout World's Edge, dropping over towards Climatize.
Team Liquid Alienware, they're trying to escape right now. They've been chased down by Dreamfire. We saw a couple of shields were broken. They're going to have to expend the Catwall to escape and deny the line of sight. And make sure that no knocks do come in. Grappling it up to height. Dreamfire now have a much better angle to see if they can get some more damage onto Team Liquid as a head glitch versus a head glitch battle starts to go down. And even though damage is exchanged, that gap is far too big to try and push. So Dreamfire going to have to give this one up for now. Team Liquid will survive.
Yeah, Liquid moving from Thermal Station. I like Liquid's POIs for this elimination bracket. Thermal Station and their home of Barometer on Storm Point. However, with a Monument finish, throughout scrims, Liquid really struggled when it did finish over towards Monument, only averaging about 3 points per Monument zone finish. So they need to find a better position here. It's difficult to do from the likes of Thermal because you are going to be one of the later teams to arrive, whereas Liquid do sometimes benefit from being the early movers, from playing zone, from getting into a position they can hold.
Well, FaZe had tried to rotate, and I'm not sure if they just used the evac or were planning on evacing themselves and then had to give that one away due to the shots that were coming in. Olympo will be eliminated as Slayers will get the final elimination for ExoClan onto Kings, who was the final surviving member for just those few moments. But FaZe have managed to stabilize momentarily. And through the choke now, you can see NoseFox, who are approaching from the Harvester side of the map. Instead, it looks like NoseFox is actually going to give this one up as the drone is up. That's going to give the information to FaZe that maybe they were looking to sneak behind. But FaZe is in a pretty good spot for now, especially if it does have that zone pool that we talked about and we saw yesterday. This southern side can be a really good one to approach from.
And I am still surprised that FaZe went for Harvester with their pick, because they essentially had the second choice of World's Edge when they came around to their POI draft. They could have had Stacks, they could have gone for Siphon, they could have gone for Climatizer, but I guess they are worried about those potential contests, because we have seen that happening throughout this tournament. Teams just saying, hey, we're going to be dropping here regardless, And if you are going to choose them early on, we will just take the 50-50. So instead, FaZe have gone for something more central and for something they won't be contested at. We'll have to see whether they can actually find some points from it, because they'll be approaching from the southwest from those trains, and they will be able to actually get into zone here, but it's about whether you can find a building to call home.
There's interest in the map overhead at the moment. Pretty much anyone who's not inside of the zone already is extremely isolated on the outside. It's very unlikely that we're going to see the teams fight. You can see on your overhead at home now and in the arena. Pioneers up at the top left of your screen. They're going to be over by Skyhook and Countdown. Probably going to rotate through, look for a little bit of beacon info. You got Dreamfire at Landslide. Then you have to go all the way down to Thermal Station, where Striders find themselves. FAKids still in Lava Siphon. Liquid Alienware kind of hovering around mid-map at the moment, a Harvester. But you can kind of see everybody who's already here is just going to be there for the long game. And everybody else who's approaching is approaching with so much space between them that if they're not careful, they might get isolated by the teams inside a zone firing out. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate their way in.
Well, just as we were in the map here, FaZe just got eliminated on their rotation through, so they did not find anywhere to call home. As soon as they approached the building, they were wiped off the face of World's Edge. So now we're down to 18 squads. I think you're right. It's very congested at the moment in Monument, but there will be a few teams like Liquid Alienware, like Striders, who are going to be arriving late. Pioneers still haven't made their way into zone. And once they do try and force their way in, it will suddenly create a few openings, because people will start to either A, defend their own position, or maybe look to try and pick up some KP. And that distraction alone can create those openings you sometimes need.
Making contact with the enemy.
Well, Pioneers on our screen right now. They're going to be approaching from the north side. They've got X and Y in front of them. Let's jump into the comms and see how they navigate this fight.
Can you get back? Can you get back?
Yeah.
We have to.
I'm backing up.
Take our drone.
I'm backing in zone. I'm backing in zone.
I have zip here.
Double smoke.
Yeah, I'm
taking
zip.
fine.
You have to heal.
I'm batting here. You gotta look for me. I'm
down. 3 seconds.
Okay. I hit him with my bag. I'm coming down.
They just used everything on us. I can pop top. You need double ult excel?
They still have bang ult.
You need ult excel?
I don't think that push is good now. I think they're just ready for it. I think we go hold needle up here.
Okay.
You're ready to fight. You're ready to fight up here, okay?
Well then I'm gonna pop my ult excels.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one too. So.
I was gonna say, I bang ulted, we zipped, we literally used everything too.
Yeah, I used my zip. Get back. Do we know what armors they had? They had perps, right?
They had blue. Well, Fuse had blue.
I think I hit bang for perp. Waiting for you guys.
You need ult excel? I'm already at 80.
Yeah, I can get it. I'll be at like 80 as well. I'm hopping in.
I have another one. Gonna hit it.
I might be able to hold this one.
Defense here.
Defense.
I'm waiting till he's ready.
So Pioneers continue their path towards this zone. You can see they're going to hit the vault on their way past as well for a little bit of extra loot. The closest team to them at the moment is Go Next Esports, who are holding down the choke and do have a drone up as well to watch their back should Pioneers try and do exactly what they are doing. Elsewhere, Dreamfire, they're over at Landslide at the moment and kind of having to escape, to be fair, towards each other. They were trying to control the entirety of the tunnel and still will be doing so. Striders are moving their way through Landslide as well, and they've got FAKids at their back. So if they're not careful here, Dreamfire, they might find themselves getting pinched. They have to force one of these teams away without taking too much damage.
Yeah, teams like Dreamfire, like Pioneers, who have been able to get really good Evo shields on their pathing, need to be looking for fights here. They need to actually take advantage of the shield that they've been able to gain. It's Striders on the other side of this. Dreamfire want to take the fight.
I hate the world's going to get that first knock as well, so the Striders will lose one, and now Peter sends the mobile shield forward. He gets the Mastiff out as well. Great damage coming in, even from this kind of range. 3MZ is going to be there to back him up as well, and now it's just one remaining member for them to deal with, but it's a great hold from Dreamfire, and even more impressive when you realize they've barely taken any damage.
However, they have now given up the train tunnel, and FAKids are coming from behind here and will be griefing Dreamfire a little bit, so they've got to be careful, need a plan of action, and this is the problem. As soon as you enter one of those fights, other teams arrive as KCP also taking a look at it as well.
Pioneers just causing all sorts of mayhem on the edge of zone here. However, the problem is this zone is starting to burn, and as Ring 3 will introduce itself, even though they're picking up these eliminations and will take Dreamfire down, they've got to keep an eye on those white meds here to make sure that they're going to be able to either hit that evac or continue on their rotation path. Looking at where that zone's going down, it is pulling out once again. towards the rocks and the tracks outside of Monument.
Yeah, it's going to be on the west of Monument, which is great news for the likes of Reject, Winity, and North Eption who are on those western buildings. But KCP, they need a decision here. Do you want to go through the tunnel and take the fight against FA Kids, or do you want to hope that there is no one holding you out on the northern side? They will probably go north here because I think that it's too much of a difficult fight trying to force your way through tunnel.
Striders managed to keep one alive here, and with a couple of banners collected, the Animu might be able to get them back into this game. So maybe Striders aren't quite done yet. Although with the zone closing and the distance that they have to cover, especially with 30 seconds left from where they're going to be respawning here to get back in that zone, and with the teams who are going to be looking out at this respawn as well. It could be a tough road for them, as now we see X and Y taking the fight against Go Next Esports.
This is a good opening for Pioneers on their rotation as well, as Go Next go down. X and Y will get the eliminations, but now Pioneers can move up and take advantage of this gap, and it will be the opening they desperately required.
X and Y still down to 2 as well, so Pioneers can wrap around this corner, and with more damage being done from a distance, this is an opportunity for X and Y to be eliminated. Eliminated they will be as Pioneers continue some of the good form we saw late in the series last night.
Yeah, Pioneers can actually hold this ridge as well because the zone is going to continue to pull towards them. Meanwhile, the train track Striders will come back from a dropship, but will be sent back into the lobby probably quite shortly.
The Thermite could cook. Striders will be eliminated. The Thermite doesn't even get to do its job as the shots are good from Zidane, and FA Kids will hold this southern side of zoning. Their back is now completely clear. LG up to full reds at the moment and now starting to fight as well. They've already got 2.
LG with 2 kills on the board and starting to get a placement point, maybe looking for more. In scrims, they averaged about 6 points per Monument finish. They look to try and beat that and better that here because they need a higher average points, really, if they want to be qualifying into Elimination Bracket Round 2. But it's a Kraber for Sweet, and he's got his eyes trained, but just whiffs.
Those forklifts are becoming more and more influential in Apex Legends, and I'm here for it. The lore is developing. As we move our attention back over to the other side of where this zone is going to be closing inside of Monument. And it's Team Liquid Alienware, who we have to remember a few moments ago, by the way, were being chased down very, very heavily, and they've transferred completely over to the eastern side of the zone from the west.
And speaking of transferring, they've transferred off of the crypto as well. I think that was one of the reasons they had a demise yesterday, was they were trying to play a composition they were not comfortable with. Speaking to Yanya and Jaguares in the lift earlier, or the elevator, they were saying that they just weren't comfortable on the crypto at all, and they wanted to move across to something they are a little bit better at, a little bit more experienced at. I think that's something that a lot of these teams in the elimination bracket can learn from. You don't just play a comp because everyone else is. You need to have people who are good at crypto or confident on crypto, are well rehearsed on it, and it really wasn't the case for Liquid, but maybe today they can start to look a little bit better.
You see another elimination coming in here on the left-hand side of your screen as well. That's going to be Noctum, who find themselves falling. Pioneers now, look at the great position they have down. This is a game-winning position on that northwest side of the zone. Everyone else who has to leave Monument is going to have to fight their way through each other. So for Pioneers, they can walk in late here and just pick up those pieces. For LG, it's going to be a much more difficult rotation to make, but the fact that they've got 3 red Evos, they've got gold Mozams, they've got a Kraber, they have all of the kit to do so, and if they can perform and get towards the end game here, LG, it will mean that they have multiple kills alongside it. So LG have a chance here. They've got the weaponry, they've got the inventory, but can they put it to use and make this a banger?
LG in a position right now that they can definitely take down a few teams here. And we'll have to see whether they can maybe pick up some of the KP. But a team who has to move in and maybe surpass LG as ExoClan. Let's jump into a listening and see how they do it.
At the height. Okay. Yeah, they're still playing bottom right now. They're going to come out soon, I think. The other one is here. I'm gonna EMP them now. Okay. I'm banning. We're gonna need to go for stairs.
Yeah.
Come towards me.
I'm going. I'm selling right now.
Smoke top me, Fida. Come through, we're good here. Stay here, stay here. You're fine. Look there. Can you put a drone out? There's just loads of kills on the left. Correct. They're gonna fight here. Look the back, look there, look around on the back.
Yeah, strengthening.
Can I have a Excel? Yeah, I'm gonna drop you in a second.
On the bottom.
All Excel's on in. How many do you need? 1 or 2? 2. Dropping 2. They're still fighting here.
Yeah, we still have bangers for the Yeah.
Can we go for KP here?
Yeah, can we look left for KP?
I'm going with you. Don't go greedy, okay? I'm gonna be doing. Wait.
No, we're getting shot from high. We're getting shot from high. No, it's bad, it's bad. I have no more heals, by the way. No heals.
I'm dropping your back here and some cells. Be patient, boys.
Yeah.
I said we cleaned that. I said we cleaned that. I said we cleaned that. We
Come
cleaned
back
that.
inside.
We cleaned that. We cleaned that. We cleaned that.
Go.
Just going here.
Everyone.
Cat and front.
Farm.
I'm going to killed.
Go for it.
Got a knock.
Cat's on high. Dropping. Oh, you walk.
Holy.
Exo Clan will fall in a bit. LG, who just about managed to survive that fight, but Sykes is going to have to stick some reses here to get the rest of his team back on their feet.
Yeah, you can see Northampton are above them, and they need to drop. They need to take advantage of some weak players right about now, but the Catalyst is certainly going to help as Funk goes down, and so will Sykes. So LG eliminated in 7th place. Northampton getting some points on the board here. But when you look across this zone, and as it traverses to the western side, Pioneers and FA Kids holding some very strong positions right now.
Great job, you have to say, from Northampton in that situation, though, to just make sure that they wiped the remaining members of LG, that there was no problems, that they didn't get to res, they didn't get to cause them more problems as the game extended. Northampton now taken to the sky, by the way, and will be landing to the northern side of this zone. Pioneers now on your screen. They're taking on FA Kids. Deej is trying to poke with these Mozams. He's got an opportunity to do some damage here, but that mobile shield is causing him to just have to slow down a little bit here. Onmu's going to have a go, and Onmu, he's going to get the first one on Skyner.
Yeah, this is a fight that could win the game, judging from this position, to be completely honest, because everyone else is on the other side of this map, and Pioneers have been able to get that opening knock, and they're not getting too aggressive here. They know there are other teams that could potentially get involved, so they're being patient with it.
On the other side of zone, you can see that Jesco's going to be the last player alive here for Guild, trying to play behind those knockdowns, let everybody else fight, and see if he can scrape up a few more placement points. Oh! That's a pretty crispy looking shot for that Mozambique, and FA Kids will be eliminated, so he does his job.
That means the Pioneers will now hold the entire southwest side. Maybe Northampton can be their biggest threat, but SWQ get involved, take down Guild, but our Reject Winity will be above them here.
Reject Winity, who have been in a wonderful position ever since the start of this game, and we'll be saying that a lot through this set, I imagine. Quickly rotated into Monument, but now they've got to try and convert. They've got the Devo to do some big damage, but it's not going to quite connect. As with 4 squads remaining, the last man standing goes down for Reject Winity, and now we see KCP take the tracks.
SWQ have been able to stay pretty healthy here, but Pioneers have been able to surround them now, get into a position where they can take so many good angles. This is going to be a real struggle for SWQ to get out of this one.
Straight 3v3 shootout to see who is going to take home game number 1 in Elimination Bracket Round 1. Like you say, when you're looking at positional advantage, certainly favors Pioneers here. However, are there any ult excels being popped here? You can see a couple. You certainly can hear a couple being popped, which may change how this fight starts to develop. Pioneers have complete control of zone.
I was going to say, SWQ really need a smoke or something to allow them to get out, because the zone's going to be at their back soon and really going to force them into a position where they'll be uncomfortable. Grenades could come in. Utility is going to be massive here. If anyone has saved any, it could make the difference.
There's an EMP going out. And it looks like SWQ are going to play off that. They got a little bit of damage, and all of a sudden they are going to send it. Donut gets the knock. Jet goes down. Donut gets 2. He wants to take out KCP himself. SWQ put the pieces together of a brilliant endgame push to take home your game.
Utility off the EMP into a grenade, and it just caught KCP off guard. They were rocked. Sadly for KCP, they didn't have that same kind of grenade presence because they've used it all in previous fights. But SWQ, that was such a difficult position to be in after winning the initial fight, staying healthy, and then not being scared about the position you were in when you started to get surrounded. A lot of teams would have panicked in that scenario, maybe just tried to full send it a little bit quicker. But they waited, they bided their time, they used their smokes accordingly to just cut off a couple of lines of sight. And then the grenade was a beauty.
I love it when you get to see the coordination and the pieces being put together on a push like that, right? It's the EMP. You saw Jet trying to break the drone, couldn't quite get it done. Then the Sky Nade to follow it up, immediately playing off that damage. They get that knock, and then immediately the gas pedal is pushed. They fly forward, and it's Donut who got the initial knock with the frag grenade from the Sky. The second one was his as well with the Mozambique, and then we had his POV to see him flying in to try and convert the third himself as well. It's a wonderfully well-constructed push from SWQ that's going to give them the points here in game number 1.
SWQ had 38th pick when it came to World's Edge, and they went with Geyser. but they've been able to get across to Monument and win this game. And they had to fight their way through Monument as well. If you think about the amount of teams that were in their vicinity, they had to battle tooth and nail to be able to take them down. Very impressive game for them, and they'll be delighted. Perfect way to kick off the elimination bracket.
Yeah, interesting when we sat in the green room, everyone's talking about, predictions, who you guys are going to pick, who do you think is going to be able to go on a run. And Pioneers, understandably, were in discussion with how they finished yesterday and their ability to get in towards end games, but no real talk of a team who managed to win it there, which is somewhat surprising. Maybe they're going to change that narrative a little bit, SWQ, as they go through these games and put some more points on the board. Speaking of points on the board, you can see them on your screen right now, 21 in total for SWQ.
LG still putting 13 points on the board despite finishing in 7th place, so they're still doing pretty well and fairly successful from the position they found themselves in, but Pioneers with 15, Northeption with 13, but then it was a bit more of a struggle as you go further down that leaderboard, especially into the second half. We'll shout out X and Y. They won a team fight, puts them on 4 points just to try and keep them in the runnings. You don't want to be too far behind here, even after the first couple of games, because as soon as you're starting to chase, you know full well that changes your mentality, it changes your playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, this is the team comparison from our 2 final teams in that game number 1 on World's Edge. You can see the kills certainly favored SWQ, but only because they managed to take Pioneers down in that final 3v3. Pretty similar across the board for both of those teams.
Yeah, pretty similar. I think they'll both be fairly happy with their first game. Maybe Pioneers will kick themselves a little bit. Could we have done better? Should we have been more aggressive when we had that opportunity, when we were surrounding them? But again, you don't necessarily know what utility you're going up against, and I'm not sure they would have been banking on that Skynade hitting that hard either.
Yeah, certainly always a little bit of a bit of a horrible surprise, if that's the thing, when that Skynade does hit you and you're like, not too much I could have done in that situation, but they certainly can do something in game number 2. So a chance for them to strike back after game number 1 is done and dusted. SWQ take the win. We'll be back in 2 minutes with match number 2.
Herman Miller, the official chair sponsor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, and as you can see, it's starting to bump in here in Mannheim. The Exoclan Ultras never disappointed. Their energy has been absolutely superb, and everybody else is starting to match it at the moment as well inside of the building. But the energy is going to have to be transferred to the team because they struggled a little bit in that game number 1. And as we head into game number 2 here, the question is the energy going to be replicated by any of these teams to try and chase down SWQ after their game 1 win?
If they do it mid-game, they won't know what's happening. They'll just have to listen, see what happens, pop off, EXO, what are you going to do? Can you actually get a little bit further into this game to keep those fans happy here in Mannheim? Now, match 1, we saw maybe an unexpected victor, but are we going to now see teams that are maybe at the top of the leaderboards previously throughout? Are they going to be able to find some points?
Yeah, it's interesting ring number 1 as well. I feel like we get to learn a lot from teams because it's such a central end zone that we did see as well. So we got to see what teams are going to be playing in a particular style. We know there's a pretty hard zone meta at the moment with the Newcastle Crypto pretty much being in the majority of compositions, but it's always good to see how teams navigate an end game when we have the team stacked up with each other in a place like Monument, in a POI where there is multiple places to play. So good news for a lot of the teams who managed to get into that top 5, 6, 7, whatever it was, and for a team like LG to come out from that west side and the east side, excuse me, and have all of those KP, certainly some good signs. So we'll have to see if those good signs grow and blossom into big points in game number 2, and certainly as we move through this series.
And KCP, I think they'll be delighted to start off hot from Skyhook. Of course, you have the expectation where you're at the arguably strongest POI, certainly the most picked POI in ALGS history at the moment since we've had POI draft, to put those points on the board. The Pioneers are not going to be alone at Skyhook. X and Y are going to be at Skyhook East this game, so they will not have as much freedom to loot.
You did mention that Geyser is going to be the place that SWQ have called their home for from the POI draft for World's Edge. And they managed to get it done, like you say, over at Monument in that game number 1. Are they going to be able to do something similar in game number 2, as the zone is going to be a little bit more down to the south side of things? We'll have to wait for a little bit of ring console information to see exactly where our end game will be taking place. But for a team like Liquid, this is a really, really good opportunity to have good prio to this zone. We are going down to the tree here, and also good news for Fennel, who dropped there.
And this is the kind of zone that Liquid Alienware, they benefit from, not just because it is close to their POI, but they usually are a better squad when they can play zone a little bit earlier. We've seen them struggle throughout this tournament in particular when they're trying to play edge and they get caught out by a lot of other teams on their rotation. I think a few teams actually who are used to playing edge maybe are struggling with the speed of play here ever since we've had the new update to the game. So Liquid Alienware now have the opportunity to put some points on the board, some much needed points as well. You wouldn't really expect to see Liquid Alienware in the Elimination Bracket Round 1, especially with their consistency historically across the ALGS.
Yeah, it's really interesting to talk about Liquid Alienware as well, because whenever I feel like there's a new meta, new season, it takes them a few weeks, maybe even a month to just get their head around what their comfort pick is going to be, how they want to approach it. And a lot of research and work is obviously done in the lab to make sure that they're going to be prepared for these kind of events and these kind of moments. But it feels like this came around very quickly. And I think they just, like you mentioned, struggled a little bit with the crypto. They saw that that was going to be a legend that was highly favored by a lot of the teams, and they didn't quite manage to get into a position where they were comfortable with it. I mean, I would say to like give them another month, they'll be one of the best teams in the world, because that's what they've just historically been able to do. But that learning curve just feels like it takes them a little bit of time to just understand the nuances of the composition and how, most importantly, I think everyone else plays around them as well.
Well, Reject Winity, we're having a look over towards FaZe Clan. Just then, FaZe were eliminated pretty early on in match 1. As we started to see Tree becoming more hotly contested now, teams are arriving. SWQ have again been very quick across from Geyser and found themselves in a place to call home. Go Next Esports, also a team that have found Tree here. And I mean, Kashira and the rest of the squad, I mean, when you look back at what Kashira's done historically throughout ALGS history as well, when it comes to playing zone, he's always very good at calling where these zones are going to be finished. But again, they find themselves in the elimination bracket with their backs against the wall.
Interesting discussion last night. I think it was a graceful and snipe down that we were having about Kashira. When you looked at this meta on paper, it was like, oh, it's Kashira meta. Crypto meta is going to be fantastic for him. But the difference between being the player in the lobby who has the drone in comparison to everyone else who doesn't, and what you can do with that information, what you can do with that EMP. Whereas if everybody has the drone and has the ability to grab the information and use the EMP, it changes essentially what advantages you have as one of the only players in the lobby to be playing it. So it's an interesting kind of contradiction of when you're looking at a meta and say, oh, it's a Kashira meta because of the fact that crypto is so prevalent, but with everyone else playing it, it just becomes a little bit more difficult for him to kind of separate himself from the pack and separate his abilities on the legend.
Well, Northampton are taking a lot of damage, and they've already lost one. Make it two, and they might be all three. God. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Northampton down in the 20th there. As SWQ actually were able to pick up some of that KP, and they're looking to try and progress from their initial victory here in match one.
They slide back into the building they call their own as well, managing to clean up the last remaining pieces, it looked like, of that. Go Next Esports did a lot of damage in that fight as well. Back over to Harvester, though, and you can see that Olympo and GHS Professional were having a little look at each other, but with ring console information, Olympo will be continuing to get a little bit deeper into zone. I'm just going to leave that drone behind as well, just to watch their back, although he's going to be able to recall it as soon as he needs to. And just a little bit of a warning sign. You wander past, you hear that drone hovering. Does recall it instead. Now going to be used to set up inside of this building for now, and you can see that chasing them down is going to be GHS, so completely mirroring their rotate, and Artin has to be careful here, because on that bridge, you've got a combination of the likes of Exo Clan and SSX Ray, who are looking from inside of Lava Siphon themselves.
Well, FA Kids and Noctum Scan were both just trying to get ring console information on this eastern side. Looks like FA Kids are going to hit the Geyser ring console. Guild have still got a chance to maybe contest them over there as well, as Noctum Scan are just going to rotate past, go into stacks, probably do the same thing, and then they'll move down on the southern side. But everyone has moved very fast. I mean, just seeing Olympo's point of view, they were up at survey camp off drop and already found themselves down towards Lava Siphon area. So people really moving as fast as possible. I mean, actually, there's only 4 teams outside of Zone 2 right now. Pioneers, Guild, FA Kids, and Noctum Scan. Everyone else is in Zone 3.
Guild Esports having to make their way essentially through FA Kids initially. They wanted to go towards Geyser. I wonder if they were playing for that next beacon information, try and hit it, and then plan their next route. But instead, they're going to have to use their ability just to scupper away, because FA Kids got some good damage onto them. And they might meet up again in a few moments' time, as FA Kids have to leave Geyser. And I wonder if Guild Esports are actually thinking about holding them out from this position. Get ahead of them in zone. And on zone close, they will then be able to look back at the rotating FA Kids and try and cut them down, but instead FA Kids actually just hit an evac, so they will be, it's a little bit of a kind of a relay race going on between the two, and it looks like FA Kids will now be ahead of Guild, completely flipping the script once more.
I mean, it's a race to the finish line, but the finish line is probably going to be another team waiting for them in Lava Siphon, so you need to be prepared to have a fight as soon as you do land, if you're going to be taken to the skies. As we check back in with Pioneers from Skyhook, a very good game one, 15 points on the board, but can they now start to catch up SWQ here? You can see, in terms of shields, they've not actually been able to accelerate as quick as possible. As speaking of SWQ, they are eliminated by LG. That's one way to catch up the competition.
Yeah, really good job from Luminosity Gaming just to make sure they didn't take too much damage in that fight. Striders are eliminated as well, and in the kill feed I saw Fennel, I believe it was, taking a few knocks thanks to FaZe Clan. So teams starting to get a little bit closer, having a little bit of a poke at each other, as SSE now in that feed as well start to get involved. And GHS down on this low ground have taken a huge amount of damage. Feuda's trying to overextend to see if he can capitalize.
It looks like he's going to back off, doesn't want to commit to it. Maybe senses there's maybe a few too many teams in the area, but LG getting involved in another fight. A nice grenade coming out. Will LG try and push up on that one, though? I think they'll probably accept their building as FA Kids. Now looking to put some shots over towards Olympo yet again, but Guild are approaching Lava Siphon fast, so you don't want to overcommit to a fight either.
King's last alive, and he's going to find out for himself that he's not just the only player alive here, that there's 2 teams who are trying to hunt him down. GHS Professional will be eliminated in 17th. That drone is going to give away his position here, Kings, but I think he's just hoping that the likelihood that FA Kids and Guild have realized that each other are there will keep him alive for just a few seconds longer. You can see Zidane is trying to extend to take him down. Thermite's going to go down, but they're not going to quite connect. And even though the Arc Stars are doing a big amount of damage, Kings is still living here and still got a slither of shields, although now, having been broken, Zidane is going to send himself in to try and finish him off.
Nice shot from the Mozam will get the final job done onto that last player, but now our Guild Esports going to be there to disrupt. No, it looks like FA Kids had eyes on them. I think that's important. If you do send one player in to get the damage done elsewhere, you need someone watching what could happen, as KCP start to look at Dreamfire here, but they've taken a lot of damage from utility.
Castle Wall goes down as well. Dreamfire want these kills. Dreamfire are going hunting, but it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Peter on the Newcastle, dragging his teammate, I hate the world, back into the building. 3MZ up on top now, has to pop that battery to get healthy and try and keep KCP contained.
So quick is the Newcastle there, by the way, to get that res. If you are playing Newcastle, you need to be as fast as possible. As now Deeds wants to do the same thing, and he just about grabs him as KCP will stay alive.
Yeah, that's such a big play, because you saw that knockdown shield was a second or so away from just disappearing, and that would have been the end. Also, with the gold knockdown, they're going to be able to get the res and get Omu back on his feet with some health and some shields to play with. LG having to hold off the push now coming in from ExoClan, who have dropped down to the position that we saw them trying to pressurize a few moments ago, and they're forcing LG away.
This was LG's 5th most successful zone finish throughout scrims as well. They really do seem to find points when it comes to Tree, and it was the aggressive push to take the position away from SWQ earlier, which is why they find themselves here as ExoClan. Need to be a little bit careful as Nosebox get eliminated in 15. Everyone now with a placement point on board. But Exo just keep poking out, but they keep getting forced back in from the damage from elsewhere.
Well, part 2 of Dreamfire versus KCP. Peter got a great position up on height here, trying to do some damage to that castle wall. And also might have just found someone, and he's trying to catch him off guard. And that play is going to be Deeds, using all the shields, all of the utility he has available as the Newcastle, but can't stay alive as Dreamfire once again will get that first knock, and this time surely will secure the kill.
And this time it's onto the Newcastle as well, so no chance to be able to pick him back up. You can't use his shield when he's down, and now KCP are going to have to back off away from this one. You can see Omnu starting to retreat as Dreamfire are on top here on the southwest side.
Gent was already out of there, now back over to the tree. Knocked him, looking for the knocks onto Fennel. There's one, there's two, only one still remaining here to try and deal with, but the biggest thing for them here is they've dealt with the majority, and now they have no pressure inside of this building. Also, I did see Dreamfire, by the way, they managed to pick up one more of those eliminations onto Pioneers. So Pioneer's still with one alive, but he's all the way over at Thermal Station, and he is a lonely feeling gentleman right now.
I think he may be crafting banners over at Thermal, though, so Pioneers will probably have the chance to get back up to a full 3 as Fennel lose their 3rd, and they're down. Look where Pioneers are on that northwest side. That's over towards the res. They'll be back to a full 3. They'll be able to work from Thermal, but the zone will start to tickle their backside, so they need to move fast.
Zone pulls slightly over to the east as well, so no cover whatsoever really to be playing with. The top side of the platform is going to be one of the best positions, and SSE X-Ray have to be so careful every single time.
So careful.
Every time I say that. Are going to have control of that high ground for quite some time. Guild in a really good spot as well on the train tracks, who are going to be able to fire down as teams have to leave. LG will be, I think, just about safe in one of the buildings, but ExoClan, like we mentioned, kind of coexisting inside that building themselves.
And it's just such a horrible zone when you look at it. Look at the amount of open space in between all those teams. So a lot of those squads that are currently in tree all going to have to move at a similar time. And of course, the kill feed will start to pop off as Dreamfire looks to make their move now. Will actually take the balloon to try and take a northern position, maybe ahead of Pioneers here. And they might actually be able to have round 3 against KCP.
Well, here we go then, everyone. Ring that bell. It's round 3 by the looks of things. The never-ending battle, the never-ending story that still hasn't concluded. Gold bins now available as well for teams to grab for a little bit more extra loot that's going to help them maybe in these team fights for those reses. Peter trying to poke. Not being able to find an angle, doesn't want to leave this head glitch though. What was a big send? Big send.
That is a full send.
Oh, okay. Well, Jen has decided he doesn't want this to last any longer than it needs to. That's going to be 2 now from Peter. He needs 1 more to get all 3 himself. And get them he will. Pioneers finally have the book closed on them.
Well, elsewhere, Go Next starting to get involved with Noctum Scan. They've already taken a lot of damage. Both players trying to bat right now. But Go Next should be able to pick up some KP here if they are successful from above, which they will be. And Go Next have actually been able to control a lot of the high ground here on Tree.
Noctum Scan eliminated. We're down to 11 squads now as Go Next Esports now have to think about what they do next. Slab has found himself a devotion as well. That's going to make them a little bit more powerful when it comes to cutting their way through teams on their way towards that zone. FA Kids now landing on the truck just to the southern side of this zone, but that's not going to be safe upon zone close.
Liquid Anywhere have been forced over towards Tree here. They were looking towards FaZe, but now they want to try and finish Go Next, and that is a massive knock for Liquid Alienware, because shields-wise, they've been struggling, but with some KP here, they will start to have better success with their Evos.
He's all looking to chase down final members. 23 is going to be good, but not enough to finish off Go Next Esports. However, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies. He's going to find the player coming back to him. And that's going to be another kill now confirmed for Team Liquid.
But they are being looked at. FA Kids are having a look at them. Exo Clan as well from their building are being able to pop a few shots. FA Kids just got absolutely bombarded as well. You can see Ultimate starting to rain down as people getting desperate as they push towards this zone. Now it's Guild Esports over towards Train Tracks. It's Reject Winity and XNY who are nearby them.
Go Next just eliminated, so they will not take part in this end game as we go down to 10 squads, almost into single digits of teams we have remaining in these final moments. X and Y playing under these tracks, but they have to move. They have to find some safety now, and they have to force their way through Guild, who are holding strong. And in behind them, pinching them once again, is going to be Dreamfire. They made their way through the mountains.
Dreamfire look to maybe be last to this party, but they do need to be a little bit concerned about what could happen on the south side, because FaZe Clan are not far behind, and that's why Dreamfire haven't overcommitted to this fight as well. They are very wary of their surroundings, as Reject Winity have taken a lot of damage down in the truck below, but they should be safe for now.
Dreamfire looking to walk forward. Dreamfire looking to get that first knock. Grappling in, always going to give you the opportunity to close that ground, and oh my word, X and Y! They hate the world too.
Elsewhere, Liquid Anywhere are fighting FaZe. Dreamfire, though, still looking over towards Guild. Can they actually get an initial pick? They're also checking out Reject Winity. In fact, Dreamfire just want to kill everything at the moment.
Well, they have no other option at the moment. You can see the zone is closed behind them. They will be safe, but they've got so many more teams in front of them. They're just going to have to take these fights. Speaking of which, FaZe Clan are trying to avoid them right now because Synetic has gone down as Team Liquid will hold the high ground above them. And with those Mozams, Arctic's going to find that out for himself. Gen's been destroyed as well. Now you have to worry about not just lines of sight, but also grenades coming in, but they've survived long enough. And Team Liquid Alienware have now been eliminated as Exo Clan have climbed up behind them.
Yeah, Exo just gave FaZe a lifeline, but they're about to delete them from the lobby as well. 7 squads now remain. As Exo Clan give the fans something to scream and shout about. FA Kids about to spawn their teammates back in, but Dreamfire have been popping off. Let's go into a listener with Dreamfire and see how they're going.
炸了，全炸，全炸！哪一个？屋里，屋里倒，屋里一滴，屋里一滴，我来，我来。点没滴，点没滴，点没滴。死，怎么还是倒的？烟没一滴跑了，烟没一滴跑了。小心被乱，小心被乱，小心被乱。我打烟，我打烟。8点，不让去上了。没打。有人换线上了，有人换线了。我们抱团，police，抱团。来，我没讲绳了，我没讲绳了。有书吗？有书吗？我没大电，给我大电和重子弹。烟没跑了，我们下坡推着。 我没打死他，哎，跟我走，求你了，我们去这儿，快，跟我，来，2秒，1、2，走，有大电吗？有大电吗？我有大，就往前走，我们好像没打了，还没看完，我大，好，我看一眼，我帮你看一眼，看我了，慢点，
Dreamfire, the intensity is there. Now the question is, can they back it up with some big team fights in front of them? PF going to put that castle wall down. It's more KP. They just keep soaking up the kills in the lobby at the moment, Dreamfire. You said they had to fight their way to end zone, and that's exactly what they're doing. Guild Esports eliminated, SSE X-Ray gone as well, and Dreamfire take control of the platform.
Dreamfire up to like 11 kills right now, and they will be above LG here. Do LG know that? They would have heard all the commotion above them. They've got a castle wall down. There's a little bit of protection. Dreamfire will not drop initially because the zone is not going to force them off. They can be patient here. They can wait. They can assess what's going on around them. Reject Winity on one side. Exo Clan down on the south. And then you've got LG below Dreamfire here. Those are your 4 squads. And there's the lay of the land. A lot of open space in the middle. And that is where the zone is pulling.
Exo Clan with a chance to win this game. 8 kills, by the way, for Feuda. And with an R99 in his hands as well. Anyone who wants to try and get closer than he would enjoy is going to find out about it. And Exo Clan now, they want to try and push. They want to try and deal with Reject Winity. And Feuda, he wants to look for his 9th kill.
Reject Winity need to count their lucky stars at this point because they are going to struggle to stay alive. You can see backed into the corner. Exo Clan should be able to finish them off comfortably.
This is such a big move as well because now Exo Clan are having wiped them. Take control of the zone as well. Just remember, LG and Dreamfire, the other 2 teams alive, are stacked up upon each other, and the zone will force them to move. So if Exo Clan can survive the next few moments until that zone close, then it's more than likely that LG and Dreamfire will be forced to engage.
Exo Clan on 11 kills, Dreamfire on 12 kills.
They can grapple out.
Then you've got LG on 7 kills. All 3 of these teams have been doing crazy damage, and now they can zip across.
This is such a good play. But no, now it looks ugly, and I don't think that was meant to happen. Peter's going to go down, though. Put the castle wall to try and help his teammate out. Dreamfire have been so good up until this point. Now they're running into our hot ExoClan, though, and Dreamfire will fall as well. LG trying to move in to clean up these final kills. However, ExoClan have been winning fight after fight at the moment, but it's looking like it maybe is going to be too much. LG will be your champions as they keep their composure in those final moments.
It's a second place for EXO, which makes the fans go wild. But for LG, that was a gift of a game. You even saw it on the player cams. They were kind of asking, what did Dreamfire do then? Why did they take that zip in that way? And it just allowed an easy escape for LG from underneath them.
I was going to say, originally I didn't mind the zip play. It's like, get behind that rock, they can get a little bit more zone, they can reset, and then they have some better angles, but it just felt like the comms were off. Like, nobody committed. There was only one player who committed to the zip line, not all 3. They weren't able to get the castle wall down. It just felt like a bit of a mess, to be honest. And for Dreamfire, who had fought so well up until that point, to see essentially the game end like that, it's going to be the overhanging memory of it. But for those 3 gentlemen on your screen, it was disappointment yesterday, but game number 2 belongs to Luminosity Gaming when it comes to that final moment. But ExoClan, they've got something to shout about as well. Big KP for them in that game.
And I think those are the moments that show experience as well. And, you know, in these lobbies, there are going to be kills available. There are some teams who have been struggling so far this tournament. And you will see teams like Dreamfire taking advantage of that with their incredible fighting skills, their amazing 3v3 ability. But when it comes to the macro, when it comes to those final moments, they are the times where they really need to be reconsidering if they want to be progressing to a match point finals here in the ALGS Split 2 finals. Split 2 playoffs, excuse me, as LG put 23 points on the board. But they will certainly be thanking Dreamfire for that one.
Yeah, certainly will indeed. Taking a look at some of the stats as well. It's Sweet leading the way on the Bangalore. When it comes to damage, Funk having a really good game as well, though, on the Newcastle. 4 kills for him, alongside the 5 assists, and Sykes being there in that end game as well to add a couple of kills to his tally as well. But I think experience is a great word to use there for what we did see in that end game. LG kind of get helped a little bit, right? You saw the play was forced from above from Dreamfire, and it was the miscommunication that made everything a little bit easier. Any kind of damage that was being done between those 2 teams, ExoClan and Dreamfire, makes LG's job so much more easy. So just being a little bit reserved, just waiting, showing that discipline is what gives them those extra points that now puts them on top of the leaderboards after 2 games.
Yeah, up by 10, but ExoClan, they're up in a 2nd place as well. Yet to find a win, but they are certainly scoring those points. SWQ dropped down to 3rd after an early exit, and it was LG taking down SWQ as well to take that position in Tree. And it does show why that Tree has been a successful final zone for LG throughout scrims, because they just seem to know how to navigate it. Yes, they were given a bit of a gift in those final moments, but to get there in the first place, they're playing very well.
So we almost find ourselves at halfway through the series. We've done 2 games, and when the 3rd is done and dusted, it's not only halfway. We change maps over to Storm Point. When we get back from this break, we'll have the final game here on World's Edge. Don't go anywhere.
Now for the best part.
I got power. And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna throw the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power.
Ready for this dance? I lead.
I got power. Oh yeah, I know I got power.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, and you can see some beautiful, beautiful controllers supplied and built by Battle Beaver, one of our wonderful sponsors here of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Let me tell you, I had one of those in my hands a few days ago, and it feels very good, Dan.
Is it now in your bag? Or did you have to give it back?
Couldn't possibly comment.
That's the real question. But it's been an amazing day so far. Already, just after 2 matches, we've been able to see some pretty intense action. LG able to get a victory on the board after match number 2.
So now we move into our match number 3, and it's the final one on World's Edge before we change over to Storm Point. And LG looking very, very good in those first 2 games. Good consistency that we're seeing from LG as well. Both of them, both of the games that we did see, they were pretty much involved in the end games. Maybe game number 2, certainly a little bit more than game 1, but good KP picked up in game at number 1, especially using that some of those care package weapons that they did find kind of dotted around the map to help them navigate their way through Monument. Certainly was packed with teams towards the final moments of it. But elsewhere, I gotta say, I really enjoyed the fighting compositions and the fighting nature that we saw from both Dreamfire and ExoClan in that last game. It was essentially both teams were kind of racing each other to an end zone, one from the north, one from the south, and they were just mowing through everyone that was in their way.
Yeah, I think that when teams get to this point in the tournament where they're in the Elimination Bracket Round 1 and they've maybe tried to play zone a little bit too heavily in some of the previous days, they start to say, let's just go back to our roots. Let's go back to what we know we're good at, and that is killing things. Let's just play aggressively when it is presented to us. Obviously, not mindlessly. There is still consideration about when they are going to be pushing, but very impressed with both of those squads. But somehow, even though LG were playing that little bit slower, that little bit more methodical, they still were putting 11 kills up. So that shows, even if you do play zone, you can still find the ability to put kills on the board.
Interesting to see Reject Winity as well. They've been involved in, I mean, we're going to say this the whole time that we see them. They're in great spots. They rotate so fast in towards where these zones are going to be going. Their zone reads in general are exceptional when it comes to a lot of the teams that we do see ahead of us. And I just want to kind of keep an eye on those, because if you keep doing that, you keep getting towards those end games and you keep that consistency up. When we get to latter ends of elimination brackets where everyone gets a little bit crazy, everyone's desperate for points, if you can rotate quick and just get into zone and let everyone else deal with themselves, it could set them up for success here to qualify and keep their pattern going in this dream story that we've seen from them, even from their qualification back in Challengers.
Also important to put big points on the board, that was hard to say, right at the start of this series, because some teams are still playing zone, some teams are still playing quite safe, but you mentioned it, as you get to the latter stage of the series, people will be more aggressive, and suddenly those kills aren't going to be available to you. If you start to get involved in a fight, a third party is very likely to arrive because people start to get desperate. It was similar to what we saw from Na'Vi yesterday, right? They had that incredible series, 90+ points. They looked like one of the best teams, but then they go into a lobby where everyone's suddenly desperately searching for points, and they weren't able to find as much success because people were doing similar things. They were pushing fights, they were third partying, and there wasn't those kills available to you. So to have them on the board early here is so important.
A quiet one from Team Liquid so far as well. We saw some flashes of interest, I would say, towards the mid to late game in that previous game that we saw, just when they were kind of wrapping through the tree, managed to take out Go Next Esports. But apart from that, it's been, like you say, and like we were talking about before this got underway, a little bit quiet. I'm going to need a pulse check.
Oh, I see breathing. Yeah. He's okay. It's actually a cough. I'm not sure those are how hand warmers should be used, but I'm sure it feels nice. Or are they tea bags? I don't really know at this point.
I'm not going down that road.
Well, the player's just waiting to get ready and get locked and
loaded. Our
loaded.
careers production. That's very kind of you.
But you were speaking about Liquid Alienware. I mean, they are playing from Thermal Station. The zone has pulled away from them a little bit, but we saw it was a lot closer for that second match, right? They did get caught in a scenario there where they were above FaZe, and FaZe were able to delay the fight enough that then ExoClan arrived. Had Liquid finished that fight a little bit quicker, could have been a different game for them. So perhaps that's something they could have learned from match 2, is just make sure these fights are not delayed to that point, but it's also easier to say that than do it, because with a meta like this, often fights are delayed, whether it's a Bangalore smoke, whether it's a Newcastle shield coming in, whether an EMP sets you back. Very tough to try and finish off some of these knocks you get.
Yeah, I have to agree. By the way, this is my new favorite thing. I think when we're waiting for lobbies to get underway, we should just have crowd and sign cam. And it gives everybody a chance to be involved, right?
Who's got creative today? That's what I want to know.
Exo on top, I presume that said. For a second, I thought that said Exo on 4 top. And I was like, that's very specific.
Very. Too specific.
EXO will place top 4. I must put this on a sign.
If EXO Clan keep playing like that, they may place top 4 in this lobby, but of course it is a long road. This is only Elimination Bracket Round 1. We have the winners bracket coming up after this, and then of course the bottom 10 from that winners bracket then join the top 10 from this bracket and make Elimination Bracket Round 2.
Well, EXO Clan's momentum is something that we were keen to keep an eye on. And again, they were a team we were discussing in the green room about making a run here in the elimination bracket. And momentum is such a big thing for this team. We know that they feed off of the adrenaline. They feed off of each other's success. And we saw that in that previous game. After they started winning a couple of team fights, it looked like they could not be killed in towards those fights that they were taking in the end game, and it ended up with them putting them a huge amount of points on the board. But they need to keep that rolling. They need to keep that momentum on their side, and they need to keep the vibes inside of the camp good, because much as we love Swinny, we know that he can be one of the most influential leaders and IGLs in the Apex Legends Global Series. He can also be a little bit fiery sometimes when things don't go his way. So I think keeping that energy in a positive light for them, keeping his troops feeling motivated, feeling confident in those team fights is going to be a real good element to their success.
I would be very surprised if we don't see EXO Clan in Elimination Round 2, but that's when they will need to step up. That's when we'll need to see the very best EXO Clan. And I'm okay if they do just manage to, you know, creep through into Elimination Round 2. Right now they're in second place, so it's looking fantastic for them, but games like that don't come by very often when that many kills is presented in front of you. So it's good that they took advantage of it. But now they need to find a little bit more success going into match 3 here. They're playing from Countdown, which is okay. It's an all right POI. It's not the best, not the worst, but at least it is somewhat central, depending on where that zone's going to be pulling.
I really like your top, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Look great today.
You've complimented me a lot this tournament, and it makes me uncomfortable.
You're expecting there to be some sort of follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm building to it, don't worry.
Just on Sunday, suddenly you hit me right back
Just
down.
absolutely crush you. I wouldn't dare do that.
You look great as well, by the way.
That's all I really wanted from that conversation. Took you a while to get there, but thanks, man.
You're welcome. Well, the fans are starting to get a little bit antsy here as they wait for the game, as are the players, but the lobby is loading. Don't you worry, everyone. Game 3, match 3 is just about to start. And I'm very excited to see if we can see one of the teams there a little bit lower down the leaderboard. Maybe you mentioned it, Liquid Alienware. Can they show up here in this game? Dropping down in thermal, will this be their match to show what they're made of?
Well, I believe in Liquid Alienware. I think there's too much talent on this team for them to not perform at some point in this series. And as match number 3 gets underway here on World's Edge, maybe it's time for them to step up a little bit here and show what makes them such a dangerous team.
Team like Pioneers as well, like they had a real struggle in match 2 after an amazing match 1. Can they find that same form from the previous?
The winners of our previous game are going to be over here at Siphon. That's going to be Luminosity Gaming, 36 points already on the board for them. As we take a quick look at our map overhead to see where we are going to be heading for the zone. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gaskin, in your lovely shirt. It's looking like a Skyhook zone to me.
It is looking like we are definitely heading to the northwest. LG do have a ring console to work with down at Siphon, so they'll be pretty happy with that. And they can get all the info they need to start moving and get a jiggy on. Now, everyone else, I mean, Olympo are going to have a good position from Survey Camp. Pioneers, of course, are going to be relatively happy with that. They have a ring console to work with. The only downside is Pioneers are contested, of course, at Skyhook with X and Y. So in terms of loot, they just need to make sure they get trials done as quick as possible. EXO Clan, also a really good zone for them. I mean, do you think this is going Skyhook if you're EXO Clan, or do you try and stay down at Countdown? I think most people would bank on it being a Skyhook zone, but we have seen some crazy things happen previous.
Yeah, we do see the zones pull out towards the Raven as well. So, yeah, it could be an interesting one. Zone 3 info going to be vital, as it always is if you can approach a little bit later on. Dreamfire going to have a really good rotate to this zone, regardless of how the zone ends up pulling. And they have a ring console as well to play with. A couple of teams who are going to be a little bit disappointed are the likes of FA Kids. You've got Nosefox, Striders, SSE X-Ray.
Good job.
I will mess that up at some point and find myself out of pocket, I imagine.
I mean, for Liquid Alienware, we mentioned them just off the top as well. From southwest to northwest, it is very doable. You can certainly pick up KP as you approach going through staging and past Lava Fisher as well if you want to make that rotation all the way on the western side. And you can actually catch a few teams off guard if you approach from that western side as well, because people aren't really expecting it. We'll have to see how Liquid play it when they make their move. But Skyhook is going to be the aim of the game, and EXO have already moved from Countdown to Skyhook. But it looks like they may consider repositioning yet again here.
I mean, one thing I've just tried to look at on a map overhead that gives, I would imagine, a pretty good indication of where the zone is going to be going is where a reject Winity. And they've taken their position inside of Skyhook. So they think it's going to this side, and their zone reads are usually some of the best, and everyone else is starting to join them as well. Well, as we take a look at Skyhook and everyone who is there, some of the teams that aren't, are going to be SWQ, the winners of our game #1, and Noctum, who are chasing them down.
Yeah, Noctum really hunting SWQ at the moment, maybe sensing they're a little bit vulnerable. Perhaps they're not as well looted, don't have the weapons to work with. I'm sure they've got a couple of Mozambiques, as everyone does. But SWQ do not want to take that fight. They are continuing to move and groove across the map. We did previously see as well EXO-Clan going to the top of the cake building, as we like to call it in Skyhook. They saw that was open. I wonder if they have the weapons to defend it, though. You really want some sort of long-range weapon to be up there, just so you can pin people back and also gain a little bit of Evo armor as you're going to be sat there for the majority of the game.
Well, JHS are going to be playing on the western side of Skyhook here. Dreamfire now making their way all the way from the south, and just behind them is going to be Team Liquid Alien, where Peter's got to be careful. But he's got the castle wall, and he's got some jets on his back that's going to help him get away.
And that is certainly...
Oh,
it's just one of those ones that starts to make you twitch a little bit. Squeaky bum time.
Shield arrives at just the right time.
If Liquid Alienware could have got that knock, it would have been massive for them, because they could have taken down Dreamfire, get extra Evos, get extra loot, and then they could progress on this western side. But they will continue to shadow Dreamfire here. And Dreamfire will be well aware of that. But both teams trying to do the same thing, approach that western side and try and wrap round and get behind and avoid all those teams that are going to be moving from the south and the east.
I thought for a second that mobile shield came back into the line of sight. It was going to start making like R2-D2 noises. Like,
does have a mind of its own sometimes, I feel. Even when you're directing it, it still does what it wants.
Yep, it's got a little bit of its own individual personality. But Go Next Esports, they're going to be on top of the Survey Beacon building. As you can see inside of Skyhook, and everyone now, by the looks of things, is deciding that Skyhook is the way to go. LG kind of hovering around Countdown at the moment and looking for an entry point into Skyhook as well. But Olimpo, as we talk about looking for entry points into POIs, they might be looking at exit points from this lobby. Artem with the nades, going to try and stick the res while that fuse is ticking up, and we'll be able to just about get Kings back on his feet.
Yeah, I think good news is XNY have started to be shot by other teams, so they weren't able to push up on the damage they were initially able to do onto Olimpo. But XNY get back up to a full 3 as well. It's kind of one of those things where people are sizing each other up in these buildings. You get a knock, can you really push it? Probably not, because if you do, it just opens up your building to be taken by someone else who's arriving late. Interestingly, looking at the map, Pioneers, who drop over at Skyhook, have taken the far northern tip here, maybe hoping it's going to pull all the way up to that train station, which we've seen a couple of times already this tournament. And they'll be joined by the likes of Guild, and then of course Olimpo and X and Y here.
So a similar kind of feel to this zone, I feel, as if we saw in game #1, right? A lot of playable area, people stacking up. We had the Monument Zone, and now we have the Skyhook Zone. So it is going to be a slow burner here, as it's like Bangalore looking through the window in her fields for a moment there. But now, FaZe are under pressure, and it's Go Next to get that first knock and the finish onto Synetic. And FaZe have really struggled to find any kind of rhythm in this game.
Yeah, if they drop here, they're in 15th position in the moment. Yeah, not just this game, but this tournament in general. I mean, you may have seen Synetic on Twitter or X, whatever we call it nowadays, not happy about the current meta. And I mean, I think that says a lot about the squad. If you're tweeting out saying that you're struggling a little bit because of the meta, you know it has not been an easy time for you. But can they find something as a 2 here to try and rescue this fight against Go Next, who aren't really pressing just yet? They're trying to find an angle, but they don't want to find themselves getting caught, like one person pushes too quickly and then suddenly you're in a 2v2.
Go Next want to try and pressure this, and I like this play. They've got the Mastiff to play with, a little bit of an angle, a little bit of a poke and a prod, but it's not going to be enough to really influence this fight, but it's more about just showing presence, making sure no one walks up on you as the fences start to go down as well.
Good thoughts with the fences as well, just making sure you're covering your back in case they try and go for a little cheeky flank phase, but FaZe have moved away from the fight, trying to escape here, and will want to try and get that banner back and then get back up to a full 3. Again, the advantage of having a crypto available. Now elsewhere, of course, Skyhook is where every other team is, but there's some fights happening. Still Olimpo involved in these scuffles here on the northern side.
There's a little race to the door. Leto can't quite connect with those final shots, and is that going to come back to bite him here? Olimpo have lost Kings. As Leto now has to play the outside of this door. Now he's going to poke out. They want to try and get this finished. They want to finish off the final member of X and Y, and will be able to do so in combination of KCP. So X and Y will be out of the lobby here. As on our map overhead, we can see this is now going to be a hard Skyhook zone. So everybody who gambled on Skyhook is going to be very happy.
Yeah, I think that's what we expected, and no dodgy pulls today. You can see KCP were considering pushing, but I don't think they know that Olimpo are a 2 at the moment. I think if they catch wind of that, they might get aggressive and push on it just to get the extra KP and own the northeast side of Skyhook. So really the only teams outside of it, SSE X-Ray and FA Kids, are going to be taking a fight over towards Epicenter. That's a fun fight for you to have. Here we go.
Thanks for the throw, Dan. It's going to be SSE X-Ray who will be able to get the first 2 knocks onto FA Kids. Their lives on the line, my career. Tree Cleaner looking to find the final member there, but won't be able to do so. By the way, Tree Cleaner, best name in the ALGS bar none. And it looks like they will certainly have the advantage in this one and be able to pick up those KP. FA Kids, the final member, has managed to escape. You can see that Zidane is scarpering back towards Fragment here. So SSE X-Ray are going to be safe enough to just start their rotation towards the choke, towards Skyhook. So they've done their job. They won that fight, essentially, even though one member has escaped. As Dreamfire find themselves up on top of Trials.
The Striders still need to move from the south side as well, but it's going to be LG, Dreamfire, and Liquid Alienware. There's 3 teams on the southwest who have yet to move into this next zone. Dreamfire and LG could potentially fight if one of them tries to commit to it, because it would be somewhat isolated. Team Liquid won't be getting involved. They'll probably go through the southwest.
My ultimate's ready. Brace yourself.
And just try and approach between these mountains a little bit later. They're just waiting maybe to get a little bit more zone information as well. And I wonder if that's what Striders are going to be doing on the south side as well. The few teams that haven't managed to arrive here at Skyhook, they can actually wait for this zone to close. You can also be able to get those gold bins a little bit later on when they pop up. And get maybe ring console information and really be able to punish those teams who committed early by taking a position that might be available.
It's going to be a tough game here for Team Liquid. Everyone's in front of them. It's going to be a hard Skyhook zone that's going to be finishing outside of the cake building, as we like to call it, the biggest structure inside of Skyhook, just to the west of that, in and around the open kind of bins area that we see. But for Liquid, if you think about where we're talking about the end zone's going to be, look at their position now. They have to go so far to try and get into that zone through so many teams. As we see the Mythic Bin going to be picked up here, and I believe it's Fennel, if I'm not mistaken, who are going to be able to open this one, and they're going to have a lot of fun to play with.
Is that the first Mythic Bin we've seen picked up on camera? Certainly as we've been commentating anyway, but that is going to be plenty of goodies.
LG gone!
GHS Professional will eliminate LG. So after their success from the last game, it does not follow up here into match 3. GHS now can hold this position.
That was a quick fight. I mean, it was just kill after kill after kill. LG must have just got caught off guard there and got swung all at once as they tried to enter the building. GHS just pick up those eliminations and say thank you very much for the points we'll put towards our totals. Now back towards Countdown here in Team Liquid Alienware. We mentioned how it's been a little bit of a slow tournament for them so far. And it's going to be a tough game for them to succeed in here. But stage 1 is to take this fight against Noctum Scan. And I'd say even before that, stage 0.5 is destroy the drone to give them no information and not be able to use that EMP.
Just to the south of Liquid as well, FaZe Clan have just respawned their 3rd, all the way down towards Countdown. Thanks to the crypto, they've been able to at least get Cinetic back on his feet, but will Liquid have seen that? Of course they would have, but are they going to try and push that, or will they prioritize the fight against Noctum, really? Because the zone's about to close and force Liquid's hand. So where do you go here? You, of course, have the Pathfinder, you've got the Zip. And will be charged, so you just get that extra protection as you approach the zone.
What if they try and send it to the top of the balloon and then redeploy? Yeah, that's exactly what they are going to do. The EMP comes in, which is going to make it a little bit more awkward for them to do. And they're going to have to take the time to push these, put these shield cells in before they take it. But are they going to be able to survive through the damage? The answer is no. Peter will cut down Yanya. He will be the unfortunate one to fall, as the castle wall is expended here. And Dreamfire, well, they've got to worry about this zone. They are so weak on their way forward, thanks to that zone, thanks to a little bit of damage coming in from Skyhook, but it looks like they will be able to stabilize here. FACEIT eliminated in the meantime. We're down to 17.
Dreamfire heavily committed to that one, and we're very close to eliminating all of Liquid, to be honest. If it wasn't for the charged up Zip, Liquid would have been done for. I think only one fell in the end, as FaZe have been able to get back up to full 3 and regroup into the building. Noctum did not push onto Dreamfire, though. They look like they're going to press them a little bit now. They've got a little bit more damage as well. And Dreamfire, they've run out of shields, they've run out of space, and it looks like they might have run out of time.
I was just waiting for the smoke to come through. I think there wasn't any smokes available. And now with the Newcastle on his back, he's going to have to be trying to stick this res, but they're getting pushed at the moment. It's going to be Noctum who are going to move up and eliminate Dreamfire here. So Dreamfire cannot continue their momentum from game number 2 here in game 3.
Skyhook starting to look very pretty with all the Watson fences as Noctum now pushing up onto FaZe. They had only just got back up to a full 3. Noctum on the hunt. Let's jump into a listening with them.
Nice.
I'm looking for the horse real quick. Nice, get up. Okay, we've got 25 seconds. I've got 1 Nautic. Do you need it? I haven't got Gen. Yeah, give me. Yeah, give me.
Scan this beacon. Scan this beacon. You need to scan this beacon.
Yeah, I'm in it. Bonus range.
They're fighting forward.
They're fighting on the right somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going.
I'm in UV now.
There's a team right here.
Yeah, we need to start that. We need to start that. Are they fighting?
Green first. No, they're not fighting.
What so? I think this building's free. Yeah, we're just getting EP'd from left. Let's go from the right. Let's go. We just need to send this, okay? One me, come to you.
Yeah.
I need to come.
I'm full.
What about? Yeah. Just run, like either top floor or bottom floor. I have
ready.
Yeah. Ready, go.
Yeah.
I think top bottom floor. Yeah. On the right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going inside. I'm inside.
He's going straight up.
Could be this. Peeking upstairs. I'm with you. I'm inside. Peeking. I'm sending it. Crack two. Nice. I'm dead. Right. I was on the corner. Nice. I'm stopped. I'm getting.
Compliment.
One's oranges. Where's oranges? We're chilling. Good. Yeah, I'm fencing stairs. Good. Jumping the swap.
Noctum forced to take a fight and take the fight they do. They force their way into zone alongside the fight that they do manage to pick up the KP from. So a very, very strong push. Thanks in kind to 3 players with dual Mosies there.
Convenient, isn't it? Really helps out when you're pushing. Striders probably be a little bit annoyed by that one. Held that position for quite a while. And they just caught off guard as they full sent it into the building. As Olimpo have been able to take the top of the cake, but it is not going to be in the next part of this zone. We are going to continue to move a little bit further west. Northeption are pretty central. Reject Winnity have one of the few buildings that are going to be inside of this one as well, as do GHS Professional. We've seen some of the heavy hitters from the lobby eliminated. So maybe it's a chance for some of the teams who've been struggling so far to catch up, but Olimpo have just lost one.
Plato looking to try and hold the line for his team at the moment. It's KCP, who did manage to get that first knock. And they have a very, very rough rotate to make themselves. Jet's going to take some damage. Dee's trying to hold the angles from any teams that are going to be overlooking at the moment. Fennel just having a look from the inside of this building, the middle part of the cake. That's Northeption with that castle wall down and the mobile shield, try and create a little bit of almost false cover for themselves to play it around. Noctum Scan now, who just won that team fight. They want to take this fight, and take it they will. They're burning. They're searing them with these thermites, and surely this is just going to be a case of finishing off this damage.
It's a lot of damage from Noctum. They're a little bit worried about what could happen from elsewhere, but losing one does hurt. The Crypto's gone down. They're going to try and hit the revive here. This could be a big revive, but you've got to cover. Good cover as well from the Mozart.
Northeption will be eliminated in the meantime. Moitin's flying forward himself to try and just hold the line for his team, and he does a great job to stop that push coming in and stop the reset happening, but neither team can confirm one of these kills at the moment. Remix Palace is going to go in and once again get a knock, and And Mozam, he's got 4 of them at this point. Yeah, that's out of order. You can't have 4.
He's got 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
Double
Now
Mosies.
we're going to see
double Mosies.
the rest of the squads on this eastern side all get absolutely obliterated as Fox go down. Here is the commotion that's happening over towards the cake building. The Limpo are very low right now. SSE, X-Ray are close. Pioneers are doing damage as well.
Well, Limpo did manage to at least get a full 3 back on their feet, and now they're having an influence on this game, and it's Pioneers who all fall. SSE, X-Ray eliminated as well, as 6 squads now find themselves involved in these final moments. And here comes Noctum. They are hungry for kills here. Reject Winnity will be eliminated as well. And when you're looking at KP and you're looking at potential points, the gentleman on your screen right now, if they can close this game out, then there's going to be a huge amount of points for them.
Guild are the only other team that are still alive in this circle, by the way. 3 squads. Noctum have just lost 1. Go Next are doing very well to defend this, but maybe Guild could benefit from all this fight that's happening.
Noctum's going to be eliminated, and surely now this should just open the door to the respawn coming in. And MT manages to save the day, and now it's just about converting great shots, ripping the heads off of those players behind the castle wall. And now from the skies, from the dropship, Guild will be your champion as MT saves it with that respawn.
I mean, you could see on the mini-map that Guild were kind of just sat there. And it was because it was MT just trying to get them back into the map. And again, it's a gift of a game. They're just able to avoid all of that commotion that was happening over towards the cake building. And a few teams, again, getting pretty heavy-handed when it came to kills, just getting maybe excited about the amount of kills that were in front of them. Still an amazing game for the likes of Noctum, but not able to capitalize with a victory. And it is Guild who put one on the board with first place and 3 kills that they just got at the very end.
It's a quiet game, shall we say, for Guild, but certainly a little bit of a stylish way to end it. You have to think maybe Noctum at one point were surveying the land in front of them and saw a 3v3 and knew there was a solo, but then MT obviously has that solo, managed to use the distraction to get that res off, and it becomes a little bit of a different scenario. So those 3 KP alongside the 12 placement points mean Guild come away from match number 3 at the end of World's Edge with 15 points in that game 3. Go Next Esports. We mentioned how they kind of went about their business, apparently. They managed to pick up 20 points in that game. 11 KP for them. Noctum, though, 14 KP for them.
Very impressed from what we saw from Noctum with their aggression and their team fighting, but just not able to get over the finish line and find a victory. Guild will be happy, though. That pushes them up into the top 5 in the overalls. As Go Next Esports also with that 20 points, that will allow them to climb as well. But the first 3 games on World's Edge completed. Some of our top teams performing, some struggling a little bit, but of course Storm Point opens up a lot more avenues for success.
It certainly does indeed. A lot more points still to be gathered here as we head over to Storm Point. But before we head to Storm Point, we're going to go to the desk. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. On to the gasket. Great casting as well as analysis as we start to get into the halftime showdown of really what has occurred here in these first 3 games. Snipe Down and, of course, Graceful joining me, Rain Day, on the desk. Guys, this was a big win. I think let's just go right back into game 3. Huge EMP from MT, and that sets up Guild on the revive to get the win. But it was Go Next Esports who were there. This is a team that we've been kind of waiting to perform. They've started to perform.
Yeah, I think it took them a little while to really build that up at EWC as well. And then we saw them come into the losers bracket where it was top 2, the pressure's on. So at this point, they might be a losers bracket team. But it's really good to see them come in, even if they don't have that many kills, just securing the points you need. And we're looking at a pretty top-heavy leaderboard right now.
Passive teams. Do they get a little bit more amped up naturally when they are in that pressure position? And that might just help them get out of that passivity that has put them in the elimination bracket? It's a bit of a question that I ask myself as well. Maybe Go Next Esports finally stepping up the energy, and it's working out for them. Let's take a look at the results so far. You can see how it worked out in that match, and we can go over to the overall standings too. But Guild coming out of it in first place with the win. It was still Go Next Esports who were almost first place when it came to points, but knocked them. A big game from them. South America showing up with 21 points, the overall winner in that. Graceful, we saw earlier on, as we head over to our series results to break it down, we saw earlier on one of these teams, ExoClan, make a big game and they celebrated. Was that knowing that one big game that you have is most likely going to keep you in the top 10 in this tournament?
Yeah, a big game like that, when the average to make it through top 10 is 30 plus minus 5, makes it feel like you're pretty much, if you pretty much have 4 games, even if you got donuts, you can still make it. And having that safety net allows you to make, like we've seen some characteristics mistake from people because they might be nervous.
Right.
That big game removes all the nerves and allows you to make plays confidently, and you no longer hesitate.
I still thought it was interesting to see the second place celebration like that. It almost threw me. I was like, did they think they won? But no, just happy knowing that they might just be moving on and their fans cheering the loudest in the venue here in Mannheim. Let's take a look, though, back at the circles of Game 1. It was SWQ, our representative from China, who took that game pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I think 2 things happened here. I think SWQ played it well because they allowed themselves to move from these 2 walls too close to the bridge. That allows them to set up a huge play that wins them the game. Right. On the opposite side of things, KCP played a little bit passive, like letting them walk up for free. You should never allow teams to walk up and take space for free. You need to make them invest resources or slow them down by cracking them. And here, SWQ is just looking to see if they can cross. They're like, hey, nobody's peeking left side of the bridge. All right, just make sure we full reset. I smoke up and walk up. We're gonna see if we can set up our play. And I think they even downed somebody with throwing frags over the bridge. We're about to see this right here.
It's a long play, but you didn't like it. You thought that there was way more on the other side that should have been done. And I think that's the key. Missed opportunities, right, Graceful, on...
Yeah, definitely missed opportunity. You see, he even has time to rotate here, throw frags, pop an ult deck, EMP comes out, and they cross the bridge. It's about to hit hard here. Boom, EMP comes out, smoke up, huge nade on Gent. They just 3-man stack and deathball, and at this point it's impossible to win because even if he were to, hit everybody, you don't down 3 people.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, you hit a nade like that in a 3v3, it's probably going to signal the end of the fight, whether you're pushing at the wrong time or whether you were being less aggressive. Luminosity Gaming and ExoClan. This was the one that I was enjoying seeing. ExoClan gets second place here, Snipe, but they jump up and celebrate like LG, who actually claimed first in this one.
Yeah, there was actually a lot going on in this game. So LG got a bunch of early KP by rotating into tree and fighting in the buildings down low. And once they did that, I think they told themselves, like, we have the points, let's just play till late game. And this game ended up unfolding where, you have the Pathfinder that ends up going down. I think they were trying to do a Newcastle play, looking like some of my ranked players right there with that Pathfinder zip line down there. But this game just completely unfolded in front of LG. I thought EXO was going to come out the win here, but EXO had so much KP, and when you said they're celebrating, I mean, I've been in the same spot. I've gotten 3rd place with 12 kills, and I'm jumping up and down and hyping my team up because it's not all about getting the win. It's just about having that momentum, and when you get KP and you win a bunch of fights and you get a high placement, like that puts yourself in a great spot to continue this and make sure that you're pushing on to the winner's bracket.
Might just speak to the emotion as well that ExoClan is experiencing here with their fans so loud. That support has got to inspire you, and it's got to feel like a bit of a catharsis when you can finally put out that 20-plus point game you're capable of. The story with them, it's always been 5 games of nothing, 1 game of amazing play. Will they continue it? We also saw this one just recently. We talked a little bit about it. Guild Esports, MT, by himself would respond the squad, but this was the play that really makes it. Goes into the EMP and hits it right away as it's already charging up, slides in and gets this early bit of 80 damage onto that player who is peeking. Go next, then nowhere to go next. Just end up having a Mastiff in their face, and that's never a good way to start the day in Apex. 3rd game goes the way of Guild, and that brings us back here to our halftime part of the show. Now, one of the things you got to know if you are here at the venue or if you are online, we've got merch going on. It is always the best time to buy Apex Legends merch. I mean that. If you don't know, there's playapexshop.com, and you can go for all the ALGS merch plus the special 24-hour limited edition online purchase of the shirt that we've got here at the venue in Mannheim. So if you want to be involved, you want to say, I got a little piece of history in the ALGS, go grab it right now. Go to playapexshop.com. Okay, guys, let's transition into Stormpoint picks, get back down to business. We thought World's Edge went a few ways. I know Stormpoint, though, in our eyes, after looking at that draft, has some takeaways from us as well. I think teams like LG, you feel, no matter whether it was World's Edge, whether it was Stormpoint, they got good spots to play from. Their comfort pick, Snipe, Pylon is where they'll be starting, and they're in the lead of this overall elimination bracket.
Yeah, I think when you get the first pick, you're pretty much going to take whatever you're most comfortable with, and a lot of times it's going to be the Mills and the Skyhook West, and they decided to take Pylon. I think that's a great POI for them. They started off, they're in first place right now. I think I was talking about this before and didn't get to say it, but that Liquid team, I feel like they're just not confident. They had a great POI in the last map. They drafted 15th. They had Thermal Station, and now they're getting another good POI. And I just feel like for them alone, something's going on. Something's going on. They're getting they're gonna have Barometer on their own, and it just feels like as though they were far down on the list. They got the good POIs. I'm really hoping they pull it out.
It feels like they're definitely dealing with something. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but they're the type of team that even though they're down, they're never out. They can pop off with a 30 plus point game. If there are teams in that category, we know it's LG, we know it's the likes of Falcons, but Liquid Alienware, despite how inconsistent they have been this tournament, they are in that category of a team that can pop off that much. So, still, 3 games, so important to follow along. We're going to be getting to those in just a second. Our players are taking a break right now, but in the meantime, we sent Peeps out to do some work. This was very hard work for Peeps as well. He had to spend some time talking to our cosplayers.
I'm here with some great fans at the Split 2 playoffs here in Mannheim, Germany. We got Michael, we got Lou, we got Patrick. Mike, talk to me a little bit about your cosplay.
Well, since I'm addicted to Rave and I did so many cosplays from Rave, I immediately fell in love with this cosplay and I was like, I have to do this. This is just dope, this cosplay, and I really like it.
All right, passion. And Lou, I got a question. I see your Watson, I see you got your Nessie. What do you love about Watson?
I don't know, I just think compared to all the legends, I think she's just the cutest, or appears to be the cutest at least, because she's more powerful than what she looks like, and I think it just really fits my personality the best. And when I pick a costume, I really like picking a character that also fits me, both my characteristics and my mood and how I am, but also a little bit my looks. Because I'm really perfectionistic about the characters that I display. And she's just really cute and has her little Nessie with her, so yeah, I just think she's so adorable.
I can see it. I'm loving it. Patrick, I got to ask, you're at ALGS. What do you think about the atmosphere?
It's great. It's such a great esport I enjoy watching most. I love the people, so it's great.
All right, well, you heard it here from the Split 2 playoffs, ALGS in Mannheim, Germany. And you guys could check them out right here, right now.
That's live in the venue. Go check out our cosplayers. Love that Watson cosplay for sure. Snipe saying we got to get her the Nessie to just carry around in the backpack. Snipe, also, I'm standing next to a cosplayer because this guy's cosplaying Mirage every single day. Isn't that the joke?
I was actually told maybe to bring the Mirage costume that I've done before. So, maybe they bring me back. I'll bring that out next time.
Graceful, do you have a character you think would fit you well if you were going to do a cosplay?
No, I'm a bit scared about that. I'm not gonna lie.
It takes guts.
It takes guts for sure
and
to make it work.
Yeah, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of patience. We know what it goes into these cosplays. Many times, months and months of work crafting, and then obviously the hours, the people hours that it takes to walk around the venue and be there for our entertainment. All right. You know what? One of the things, too, is before we get into it, is teams that might have been more of a story that we weren't expecting. To me, I'm looking at, I think LG and EXO, LG being a team that I thought performed, EXO being a team that has really kind of been revitalized. And this is a team that has that potential, Graceful. From EU, they can pop off at any given moment. Do we have another big game from them, though, coming on Stormpoint? What's your feeling like that?
So having played with both Joe and Winnie myself a lot, being on the same team before.
Everyone.
I played with everyone, but
yeah,
I mean, we've been on the same team. We pretty much called for LAN before I had to take a break, and I saw it in their eyes. They are hungry as that. I see Joe locked in. He went from he is hella locked in right now.
I wish we had a close-up on that moment. That was a great face you just made there, Graceful. Remember, if you're watching here today, we've got some funny videos. I know there's a content piece that I was involved in that we'll be playing today at some point. And tomorrow, we've got maybe the coolest content piece of all. We're going to be teasing the location of Champs on Sunday. We'll be revealing it. And so I'm sure we'll be hitting you guys with that teaser over the course of today a little bit more, just so that you can keep your guesses coming. Where do you think it'll be? Where do you think it's going to show up? Here's a sneak peek at what is coming tomorrow for our big reveal.
What a beast! 360 Graver shot! There is no way he clutches that out! He beat them both! He's just better!
NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see!
And the question on everyone's mind is, where are we going for the Year 4 championship?
Very exciting stuff. I'm not going to say anything about where we're going yet. You know, obviously I was a part of that video, so I won't be speaking about it. But Graceful, you know, you've been all around. You seem like you've teamed with every pro that's ever played any esport game at any point in time. What's a great location to you? An idea of where Champs might be. You can give me a continent. You can give me, some cities that you love. Where's a good place to play esports?
Okay, so I would personally like to go somewhere cold. I would like to go somewhere cold. I don't know, maybe Iceland. I don't know, something. We can have hot springs. We have a little bit of weather. You know, a little bit. I want somewhere that's like a nice resort where people can just hang out a lot before and after, because you know, competitiveness can stay on stage behind everything. The one thing we all have in common, you know, whether you're working on the game, whether you're just playing the game, streaming the game, doing whatever, casting the game, we all love Apex. And I think it'd be nice if we could hang out a little bit more outside of our typical roles. Would be nice.
Well, let us know where you think Champs is going to be in the chat and on X if you're following us. Add us. Let us know. We'd love to hear your thoughts as we will reveal that tomorrow. So get them in while you can. All right, it's time to kick it off. We're going back over to our casters. 3 more games, Tiff and Dia, to decide who is going to our next round and who is going home.
I really don't like it when you say that, Rain Day. I'm not a fan of sending people home, but it is inevitable, and if you find yourself on the bottom 10, you got 3 more chances to prove it.
And if you think about it in a slightly more positive light, Tiff, we can sort of spin this as we may be sending 10 teams home, but we're also sending 10 teams that thought they might have been going home on to the next step, which is going to sound much better for them.
It really is, and I was looking at this lobby, at their drop spots, especially after that live POI draft yesterday, which was really awesome. I'm so glad we got Wig down there on the main stage. And speaking of main stage, our players getting ready behind the scenes. A ton of them have just been locked in, but I love that the desk was highlighting some of the teams that, especially my prediction in general, Liquid Alienware, just not necessarily looking up to form just yet, but also a team that has the capability of dropping those massive games. We've seen it on prior lands, north of 25 points to save them in the final moments.
And that's all that you need in these last 3 games is really a singular win, and a solid win, I'm going to say, on top of that. But just to win a game in standard fashion, say around 20 points, maybe even a little less, it should be enough to get you to that next stage. And though it seems like such a small goal to accomplish in only 3 games against the best teams in the world, it is a tall order. We'll see who can do it as we've now swapped onto Stormpoint. All the drops have changed. All of the teams in relation to each other have absolutely swapped up for this last segment of games, and Guild, the big beneficiaries here, have inherited Mill as a result.
And there's been a lot of talk about Mill in general as a drop spot on Stormpoint, and they lock in the ring console. We were doing the math, or maybe I was peeking at Privacy's book about the spawn percentage, but you know, it doesn't typically get a ring console, and it doesn't typically look black and white. So, you know, that's different. That's new for Stormpoint.
Hitting a pause. It's going to happen. It has been happening. It will happen. And it'll give us time to talk a little bit more about the ways that these teams have set themselves up, not just Guild with Mill, but around the map. One of the selections that was of particular note to me was up in the north, where North Eption, true to their names, have ended up not with Northpad, not with Wall, but with Trident, straight in between those two. A very unpopular, and I'll say not very powerful POI.
Yeah, that's a really challenging one when you approach it. Typically, if someone grabs Northpad or takes Trident, you're expecting to inherit both of those POIs. Alliance does something similar by snagging Trident and getting Northpad. But if you're going to nestle yourself in straight between that IMC armory and the other Pineapple buildings that are there, you have to worry about, depending on where we're rotating, through the north, you also will have Fennel in the wall that has that ring console, knowing that we need to start maneuvering over to down Beast, which can quite be a fickle zone, but I love that we already started it with Guild getting the ring console over there at Mill, so they're going to know where they need to position themselves.
And it's honestly a pretty nice spot to be with Mill because a lot of end zones do pull further down to the south from downed Beast, and you've got a relatively easy rotation along the western side of the map should you choose to take it. With plenty of space right now, I'm expecting Guild to play a little bit faster. I'd be going down to Beast in a situation like this, and I can't help but wonder, what will SWQ, who land over in Checkpoint, end up doing, given that they've got the opportunity to retain some of that high ground and opt into an edge playstyle should they so choose.
They really have. In Command Center, we've already got the drone up in the air, getting the pings on where those players are. But when you just start that rotation, knowing that if you're going straight to where Dreamfire is already located, just think about how many teams they were annihilating over on World's Edge, feeling quite aggressive, especially with a name, no name, I hate the world, coming in just wanting to frag. But we lose out on 3MZ in the process. Arufa with a rogue 30-30. The zip line that takes an eternity to get up to. It's just...
At least they'll be able to defend from up here, but you're right, it's not a great position. There is some crafting behind Dreamfire that they can take should they choose to go up through Lightning Rod and Zeus Station, but you know in the stadium, or if you're watching on FACEIT, that with everyone piling in, they're going to be unlikely to escape.
Knocked him out here, completely turning that one in their favor. Second overall in the groups. Mind you, you just need to be top 10 here to advance on. A lot of our teams getting that early read on the ring console, setting their sights towards down Beast. You can see that Guild from Mill have chosen to play underneath, which will shelter them from a lot of the engagements, but the Striders locking in on the high ground. Now, typically, I would love to see, we do have the Newcastle up there, but maybe a Watson to fence off some of the zips and prevent any climb ups.
And this is Strider's zone. This is their, as many would say, game to win. Being the team that lands over in downed Beast, they had their pick of the litter where they would want to play. They chose this ultimate high ground, which gives them a lot of autonomy over other teams. The pressure is on Striders, and sitting in 18th place in today's games so far, this has to be the big game that carries them into top 10.
It really has, and for Striders to inherit this, throughout scrims, they were one of the more conservative play styles, not necessarily taking engagements that they thought might be third and fourth priority, which I thought was smart, right? But navigating away from engagements allows you to not actually pick up any KP, so they're sitting at 3 points. But this one, you're going to have to use maybe those mid to long range weapons and try to pick up some eliminations before that end game.
And all that while managing your ammunition as well. You don't have a whole lot of ways to sustain your economy. With the meta as it is right now, we're not seeing things like Loba get added in, and instead with things like Newcastle and often Catalyst on top of the crypto, there's actually a lot of damage coming your way that you need to be holding more shields for. We saw a lot of cells piled in on top. It's going to be really difficult to both stay active and stay alive in the later stages of this game, something that Olimpo will have an easier time doing, given that they're playing a little bit further on the edge, and importantly, have loot pills for the next couple of rings.
Well, I like this, right? You're going to be able to watch all the teams rotating in from the wall in North Pad, especially the gazebo ahead of you, where they've already caught that line of sight onto Fennel, but LG top of the lobby here on the move. But when you've got a mother load, you've got an EMP coming your way. SSE X-Ray, they pull the Trident up, and we're looking for angles. Sweet only loses just a shred of that shield, but they get into cover.
I like that they end up using Funk's ultimate to cross this distance as well. Get everybody in the same place. Even if it's going to expend a big cooldown, it's much better than risking one person, especially Newcastle with his very large model falling. Knocked him in another fight though. Exo Clan gone just as we pan back. Knocked him are culling this lobby.
And you already see the EMP destroys the Jenny. Here come the Arc Stars to inherit it. And I just got to think, who is going to make sure they can push off that? Because you only get a few seconds of that stun, and I think it's more of just like, this is my EMP to third party and let you know that I'm here, and constantly whittle down your resources. But teams that decide to play from checkpoint, right? This is going to be a cost. You're going to be late to that pull in downed Beast. However, if you can acquire another ring console to get that information so that you hedge your bets properly rotating in, that could be a difference maker.
GHS Professional find themselves in a small skirmish up by checkpoint. This is going to be one of those slow rotating sides of the ring where from checkpoint, you are looking ultimately for an evac tower out of here in the late game and during the mid game to be farming up other teams that are trying to pass through otherwise unharassed. GHS stuck around, NoseFox in the area as well. Liquid Alienware perhaps next up on the chopping block are the closest team to Noctum right now.
The 12 points, you know, a lot of people have been predicting them throughout this week. We're waiting for that pop-off moment from Liquid Alienware, and it needs to be here. I also really like Niazul there on the Pathfinder to give them the mobility, and it's kind of like the remnants of what we've seen teams like Furia playing, the Pathfinder Newcastle, but they also, you know, Dan noted earlier, they came off the crypto and are switching things up to what they feel most comfortable with.
Pioneers, Satin Jurassic taking in another slow game for themselves. This time, going to be one of the teams that, again, try and rotate in on the edge, try and abuse the fact that they are such a powerful fighting squad coming in from North America. Pioneers take a disengage down towards the south, and this will push them in a rotation through Barometer, very, very late arrival to zone. I am surprised to see them give up so much priority to exit Y.
Well, it's a big series for the Pioneers, right? We've had the pleasure of commentating them over the past couple of months, just qualifying for their first international LAN, getting to play on that. And through that trajectory, yeah, this is going to be a big one. When you wear the jerseys, the org, you represent the former Split 1 playoffs, it can be nervous, right? But getting in here and taking this Noctum out will be so vital for your success on endgame.
Noctum have been the kings of Downed Beast in this fourth game. Reject set up in zone. This was their calling card in APAC North, but now, can you survive a team that is struggling to get every point on the board and has absolutely been dominating here in Downed Beast? Noctum take a reset. They don't extend the fight too long, but in comes an EMP right on top of them. Both of these teams in the line of focus of every other squad.
And Go Next is under fire as well. I would be curious to see maybe, you know, if they get done dealing with that, they'll full send this area, but forcefully they are out of that building. Reject Winity claims their space, and we look back to checkpoint where NoseFox hits that gold knock reset and dives underneath.
Still should be a fight that NoseFox can keep control of. Meltstera sitting around the back of the building, gonna get to scope everything out. No EMP for NoseFox, which will mean that even if they want to pick a fight in the area, they don't have that same autonomy right now. Singular little rat in around here as well. GHS, this is not a solo, by the way. They do have multiple people around alive. They're just split up.
Look, if I get split up and I'm a crypto, I'm going invisible as well. Like, there's just nothing about it. But for now, we turn our attention back to Northpad. Kirihara with the hip fire. Not going to be enough for Olimpo as they fall in the trenches.
And now Fennel inherit this great boon. Check it out, the ring is closing. So many loot crates are around Fennel. So in the next couple of minutes, you're gonna see an incredible injection of loot and likely of gold items into Fennel's pockets as they will then have to approach Down to Beast, but will get to do so with so much better set up.
Well, just think of all the crates that are sitting around Down Beast. So those teams are going to have to leave their buildings if they want to chance it for what's in those gold bins. Free agent kids here on the rotation. They were set up in some of those World's Edge games to really go the distance and convert it over to a win, but we've only been able to acquire 12 points throughout the way. And sitting on the fringe here, needing to be inside the top 10, I think this is where you can start to turn things around, but I already called into issue the checkpoint area. It's tough to get through, so let's jump into a listen and see how they're going to do it.
On va avancer. Je vois personne sur la grande. Oh, on avance, on avance. Il y a un mec qui trappe. Ici. Le mec en face. Ok. Il y a un drink on peut le casser ou pas? Je sais pas. On peut pas le tuer lui? Il est cassé lui. Vas-y, 3, 2, 1. 64. 64 aussi. Je monte au top à droite. C'est Pass, Newcastle et Crypto, je pense. Go. Ok. Des bangles, c'est de casser le drone. Ok. Casser le drone. Nice, je suis au top. Je vais essayer de prendre l'espace, ok? Je le vois pas. Je le vois pas non plus. Ils ont Newcastle wall en bas. Ouais. Il y a la red win en bas, ok? Tout en bas. Ok. Il y en a un close. Il y a combien d'or? Dans le wall, 40, crack. Pas de quasi crack. Je suis au top. Newcastle crack aussi. Newcastle crack aussi. Je suis au top. Ils sont tous dans leur truc. Je pique en bas. Il y a une aide. Derrière le wall, derrière le wall. Ouais, je sais. Je joue ça. Il la d'or. Je joue celle. J'ai le nade de la d'or derrière eux. Là, c'est une push. Ils reculent. Ils vont MP, ils vont MP. Au top. Essaye sur moi. Ok. Ils m'ont touché. Essaye de reculer un peu. Tu peux reculer, Kyler?
Une flash, recule.
Il te push toi?
Je peux pas.
Drop. Tu fais quoi? Faut peut-être aller north. Va là-bas, va là-bas, va là-bas, va là-bas.
Ça va être right.
FA Kids lose control of the fight. Izadan now playing off the low ground. Will just have to move in the next little while. They may even come back for a third party as GHS, the team that was split up in the area of checkpoint, have come back to mop up the previous engagement. GHS finds a singular knock, retain high ground, and are playing the fight slow.
Well, I really like this out of them. They hit a full reset down in the south of checkpoint, and if this engagement was going to take a bit too long, of course you're going to want to third party it, grab that mythic bin, and then maybe evac out of checkpoint, which can be costly and dangerous, but no one is holding the choke out of checkpoint towards the west. So another res even coming in from the low ground to get Kiner back in. I cannot believe we're going to actually be able to do this.
This is crazy. This should never be happening. And in mill, we've got some craziness hopping off as well. Pioneers have lost two. Deeds, the last one up on the Newcastle wall, clutches it up, but does not survive the follow-up. Pioneers go down, and XNY are last up with a single member. They now have to absorb this inevitable third party from SSE X-Ray.
Yeah, they leave their building that was neighboring Liquid Alienware, dive into mill. They know they need to get eliminations. Think of the team like Shadow earlier in the groups that locked in and threw a hyper aggro game. That is what you need to do because it's do or die here in Elim round one. And these choke points we talked about not being occupied, well, GHS, they decided to go first. Now FA Kids has to barrel through them or they will fall here.
It's a good thing FA Kids managed to get a respawn. What can they now do with it? Izadan on high ground, fully gold Mozambique. One of the most destructive weapons in the game right now. And he does a lot of damage, but gets chunked to flesh as Jay Savage goes down. It's going to be Kiner that follows up, dropping onto low ground. Tries to trade 1-for-1. Does do it as GHS go down. FA Kids get some help from afar. That should be Strider shooting from the top of Down Beast and keeping FA Kids alive.
And there we go. We have to take another fight here. We don't have wall for the cross, so it's going to be costly. And we just need to get towards that next rock. Remember who had the top. Like you said, Striders with all the angles. Are we going to actually be able to get the mobile res off? Liquid Alien elsewhere on the rotate has fallen outside of North Mill.
It's SSE X-Ray that were coming up from Mill that had that really destructive beginning, finally rotating out to pick up a few KP. And I tell you what, Tiff, this could be their game to cement themselves in winner's bracket. SSE X-Ray sit at 11th right now. Only a few more points necessary to get into winner's qualification.
A full duo reset coming in from X and Y over on the bridge. We get Jay Savage as well. Hopefully we will have the Dark Veil available to hit that rotate straight into where FaZe is around that gravity cannon. But this rotate is going to be costly for X and Y.
Only 20 seconds to plan it out. Not a lot of ways to cut off line of sight. Bangalore with smokes, your only real option. And X and Y crossing in the open goes unpunished for so long. This EMP is much too far delayed, and SSE X-Ray now have to take a fight against X and Y, who have better cover, who have better shields, who have better everything, but are being shot in the back.
We knew it. We knew FA Kids was going to look at this as they crossed. They understood the timing of this to anchor off through the west. We are going to be able to do it. The only other team that could look at us is Striders and FaZe Clan, but I love that we need to clear this out. Finally, the cooldown off of the Dark Veil, and this will isolate us from the west and be able to focus.
FA Kids play off low ground. They had some good nades thrown out, but none of them really finding purchase onto X and Y ahead of them. Instead, this low ground is continuing to punish as Yushen slides in and out on the Bangalore. And finally, we're going to get some kills cleaned up. FA Kids will not be getting a res on this, despite how many times they've had to reset in the past couple of minutes. North Eption go down, 10 squads left. X and Y rotate in, now uncontested, but in into the arms of FaZe Clan.
Oh, and they need this, but unfortunately, Synetic gets ripped by a rogue Devo in the hands of X and Y. How will we get over towards Synetic? You have to have Nags here. Make sure that he suppresses everything away and allow them the time for the res, the free cam to really zone on out and see the picture at hand. Go next in the back of zone. We'll have such a nice area to rotate in, but Striders from above can wreak havoc on FaZe.
This angle is devastating. FaZe would otherwise have been totally safe, but Noxy just moving into this corner and spotting that there is an angle to take out FaZe's singular member who dropped. Turns it into 2, and now it's just Nags on the bottom. Yes, a reset is possible, but Striders have such a good position, so much vision of what's happening right below them that I don't anticipate FaZe get away with anything.
They really don't, and for Luminosity here on your screen, they've got the southern side cleared out, just a couple of teams in the buildings ahead of them, but the fence line is rather open. Now, I have seen them go massive in endgames just like this, and I can guarantee you Sweet knows exactly where he needs to be this time.
These next seconds are crucial. 8 seconds as this zone is going to close in. Even LG will be denied their spot, but it's Go Next who have the furthest position from anyone else, who should have the most safety, and Tiff, who have had a fantastic day so far. This win would do so much for Go Next, who already look to be qualifying to winners.
Yeah, but here's the deal, right? There's the pylon over there, the Jenny, the fences. It's one EMP that goes wrong over there, and all of that work to set up shop there is ruined. Noxy with a well-timed wall, but we've already lost out on one. Can we get the res? It seems like he may be too far back. Reject Winity elsewhere, getting into the fray, because we still have to move on. The hammer points connecting through the smoke and the influx of frag grenades, making sure that the double time works. This is what I'm worried about. What are the cooldowns on the Jenny? Do we have ult excels?
And Guild now rotating through this smoke, simply can't fight back against Reject Winity. Colonel Garcia picks up the last kill. Guild go down, but it's Reject that lose one in the process. Go Next, smell that weakness. They take out Reject Winity. Go Next playing their position fantastically. Control that little bit of high ground left in Downed Beast. Luminosity, the next ones to be challenging their position.
And this is going to be a big decision for LG. Do we just go towards the north and fight with Go Next? Because you know you're going to get thirded by Noctum. So a lot of decision making for the end game is going to rely on where Noctum decides to rotate out of that building.
This game is incredible for Noctum. They have already jumped up 9 spots. This team, though, Go Next, are the Titans in their way. Let's find out what Go Next are thinking as we jump into a listen-in.
I'm gonna try to get my red armor.
I'm gonna stand my drone.
They're moving right side.
Top 3, top 3.
Enemy right here.
We should look left and kill this team in front of us with the...
I think we just play top. We just play height.
Yeah, I think we do. And look down.
Should I come then? Move to us.
Climb up, climb up.
Come. Move to us.
You should...
Let them fight. Fuck it.
I have bangles.
We're gonna get Skynet
We'll save. We should gen that. The only precaution on me, the only way you can complete is there, but
maybe I should come up late then. I think I'm gonna EMP this team early. Yeah, I need to pressure them so they don't go below us and Skynet, you know?
Yeah. I'm gonna bang off them.
Just chill. No. Okay.
Oh, already did.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I wanted to die, you know? Fine. They're the only threat right now.
Yeah, they're gonna play. Don't pick. Just play time. They're gonna fight. And retire.
Look at this team there behind there.
Stay, fight. Let them fight.
They're pushing our right. They're pushing our right.
They don't see anger. They don't have angles on us.
Yeah, but we have to move before them.
No, we don't.
Where's our turn?
Pretty sure both of them have to fight.
Apart the turn.
There's no safe spot. They have to fight.
Let's fences her. Bang on. They should gen. Stay for me. Stay for me. Cut one. Almost brought the cut. I'm popping this off.
I'm popping about.
I'm baiting, I'm throwing nades.
Play top as much time as you can.
Yeah.
It's time for Go Next to drop down. LG control the wall. Slab falls, Noctum somehow, Noctum have won the fight. Monson stays alive, but LG come in for the win. What a finish from LG. And I hate to say it, Tiff, but what a wall to do it. Moving on over and taking this win right out of the arms of Go Next.
We had so many questions on what it was going to look like. Who would Noctum choose to rotate in? And their only decision was to go directly under Go Next. I can't help but think Go Next chunking so much of that ring damage before falling down. You were basically glass cannons the moment your feet hit. LG, Sweet, everything that they did with that wall, like you said, to time it to perfection. But not only that, the Newcastle wall to deflect a lot of the ordnance incoming from that front. And despite Go Next trying to take angles, hitting for 90, heading for their shields constantly, it just wasn't enough.
We get to see a really unique insight into how Go Next, how Luminosity played their game and had their dynamic in this end. Because Luminosity's win, yes, it's good. Noctum, by the way, we're going to touch on that, have had a fantastic game. But when it really comes down to end games, when it comes down to winning on things like Match Point on Sunday, LG had a read that Go Next did not. We saw that wall and went, well, this might let LG win the game. I was listening to Go Next comms. We all were. Go Next never really knew that they lost control until suddenly the ring was closing and they had no choice but to drop down and give LG the win.
Yeah, they were basically like, oh no, we don't have to move first. We're going to be fine. And next thing you know, oh no, they're jumping straight into the open arms or the open Mozambiques. Yep. Whatever it is, here's the top 3 damage from that as well. Noctum, an impressive performance here in match number 4 on Storm Point, especially with 11 eliminations, knowing that you just need a solid performance to make it happen.
And take a look at the compositions. Of the top 3 squads, there is only one Newcastle. There is only one team that could have played LG's position and won the game. Anyone else that stepped there, be it Go Next, be it Noctum, would have lost. Really important when it comes to these end games, finding wins in high pressure situations. It leaves LG at the top of the leaderboards, but I cannot say enough good things about Noctum, who have jumped up in the course of one game 10 slots. This is fantastic for them, as now, with only 2 games left on Storm Point to go, Noctum should be a lock to move in to the next round.
And they really should. When you look at Pioneers down there in 10th place, that is the cutoff. The top 10 move on, but that threshold is only situated at 20 points. Northeption, 1 point away. That is not a high barrier. We say it, one good game, you're looking at 20 to 25 points. Anyone can make that happen, Dia, but you've only got 2 games to do it. So after this break, y'all, we're gonna jump into the final matches of Elimination Round 1.
See if they can try to take it over them, but look who's lying in wait. But the bloodhound scan! Who are you fooling? The notch grenade after that to follow up Suzuki. A little bit out of the fight for right now. I'll try to pump the back, but actually disengages. Huge here as Leica is able to get right back onto the gravity lift to get out of the fray. And just like that, Navi.
Yes, celebrate Satsuki. That was incredible. I mean, yeah, they get scanned out, but you could see they had the utility at the ready.
Fight in the day. They look like they should have time to reset here. 9 Impulse's got to get that barrier up because here comes the third party Serenity. They want a piece of them.
Yeah, Serenity's so aggressive. They know that Aurora are weak and they are going to go in. They are going to shred. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Serenity have done the initial damage. Can they follow up? There's still a chance. And Aurora, oh, it's so close. Legacy with a slither of HP just survives, and Serenity will get the job done. No other teams in the area so close of surviving there for Aurora.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Break the drone, break the drone. If you can. I broke drone. They're underneath. Stay healthy. 80 on the height guy. They hit the jump soon. Batting. One shot.
We can get here, we can get here.
Play my Q, play my Q, play my Q.
Get against the rock, get against the rock.
Getting AMP'd. Q's gonna
get against the rock!
They broke it, they broke it, they broke it. Play Q. Hugging Q, they hit the jump soon. Just play slow on the Q.
Let's show. Back up the Q, actually. Back it up a little bit.
I backed up. They're jumping, hinting. Play slow on me. Swing top right now. Swing top right now. 1 dead. 2 dead.
Let's go.
Cracked. Perfect.
Come the fuck on, baby. Come the fuck on. This shit is free.
Well, it's a beautiful morning in Mannheim, Germany, or at least I think it is because I haven't been outside. I'm locked in the SAP arena with a ton of fans, and all I hear in the stands is the EXO clan fans. In case Swinny, we trust, Dia.
It's a nice time to be doing so, as there are a couple of games left in this next round to find out who's getting to move on and who is not. And I gotta say, things are looking tough, especially for those teams on the bubble that may soon be joining us. I'm looking at teams like Pioneers, like North Eption, who you mentioned just before we went to break. And I've got to call out SSE X-Ray here as well. Sitting in 9th place right now, SSE X-Ray are a fascinating team to watch as we move into our 5th match, the one on Storm Point. SSE X-Ray actually have one of the highest percentages of their points coming from Storm Point in this lobby, with 58% of their points coming on this map. The fact that they're in 9th now should bode well for them, since it should, in theory, Tiff, only go up from here.
On paper, that sounds great, Dia, but we've got to lock it in on the stage. And right now, LG in this series are boasting that 50% win rate, which you touched on earlier. Moving forward, this is only going to be proving beneficial. They're the ones that need to be able to lock down those wins on a final Sunday. And what are we chuckling on?
I'm just kicking myself right now because this morning when I was doing my predictions, I was like, you know what? I've predicted LG a couple of times.
True.
They haven't really come out on top, and maybe it's time to move on to somebody else. And as soon as I leave LG and go, you know what? It's going to be someone else. That's when they decide to dial it in. And I would say that I'm not mad about it. I am a little mad about it.
I mean, I'm not mad about it. I'd rather see the resurgence of LG sooner rather than later. And we saw them talk about maybe needing a couple more reps. Well, you got EXO Clan, K-Swinny right there on the stage with longtime duo slayers. Honestly, I saw them part ways. They come back together. And honestly, nothing makes me more happy than kind of going into the LAN with a long-term duo.
It does sound like the cheering has been working as well. EXO Clan are currently positioned to make it into winners, but their spot is not quite safe. Sitting at 6th place right now, a lot can change in the next couple of games, and EXO still will need the energy from the crowd to make their way into the winners bracket. As the next game starts up, we're looking at a different Storm Point, one that now has been marked by LG finding yet another win. It's not just 2 wins, a 50% win rate. It's the fact that they've done it on 2 different maps. LG are in control of the series, and so many squads need to claw their way up. Liquid, Fennel, Olympos, Striders, all facing elimination in the next 2 games in the next 40 minutes, Tiff, unless something drastic happens now.
And that's where you've got to lock it in. We get the oversight here of LG first in the POI draft, snatch up Pylon, and had a glorious rotation on over to downed Beast. That's a long journey here, but should we pull towards maybe that central area of Storm Point or even down to the south, it'll be quite more favorable, especially with that ring console spawn, to go ahead and have Sykes lock it in, find that early information.
And knowing exactly how this zone is going to pull, of course, will give Luminosity the best chance of doing so. The fact that they're already in Ring 1 bodes well, and their move into next zone should be a relatively speedy one. It's very likely with a zone like this that we see LG rotate out of Pylon and into the south, which will be especially interesting, Tiff, because LG and Liquid Alienware may very well be rotating into each other in a few minutes' time.
I think we got a glimpse at where that second ring is going, and you can see Guild over there in the mill, once again, inheriting a priority rotation straight into it. They can play from here for an exceptional long time. My only qualm with this is if you do inherit a zone like that, just think of how many people are going to look to get towards the mill, especially, I need to see, do they have a ring console? Because it doesn't look like they pulled one this time.
Noctum Scan, another team that I'd like to keep my eye on, given how aggressive they played in last game. Though it was not a win, Noctum Scan have all but secured their spot in the next round. And now they've got a different game to play. Moving over in Downed Beast, they were the kings of these small buildings. Noctum Scan now don't really have those same spaces to be able to utilize. There are buildings around here, but not with nearly the same safety as those that Downed Beast provide. And I can't help but wonder, what will Noctum do now that they have to shift their focus from one that is fighting in small areas to controlling open space?
Well, this is going to be tough, right? They hit the double evac play straight into the dead center of zone, and ExoClan move in towards where that IMC armory is. However, if Guild doesn't have that ring console information, they're going to have to rely on all the teams that are moving into this area to say, this is my read on where it is going. North Eption here. Now, a big question mark, right? This team has undergone so many legend composition changes, team roster switches, and has just been trying to prove themselves worthy of getting towards finals on Sunday. This is also the squad that when they first made their debut, they were notorious for taking all of the ring damage, that hard edge, but have worked to adapt into that more zone-centric playstyle so they could perform well on an international stage.
You can tell the nerves are getting to them, though. That Prowler was tap strafing around, and they were not quite able to finish things off in time. North Eption's rotation a bit delayed, perhaps, given that they start over in Trident and just now made their way into North Pad. Speaking of rotations, GHS are making their way through the north of Cedo and into checkpoint, something that will allow them a chance at a ring console and high ground advantage should they be able to make their way out of this valley.
Oh, GHS. This is going to be tough. You come on out of this, and FaZe is waiting, trying to take angles, and I have to imagine here, Cinetic on the bang. If we can lock down one of them, it would make things a little bit better, but it doesn't seem like we want to focus on that engagement and still diving towards the lower buildings here in checkpoint. Looks like a good Alienware making a regain, getting Yanya back after losing them out to LG early.
When FaZe was successful earlier on in this tournament, when they had that brief moment, and we're going to hold that because LG and Liquid Alienware have rotated into each other. This is looking bad for Liquid Alienware. Jaguares does not get to play Apex Legends today, and LG, hot on their tails, have pushed even more attention towards Liquid, as even Neazul and Yanya need to heal up in the adjacent building.
Yeah, but I love what ExoClan is doing. Look, we've got Fuda over there just constantly peeking, looking for information. At this time, you're going to sit there, you're going to watch that kill feed. If you start seeing trades and you know exactly what the situation ahead of you looks like, you bide your time, you third party at the right moment, and you go under the guise of the one-way shield battle with the shotties. But we got Team Liquid looking for angles on the top, but they just keep on getting damage. Neazul opens the door, grabs one, and makes it do that 2v2.
Given that Funk is down as well, this is all the more punishing. No Newcastle reset to come in. Sweet and Sykes have to commit to the fight, and they are outflanked. They are outmanned by Liquid Alienware, who had a double angle on this door. Sykes locking it. Finally does give Luminosity a chance, a reprieve, but a reset still evades them as Funk is down.
Yeah, I still always feel like somebody's watching me. There's a rogue drone out by the window just counting down the time to say, ooh, can we just EMP this? Regardless, they get Funk back up. They have the mobile shield down. They're barricaded in the corner and focusing on healing, which Liquid Alienware also needs time to do. 8 seconds for a med kit. Neazul just goes rogue. We take the building LG originally was in and just try to fend this off. We do have the banner, though, and we need a regain.
Nice movement from Neazul. Dodges a lot of the bullets in the air and makes it all the way out to supposed safety. Now, where Liquid Alienware are rotating, we still could have teams moving through a little bit later. In fact, FA Kids currently sit in Barometer, so Liquid Alienware have to be very careful about how much open space they take up.
I wouldn't hate them diving deep into Cenote and maybe playing for like a third ring scan and the respawn there or something of that nature. You've got a survey beacon. It'll give you a little bit of information and should be isolated. But for ExoClan, who is lurking nearby, they've set their sights straight onto Noctum.
We did wonder how Noctum was going to play the open space. It does not look like they've really retained a lot of control, since a team like Exo should not be able to pressure like this, especially as hard as they are. Exo's IMC, which honestly looks like a pretty safe place to be, is not going to be under a lot of threat. And with the pylon just off cooldown as well, Slayers can provide a lot of safety for EXO. It's a full kill, and the crowd gives a little bit of appreciation because the EXO fans in the audience are going to be very happy that the spot that EXO currently hold in the top 10 became a little more secure.
It really does, and I can feel like my entire body shaking every time they start jumping in the stands from excitement. But back on over to FACIT, one of the fringe teams looking to jump into the top 10. Now granted, just 3 points separating them. That is one team fight that separates you from advancing on, and getting caught out here would not be the way to do it.
That is a single member of Liquid Alienware, by the way. FACIT are in a 3v1 right now and got forced to reset as Liquid Alienware have fully split up to try and reset. It's Nazul, who unfortunately is caught behind this rock, and the Pathfinder grapple again takes him out to safety.
Move on him. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you just got to grapple away and pray, but Neozul is an actual pixel of health, and J Savage just needs to basically breathe on him, and it's going to be over for Neozul.
We're syringing. That's how bad this has gotten. There's absolutely no sustain here for Team Liquid. And now there's no escape. J Savage comes in. Nazul does get knocked, but it's given Liquid Alienware an interesting look at this game. Check it out. In the top of the screen, Liquid have given them the runaround, and well, we've traded out Nazul. We've now got a respawn going down a barometer.
Yeah, so like, look, it wasn't the respawn into Cenote that I would have asked for. They returned home, right? They drop in barometer. They know what the quality looks like. They run Newcastle. They can, wait, actually, no, they don't. They don't run Newcastle. They pulled off it. They're not going to be able to craft.
And FACIT, they jump in an evac tower and go, who's that respawning? Doesn't matter. Let's send it. Perhaps they know. But Liquid Alienware are being relentlessly hounded by the FACIT.
Not like this, Zidane. Not like this. Actually, do it. I love the chaos, and that's what we want to see. The energy of Elimination Round 1, where you do whatever it takes. But back to the mill we go. Guild called this place home, and, well, they didn't move. They've been here for an eternity, and Fennel is looking to take some space.
And despite the chaos of the early game, especially when we're talking about Liquid, we've yet to drop a team so far. Lots of kills, lots of drops are going down on all sides, but who will be that first squad to fall? It is Striders that go down at the hands of Guild. First blood is drawn in Game 5.
All right, well, we've got the high ground here, and the only thing you really have to worry about is the Dangles and Dreamfire. They just got to worry about more eliminations, but it's Team Liquid Alienware that cannot catch a break, and PETA here helps clean up another one.
And out in 19th, when they started the game in 16th place, really difficult and even tougher for Guild to have just gone down. Man, I said that we were running a relatively bloodless game, and all of a sudden teams start dropping like flies. Even Noctum is down.
It's a blessing and a curse to have a zone pull your way, and you can have that God spot, that nice rotation, but unfortunately everyone's going to seek to take it away from you. Now Fennel, Olimpo, Hellmeal, and North Eption still on the outskirts, navigating around Prowler Camp. Not a lot of space here, but at least with the triple take, we'll be able to put the pressure on the inside.
And these small kills have given North Eption perhaps not a chance to breathe, but at least the knowledge that they are in top 10 by a singular point. North Eption have to push this game for as much as it is worth, secure their position as Pioneers hope to do exactly the same. An isolated fight in Cedo could go their way. They've got eyes on both FACIT and X and Y.
I was gonna say, that top 10 for North Eption was at a cost for KCP. For FACIT, still fighting to get it. It's gonna come down to the wire. It's gonna come down to the Mozams, and the battle just towards the edge. J Savage, though, has to focus on hitting the heal up before going back in, but with angles from the high ground across the way in Cenote, this is going to be bloody.
X and Y, no shields, just one member left. Olimpo go down, and it's FaZe that collects the kills. FaZe actually, I predicted them coming into today. They haven't had games that are that hot so far, but it's not out of the question that they could qualify. Currently sitting in 15th place. They've now got a few more kills to pick up. And again, this being the 5th game, it could be their breath of fresh air.
Okay, so but the respawn beacon was just taken by X and Y south of Cenote into that, and FaZe, well, Synetic once again goes down off the rip here and has to worry about that. Yuchen has to get back on up to the teammates just ahead of that way, but knowing two squads here just north of them waiting for the exit.
It's so weird to see Synetic falling first as well, when back in EMEA regular Pro League season, he was leading the team in terms of damage, was sitting, I think, 4th in EMEA as this hard carry of his own squad, and now to be losing him in Game 5 on the verge of elimination, but in a LAN that takes place in EMEA. FaZe losing control is very confusing.
It really is, and it's tough, right? Once you get onto that international stage, you're just like, I can't put things together. The group stages, I couldn't adapt fast enough, but this is a squad that we have seen such promising moments from, and they're already getting that res back onto Synetic and haven't really lost too much on their rotation. Of course, they've got 3 squads ahead of them, and FA Kids have a whole nother battle when it comes to getting out of Cenote. We knew ExoClan hailed in that IMC armory across the water, but they're not the only ones. So making sure that you have the resources, especially Kiner, on the Dark Veil for the rotate.
And approaching from totally opposite sides of the ring as well. It's kind of funny to see FaZe, who had such a good split one, FA Kids, who almost didn't make it. Both Challenger Circuit teams from EMEA now fighting for their lives in the elimination bracket. Kiner gets shot in the back, still alive for right now, and turns around with the double Mozams. Still will fall. FA Kids, having lost one, may be able to recuperate as X and Y will go down.
Look, what they're doing is they're reaping, and one good game, we keep saying it, but we are putting pressure on the teams on the bubble. For Go Next playing from Godrock here, it's Kansas City Pioneers on the low ground, but a duo. This will not be good.
Yet another game where we've got an interesting zone prediction having gone on. Go Next put themselves in a fantastic position once more, and FA Kids, who barely survived this fight in Cedo, move down and have just a little bit of protection from Newcastle to survive. That is not enough. We are in the open with 0 cover, my friend.
We use a Dark Veil, we use a mobile shield, and we are basically in open water for half of that rotate, and Dreamfire, who controls the bridge, is just like, what are we gonna do? You see the bullets coming from like 17 different ways. You pop the drone out there, and Zidon cannot find that. You cannot peek at this point.
And it is not just FA Kids that are suffering. FaZe lost members as well. LG have made a really interesting move to control the gravity cannon here. I like it. Very safe. But unfortunately for LG, it'll mean they have to defend against multiple teams, ExoClan being one of them right next door. Will it be Exo? Will it be LG? Both teams looking straight at each other as the FA Kids go down.
Oh, but a rogue one takes down Swinny. North Eption here has to deal with Fennel from Mill. A very long-range engagement here. We had triple takes. We had those moments, and Taida should be okay behind there for now, but we do have to move. There's only 25 seconds to go, and SSE X-Ray will be the closest team towards them in that next zone.
SWQ wreaking havoc from up on high ground as well. With the Kraber, we're able to take out Swinny and deal a devastating blow to EXO. One that Reject Winity may just finish off, sitting in the previously held IMC armory from EXO. They're gonna watch it in the kill feed as EXO go down. The Kraber from SWQ destroying.
That is all the way from the eastern side of things. They're neighboring LG and still reaping for EXO. Reject Winity now taking that rotation that was originally held from ExoClan, and the Energized Dip with 50% damage reduction is one of the craziest plays for endgame in here.
This is the man.
A moment of silence, right? This Kraber has done damage to our lobby, and now I'm ready for a montage.
I'm watching that kill feed, knowing that another knock is inevitable. North Eption struggling for places to go, still don't have a safe space in this ring, and it's going to come down to a nicely timed EMP to open up a fight for them. Can North Eption make it work? Fennel go down, 9 squads left. North Eption take both sides of the rock immediately after finding a knock themselves.
Yeah, that nade finds one onto GHS. You can see just how low they are in the distance, and North Eption now Reject Winnie decide to join in. That is an Apex Central collapse on the eastern side of things. Ayanaga needs to stay healthy here, but unfortunately goes down as Colonel Garcia and Ein still up. But Donut, Yunling, can we make this work? Come on, make the Kraber shot work. The Havoc hasn't even been reloaded, and we cannot get out.
Donut going down after clutching the fight. Dreamfire now on the exit as well. Newcastle Shield saving them, but not for long enough. SWQ will fall meanwhile, as I Hate the World, unfortunately, is going to be stuck hating it a little while longer. Northeption slide on down to finish this kill, and Dreamfire suffer another loss.
I told you, this is one of those teams that we have been rooting for since their dawn on the international stage mere couple splits ago, right? Making it to Sunday for them would be such a boon, such a massive confidence boost. And Razy here, letting the triple take do the work, making sure that we can force some of the teams that have already found themselves in zone to be looked at.
And LG really in it on the low ground right now. They don't have the same advantage as last time, where suddenly Newcastle made their position playable. Very little can make a position when you are sandwiched between two teams playable. Northeption do not have that problem. Go Next, again, do not have that problem. Really liking the spot from Go Next. Can they keep control of it in sharp contrast to last game?
Very similar position for LG, right? They have to make a rotate in on the low ground. They're using the Newcastle wall, likely going to use the Dark Veil for that rotation, but look who's coming back. I Hate the World back on in. NTH with a rotation immediately set things up, and shall Go Next on the high ground, taking care of their gen. Too bad we don't have any nades right. Oh, wait, Razy's got us covered.
See what they're able to make happen with this, but Go Next losing control of this rotate is really, really bad. The fact that Northeption pulled this off is crazy when it's, again, exactly the same thing that happened with LG last game. LG, on their last legs, are going to be fighting things out with the Devo. Sykes is able to keep the team alive immediately after a respawn. SSC lose one. Tree Cleaner can't take the zone forever. In fact, he can't even stick around. SSC X-Ray are gone. 5 squads left.
And you have LG over there just making sure they can get the shield swaps. KCP, still a duo underneath. They've been able to get a top 5 finish from that early rotate as a 2, but Northeption with the angles here. However, the only thing I'm worried about, a lot of things have cost them here, and it's the ammo count. 60 for endgame.
And Northeption don't have a team really to drop down on. They can take a fight into Dreamfire. And hey, if this knock goes through, maybe that's exactly what they do. Just a solo here. A lot of loot available for Northeption, but it would come at the cost of giving up high ground, at giving Go Next that ultimate height once again.
I love that we've got all the ult excels and we've already popped them. Zip is ready for that final rotation, but this is one of those times where you almost need to force the other teams to fight. Pioneers, LG on the low ground, and Go Next and Northeption here on the height. But you know what they did? As soon as that Jenny was destroyed, they already had one on lock, which makes things very difficult here.
I can't believe Dreamfire have full reset. Dreamfire could find a way to win this game. They've got to zip up to the high ground. Northeption and Dreamfire are staring straight at each other. The round going to close, force these teams together momentarily, and look at Northeption. They're not sure what they could possibly do. Right now, a defensive EMP comes out onto Dreamfire. Northeption give up the wall, move a little further forward, and LG on the low ground give Pioneers no room to defend.
Well, they defend it quite nicely. Mobile shield to defend as well, and well, an EMP comes through. Kashera setting their sights, looking for angles, and Dreamfire cannot make the rotation. A shred of HP, and they go down.
Northeption now putting themselves directly under Go Next. Perhaps they can set things up with things like the Newcastle to be able to take a fight when Go Next inevitably have to drop down. But can LG and Northeption avoid fighting each other in the meantime? This is almost exactly the same scenario that Go Next had last game.
It is the exact same thing. Managing the jump down for them is going to be costly. When you have 2 of the same teams, well, how did it work out? LG won the last time, but Northeption wasn't there. Can we see a change of fate here when you've got the battle on the low ground? The mobile shield's out, the shotgun's in hand, and Funk goes down. The trades come through, and Sykes lets the Devo rip, but here comes Go Next.
And this time it works out. This time, Go Next grab the win. They came so close in game number 4, and Casero will not give up on perfect positioning into a perfect finish. This 5th game, fantastic. And absolutely the thing that will secure Go Next. We're already in a great spot. Another chance in the Elimination Bracket.
Oh man, it is so good to see Kashera there taking that victory. And it comes at a time when, you know, this is a roster that We always know that fight, right? The TSM Lightning Rod ending against Ascend. Kashera was there on that roster looking for a chance to get back up to a point on Final Sunday to chow for that championship trophy that one lucky team will hoist by the end of it.
And while we're so focused on what's going on for Go Next, how they're preparing for Sunday, let's drop down a few spaces because Go Next and Luminosity, they were fine coming into this game.
True.
Northeption absolutely were not, and what a performance Northeption was able to put on. It may not have been a win, but I'm looking at this and going, you know what, it's fine. It was a third place with a lot of KP to boot, and it should rocket Northeption up the standings. Perhaps, however, not quite to a place of safety. Northeption currently sitting in 8th at 32 points, are separated by only, I'm going to do math on stream, 8 points from being pushed down into the lower bracket again. While this game was good, it is not enough to rest on.
That is the scary part, right? If you're averaging anywhere from, 8 to 12 or so points a game, you would think that would be decent, right? But you can't leave anything to chance, especially with our top 3, LG in particular. 12 eliminations throughout that game in a second place. That's a 21-point game.
LG is just on something else right now.
We love it.
This very well could have been their 3rd win. If it hadn't come down to ultimately Northeption choosing to fight them, which I don't think was a bad decision, LG, we could be talking about them as the most dominant team to be coming out of, and we still might, the lower bracket. Go Next, also looking very good. I've really appreciated the way that they're able to play into end games. They're picking the right spots, and that, fortunately, is exactly what we knew Kashera for when he was at the top of EMEA so long ago.
Well, you gotta think, he was one of the original pioneers of that crypto playstyle in the EMEA region, and as soon as we started seeing all these players get onto crypto, and I was like, okay, this is kind of tough, right? So, regardless, has done exceptionally well here, and finding your final form, better late than never here in the Elim Round 1.
I'm liking how they look. Go Next should be fine. As we talked about, Luminosity also likely fine. A lot of teams still right on the line. Taking a look a little further down the leaderboard, we've got teams like Pioneers and FA Kids, who we were following as they tried to leave Cenote. Didn't quite work out for them. And this time, this will be the last game the teams like Pioneers and FA Kids have to make it in to that next round of the Elim bracket.
The final game on the horizon before the first 10 of our teams will be leaving the international LAN stage. Our series results, LG, they're safe. Go Next safe. And honestly, I'll give it up to Noctum as well. But that 10th place, SSE X-Ray at 26 points. That is a benchmark, but it's not over here because hear me out. SSE X-Ray, let's say they fall early. I don't want that for them. I'm not preying on anyone's downfall here. Even Striders with 9 points can put down one of the craziest games that we've ever seen and make that Hail Mary comeback. It's not over for anyone yet.
That's the thing about having to only make top 10 is that it's really almost never out of reach, especially when we're playing a 6-game series. Look a little further down the leaderboard, and I'm going to say, look at my prediction. FaZe Clan right now not doing too hot, but they've got the chance to make it in if they manage to find their strength just like Go Next did in the previous game.
Well, it's time to level up here because we have one more game to go for our players here looking to advance on to Elimination Round 2 later today. We're going to need the fans to get hyped and send them all of your energy. And for us, we'll catch you after this break. Oh, it's getting loud here in the SAP arena, or maybe that is still just the ExoClan fans getting hyped, but a beautiful shot of the trophy that could be yours, well, our players on Sunday, or maybe one of the fans too, if you can find it somewhere, you know, Dia?
If you can find the trophy?
I mean, it's right over there, right?
Yeah, it's... Hey,
someone can get there. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the ExoClan, man, they're causing enough chaos. It's a distraction. Go get it.
Disavowing this behavior. Do not get past the security guards. It is not okay. Don't cheer in the stand as long as you would like. I'm happy with that, but I get a little nervous otherwise.
I just say third party. Why not, right? But no, let's bring it back, guys, because we do have one more game here on Storm Point. We've already leveled the playing field. We know what you need to do. For the teams that are outside that top 10, well, one good game. That is all I am asking for, and it could be yours. LG has found so many of them. They're sitting at the top, 71 points, and no, 73 actually. Now my predictions are absolutely chalked, so congrats, Talon team. I'll try again later.
I wish that I could say that I felt your pain, but Tiff, I feel so much more. I have really not been nailing the predictions this LAN, and maybe I'll be able to bring it back as so many of these teams seek to do, as this last map coming up will be the final chance at Redemption. Go Next got 2 opportunities to do it with match 4 and 5. I can't help but wonder, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on them. Will they perfectly predict the zone in match 6 as well?
I mean, there's a very good possibility of it, right? I mean, Kashera has always had the ability to know that. Such an excellent macro play, as long as you have the information at the beginning, or whether you decide to play for that third ring scan or not. But a lot of our teams have been focusing on that quick rotate. Even KCP towards that end game. They rotated in despite being a duo, nestle in underneath Go Next, and since it's open water, no one could really full send until late game, and it gave them a top 5.
That play from KCP is arguably the only thing that's kept them in the conversation. They are barely in that talk for who's going to make it into tomorrow. And had they not managed to play things out as a duo, eliminate a full squad, and stay alive until 5th place, we could be talking about them as a foregone conclusion. Take a look, take a good hard look at every single player we've got on stage today. This could be the last time you see them.
Oh, I don't really like when you put it that way, but set your hearts ablaze here on the main stage for them, because it is now or never in match number 6 on Storm Point.
I can't help but wonder where this ring is going to go. Who's going to have the pressure put on them for when the ring pulls to you? It's our chance to succeed. It's our turn, and ultimately as well have to deal with not just the pressure, but the lack of loot that ends up coming to you. A team like Pioneers moving out from Echo HQ has not really had to face that, as we haven't had a whole lot of Echo HQ zones over the past couple of days. Instead, Pioneers have the opportunity to loot up at a fantastic POI and so often rotate up to the north, sometimes over to the northwestern side, and take a nice slow game.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong here, but if you're gonna find a gold light mag right off the rip, I do love to see it, especially after that recent patch. We saw the nerf on all the purple, blue, and north mags, and finding it right here and now, you'll love to see it, especially rotating out of Echo. You don't have to actually go too far for this zone, and making sure that you have the information necessary to do so. However, I'm looking around to see what's available. You've got Jurassic there, Dead Center, they got the ring console, and ExoClan is already on the move. With that next zone encompassing all of Command Center and Stormcatcher in particular, you know, we've seen so many times this zone go incredibly wrong for our teams.
The Dreamfire have a really nice chance to move up to Stormcatcher, because playing out of the north side of this zone can be really good. Basically, all of Command Center isn't going to be in. It's very unlikely that we'd go to the lift. Stormcatcher is a possibility, but I'm always going to advocate for playing out of height when you have the opportunity to. So teams like Olimpo, Dreamfire, and NoseFox that have the opportunity to move down towards formerly Thunderwatch should have a good chance of making it far into this game.
I think that's a solid spot for them to play from, clear out the north, and make sure that anyone that looks for that far north wrap, you can pick up those eliminations. For FA kids on the cusp are going to need to make sure they do everything necessary, even exercising trigger discipline, looking straight down the barrel at KCP Pioneers, but the jig is up, right? You already let it go, but you still grab on move regardless. Sometimes you need a wrap play in game number 6.
And losing Onmu, that's it. That's the end of the line. FA Kids, they may be running forward. Pioneers have got to be running back. If you lose everyone now, you go home. Gravity Cannon even takes Gen all the way out of here. Savage thinking about following. May still do it with the rest of the FA Kids. They pile on in, and they are on the hunt for that next bit of KP that FA Kids desperately need.
And KCP is one of those teams, right, that just barely skirt the line. They barely get in. They get to the international stage, and they're on a growth trajectory. But FA Kids, a last-minute decision to get them in here. However, we could see them go home after this in 12th place. They haven't been able to find the remnants there of Pioneers as they basically split up and go in 2 different directions. And now it's almost like a bamboozle has occurred.
With how quickly FA Kids moved on, they're also leaving a banner open behind them for recovery. Here they go on forward, looking for the last member of Pioneers, but Onmu is recoverable and Deeds is already there. Let's not forget that Deeds on Newcastle has also provided the rest of the team the opportunity to craft banners later, so even if Gent on Pathfinder gets found, Pioneers should be okay.
He's playing hide and seek over here. He's like, come on, I'm going to distract him. It's going to be totally fine. You just go craft me elsewhere and bring it back. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
I really wonder what's going to happen here. Pioneers can stay alive. It's hard to catch a Pathfinder, and even harder when you've got no real mobility of your own. Onmu's going to get back into the game, and we've already got lots of time burned by FA Kids, time that isn't spent focusing on looting up, getting into the next ring, finding other teams to capitalize on. This is a play that could very well come back to bite the FA Kids.
To me, it's kind of personal, right? Anytime I'm full sending a solo and just throwing everything else about the game out the window, sure, we're heading north, we're going towards the next zone, but I'm going to find this Pathfinder.
This is absolutely ludicrous. The fact that they've moved in, still not found Gent, and are moving through Pylon. Gent's not even going to have to die and be crafted. He's going to be able to walk and occasionally zip his way back to the rest of the team. Pioneers are back as a full 3, and all that FA Kids got for their trouble is a single KP. Not a bad thing. KP is nice, but that singular point is not going to help them, and it's certainly not going to push them all the way past Pioneers, who sit in the slot just ahead.
Well, at least they call off the engagement there and decide, let's focus on that rotation, because you know someone's going to grab wind of it. A team that also is known for making Game 6 comeback stories, Liquid Alienware. They catch this Evo cash for triple purple. But now, maybe we can take some angles onto FA Kids and find that necessary KP that they need.
Liquid Alienware nearly had the 2v3 of their lives against LG just last game. Didn't manage to pull it off, but this is still a team that I would not want to take a fight with at any point, especially now when it's completely isolated. Team Liquid Alienware and FA Kids, the only 2 squads in the area of either Launchpad or Lagoon.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, right? Because you have Team Liquid that essentially push FA Kids back towards Launchpad for that rotation on that eastern side up. Pioneers back in Pylon could decide, do we want to go towards this engagement if it does happen and essentially smash FA Kids in a sandwich, or do we just hang out towards that western side? It is honestly the perfect setup for KCP.
A lot of teams holding each other out in cases like this, with Team Liquid pushing FA Kids out on a further rotation. But you'll notice, or perhaps you haven't yet, that the rest of the lobby, again, I'm going to call it out, even more silent than we had it in games previous. This is an extraordinarily silent lobby. Nobody is even finding as many kills as they have. FA Kids, the ones that have given us the most action so far. And North Eption, on the hunt for that next squad, have managed to hit the survey beacon and should know that they are rotating right next to 2 teams. SWQ just above them. Will they now pick a fight with SWQ?
Oh my gosh, the aggressive nature, but we're going to jump right on over, at least find some cover, pop a shield cell, and then maybe take that fight up to SWQ. However, I wouldn't be shocked if they decide to disengage and start running, because right now everyone's avoiding any kind of fight.
That was a really weird play. North Eption knew that there was a team there. They had the survey beacon scan, and then they just walked away from the fight in a Trident. FaZe Clan pulling off a very different play, perhaps one that I find a little more understandable, given that they're up on high ground and they've got an angle onto the team below. Synetic needs to find an opening and does so, finding that initial shield crack with Arctic and Nags off to the side. It's Nags that is left to put even more pressure on. Arctic follows it up with an Arc Star, and you can see the buddy system they've got going on. Synetic is looking for openings. Nags and Arctic, it's their job to finish off the kills.
And he's already putting those piercing spikes on the climb up, so if they decide to, they're gonna immediately take that damage and drop back down. I wouldn't be surprised if Nags decides to go reinforce a door, but an EMP to boot. Does seem like it gets destroyed here because no one can Nags in. A limpo from the angles here. Arctic with a Sky Nade. Will it throw down the inevitable shield cracks they need? It does. A big one here from Arctic. That should be the opening sign for them to lay down some more damage. Arctic from behind can't connect.
Immediately a limbo scatter, so they do only lose one, but this reset is not going to be allowed. Arctic does go down. FaZe Clan should be able to cover this as a responsive EMP comes in, and it's Nosebox from behind that come in. This is FaZe now on the ropes. 2 down. They could be our first squad to go out, and should FaZe die here, they will end their journey in Mannheim.
I mean, they're sitting in 14th place, just a couple of points, and if I'm Synetic, I am just going basically as small presence as possible, because it's not just Nosebox coming in. You can see you've got Dreamfire over there in the distance that waltzes out of command center to take some angles, and even so, SSE X-Ray, Fennel coming in from the north also, you can see just across the way.
Synetic waiting for his time. This is so close, so tense for FaZe, who have no way out, who have no teammates. It's all down to Synetic, and this next ring is only going to push these teams closer together. Nosebox and Olimpo still right next door to each other, and Olimpo taking a slow reset, syringing up on Artini, have no resources with which to take an extended fight.
Patience.
Fox went back down onto the low ground.
I don't blame them. I do not blame them in any way, shape, or form. You have to think about what's going on that other side. LG and Thunderwatch. Hopefully other teams decided to make that rotate around. They're like, this is too unpredictable to make this move towards command center. We'll go elsewhere. But Fennel are a solo as well and outside the top 10. So Synetic and Kirihara are in the same boat.
So you already know that Fennel took the fight up against LG, lost it in pretty remarkable fashion.
No.
Now FaZe, suffering the third party earlier, may very well go down as well. I believe Synetic has got heals long enough to stay in the zone, but not if he's getting peppered like this. Needs to pop a syringe with only 3 left. I don't even know. I don't think he makes it.
Okay.
Synetic cannot survive this, and Olimpo makes sure that he doesn't. Sliding down and taking the kill. FaZe are gone. FaZe will no longer be seen in the playoffs.
Devastating for FaZe, but Olimpo in 18th place still have a chance to make it. For Team Liquid Alienware, they found themselves in a position where they can still gatekeep FA Kids. This is what they've been trying to do to make sure they find the eliminations that are going to be necessary on this southeastern side of the zone. They want to control this choke and clear out their back.
Northeption start making their way up this ring, pulling very far into the eastern side over by Stormcatcher. This did end up being a low ground pull, and Northeption need to make their way up. Energized zipline unlocked for Raze. He does make this rotation safer, if not perfect. It's going to be good enough, however, to get Taida and Raze on the same page, and Yuka follows them right up. KCP start rotating in as well, but it's Nosebox that go down. And unfortunately for them, sitting at 18th place to start the match, they also will no longer be seen here in Germany.
Well, it's Pioneers. Another question mark here, knowing they're in 11th place here. Let's get the survey beacon scan, see where everyone is, because it's all about that next rotate. We talked about it being on this lift side of things, that we knew it wasn't going to pull this way. So KCP with the zip start that rotation out towards the Spider's choke, but we know how many teams are on the south side of Stormcatcher.
And let me remind you of the terrors now in the north. It was LG up against Nosefox that took that fight. The same LG that has dialed in today, that has already won 2 games, and that now is so ruthless as to be sending these squads home. Fennel barely got out of a scrap alive with them earlier, and even now pulling off a respawn in plain view of teams like LG and Fennel below, or rather FA Kids below. I don't think Fennel are nearly close to safe.
We just have to get this down, put the mobile shield and send it. It is an all or nothing kind of play. When it was Cinetic for FaZe, there was nothing he can do, but Kiriara has banners, has the Moby, has the Newcastle wall for ult, and the teammates are coming back in towards the high ground. However, I love this position for them if they can maintain it, because what we know at home for the map view, this is so close to where the zone is pulling.
Got a few fights being picked, even a Horizon being picked, which is absolutely surprising me. Striders have sent it all to the wind, sitting at 20th place right now. We know that they need a miracle game. Maybe Horizon will be what makes it happen. Olimpo need a miracle, but they will not find it. It is Dreamfire that come in and ruthlessly eliminate Olimpo.
And Olimpo will not be advancing on to the elimination round 2, and Striders in 20th place hit that rotation in, and SSE X-Ray have fallen. They were intent, Dia. They were the line.
3 points are needed by teams like Pioneers and FA Kids to overtake SSE, remove them from the next round. Striders flying on in now, have Noxy on a sliver of HP, and it does not look good for them, as even this Skynade is unlikely to save them. Guess who's coming in to kill him? No, it's EXO from up on high.
But Pioneers are falling elsewhere as well. They're on the 11th place threshold. There is too much happening with our bubble teams that a Hail Mary play for Striders, if they could just stay alive, but they're down to a solo, and they're not in, and no way to get banners.
I can't believe that we're sitting here with a Horizon last alive at this point in the playoffs. Striders have very little to work with, and I mean that in terms of space, in terms of legends, in terms of ability to remove yourself from a situation. The only thing that's keeping them in the game right now is that no one's looking for them.
SWQ have fallen. Eliminated in 16th place. They were in 6th place, Dia. 37 points sounds like a lot. You might feel like you have a buffer, but anything can happen here. And X and Y with a mother load on top of Stormcatcher, and FA Kids here on this side, still looking for that rotation, still heading towards Fennel.
Check it out on the right-hand side of your screens. This is how ridiculously close it is, and X and Y seek to take fate into their own hands up against GHS Professional, who were in the elimination round and will now be taken out. GHS are gone, and it's X and Y that does it to them.
I mean, we're climbing spaces, but elsewhere, Striders has fallen. Another one taking an early exit here, as they will not be moving on, but knocked them despite going under fire underneath Stormcatcher. They sit in the top 3.
This aggressive play from X and Y is just what they need, though. In fact, it's the only thing that will take them into the games later today. X and Y, who sit in 15th place, 19 points to their name, need to hit at least 27. North Eption pulling off a res right now, keep themselves in the conversation. 34 points. It could be, it should be safe, but will it be enough?
But Gent in the distance right there, the lone standing survivor of Pioneers. X and Y on the Hail Mary, the Mastiff around, and we're picking up even more eliminations. We are so close. 7+ points are needed, but we have to get out of this.
Noctem scan being taken out is fine. Noctem know that they're locked in for the games later.
Y.
Guild, however, Guild may be a different story. X and Y drop down, and having already lost one, it could be Guild that turns this around on them. Johnny finds some good shots, slides on over the wall, and needs that last one, but loses his teammate. And no! X and Y go down!
Wit only knows how many they've had, but North Eption still on the south, set their sights on the remainders of Guild. We knew the collapse that was going to happen, but with teams in 8th through 10th place, down and out, FA Kids can do enough. They've moved up to 11.
FA Kids
and
1 point. They need 1 point.
Go.
Finish the
We
kill.
need the
Somebody
ball.
finish the kill. North Epson go down, and FA Kids at 27 points move up the leaderboards and should be locked in. They get taken down. What is happening? FA Kids, please.
Pioneers have fallen. Pioneers have fallen. Liquid Alienware, we are getting eliminations. They are going to be the next threat alongside Fennel to potentially usurp FA Kids with 30 points.
Liquid Alienware are rocketing up the leaderboards right now with Fennel. They have the chance to do it. 21 points. 30 is the cutoff that FA Kids gathered before they fell. Can Liquid from the low ground keep hope alive?
We need a win for Liquid Alienware.
Fennel are
and
down.
Fennel have been eliminated. We need the leapfrog, but Dreamfire down to a duo here. More than safe with their points out towards the left side, but it's LG who own all of the space. The rotate down from what was known as Thunderwatch to control the zone. We could see another win from them.
Liquid Alienware have to win every fight. They have to gather every kill, and LG are already picking the fight with Dreamfire up on high ground. Team Liquid are the last team that could push themselves into contention. Dreamfire go down. 3 squads left. Liquid so close to making this happen. Let's take a quick listen in with Team Liquid.
Acabo de revivir. El equipo de la derecha es un dúo. Full focus al equipo de la derecha. Full focus al equipo de la derecha.
Me echa va.
No tengo balas, no tengo balas. ¿De qué? Pesadas. Ten. 40.
Ya cayó uno. Cayeron dos enfrente.
Reviviendo dos.
Acá, no le tengo ángulo a uno de ellos.
No sé qué red, por izquierda y matarlo.
Sí. Este está solo, creo, le puedo meter full presión.
Métele presión.
Justo.
No tengo vale, me falta cuarto. Tenemos tiempo. Cuarto para el wall. Ya tengo wall.
Tu espalda,
Ok.
Tienes que seguir avanzando, sigue
avanzando full.
Tienes uno NK y lo remató.
¿Tienes globo?
No llevo. 40, creo que es la Watson que revivió, así que...
Da vuelta del otro. Se bajó derecho. Aquí me lo. Sí. Te casi vuelto. No, se me va a cargar la ulti, aguanta. 2 segundos. Tengo guardias también, yo tengo guardias. 2 segundos y se me carga la ulti, vángalo, ¿ok? Tranqui. Tenemos todo el gas también, ¿no? Ya se me...
Team Liquid are 2 points away. It's they and LG who lie on the opposite side of this rock. Team Liquid are so close to pulling off a miracle tip.
I mean, it could happen. They are one of the teams that have done this time and time again in Game 6. Hey, the wall, whatever you've got to do, we expended early, but it's just a duo from LG, a 3v2 to change your fate here. And the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, Yanya brings in the Rolling Thunder, the Newcastle wall, but we swing in with the Prowler. We let it rip, Smash goes down, it's Liquid Alienware for the win.
Team Liquid make it, moving up with a win at the last possible second tip. Es un milagro.
They did it, Dia. They did everything that it took. You can see the vibes in that camp. Pistillo celebrating with the boys. I mean, if I'm them, my heart is just, I don't even know. I am shaking, Dia.
I cannot believe they did it. And it's just the first. The craziest thing about this TIFF is that it is just the first step. Team Liquid have been struggling all tournament, and in the last possible second they make it through, and they've still got games out of them to qualify to Sunday. It is ridiculous that they've made it on in, but they keep flying the banner high, not just for Luminosity, but as so much, or not just for Liquid, but as so much has come back to this team. Team Liquid continue representing, being the only team to represent Mexico here in Germany.
And they get to keep on going on. Yeah, that's right. Show it. 10th place. It doesn't matter what you end up with, so long as you're in that top 10, my guys.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed.
Liquid
will move on. And think about what they overcame, the teams literally that they overcame here. Pioneers, SSE X-Ray, both teams that very nearly made it. FA Kids, so incredibly close as well. This was a victory that came at the cost of other squads and their dreams. Team Liquid do take this into their hands. And man, they are not the only ones. We will be sending 10 teams onwards, Tiff, but everybody's got to be talking about Team Liquid and the impossible journey they just went on.
Some dreams may be crushed, but others, hope lives on. They live to see another series, and I've got to kick things back on over to the desk because we've got a lot to talk about, guys.
We certainly do. Heroics late game from Liquid Alienware to steal the show and claim a spot in the upcoming Elimination Bracket Round 2. Their dreams not yet crushed here yet in Mannheim. Thanks for joining us here back on the desk. Rain Day, Snipe Down, Graceful. It's time to digest what we just witnessed. Those were the moments, though, Snipe, that you live for when you're at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, this is the day where you have heightened emotions. That's it. You know, you don't have another opportunity after this. At least in the group stages, you know that you have that, you know, kind of fall back a little bit. But now, that was probably the most hyped match of or most hyped game of the entire tournament so far. And I'm proud of Liquid. 13 points all the way up to 33. That's exactly what they needed. And let's see if they can carry that momentum forward.
It gave us that perfect moment to end on because it was not going to be done until they closed out the win. Sometimes graceful, a few points, the kill, the solo from Guild would have done it, but no, they had to win that fight against LG. And you could tell Yanya turned on the boosters. He said, it's time for a show. Great performances from Liquid Alienware. LG, again, with another 20-point game. They certainly do more than enough to top the leaderboard as well. Guild, Dreamfire, and Finnell rounding out the top 5 there. Some notables, Go Next Esports here in 13th on that game. Northeption, they've been playing very solid 7-pointer. And ExoClan, they do enough with 7 points to move forward as we look towards our series results. Our top 10, that left side, will be going on to play against the bottom 10 of the upcoming winners bracket finals. We will show you that game, that series, right after this. And you can see the left teams, they'll be waiting, having a break, wanting to see who they're going to be going up against. Again, LG dominant, but our second place team, Go Next Esports, had a great day, a day we had been expecting from them maybe from the beginning, but it's better late than never. And I'm sure the man on the desk with us right now, Mr. Kashera, agrees with us. Welcome to the desk, Kashera. How you doing, man? Congratulations on making it to the next round.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing great. Finally.
Finally. What does that mean to you in your words? We know we have expectations of you, but is that what it means, finally playing the game that you feel you should be playing?
Well, yeah, like we worked really hard, really hard, like every single day, and we were doing good. We had a plan, and feeling that nothing was working at LAN, that you worked so hard, and every time we tried to do something, like something happened, and we couldn't like commit. It was definitely hard, and like even in the first game, like Kai was getting very emotional because he was feeling powerless, and we all had to come together and just game by game, and we knew that once it clicked, it was going to be fine because we know that we can play like this and we can be consistently like this, but the team is very young. They both have 19 years old. Wow. Kai is his first LAN experience. He started playing Pro League this year. So it's a process. It's a learning process for everyone, for me as well. But yeah, like it's amazing, I guess.
That's a wonderful discussion of a question as we hear some fans in the crowd right next to you screaming. You know, in terms of my eyes of what are you doing when things don't go well? But you talked about it. You guys come back together. You find a way. You have this kind of maturity that is the leadership your team needs. As you move forward now, looking ahead to Elimination 2, what are your thoughts on what you're going to need to get the job done then? Because it's a whole new challenge, and it's going to be teams that are coming out of winners bracket.
Yeah, like especially when you work, you have a plan. There's nothing more than we can do that. Just stick to the fundamentals. Just try to communicate as much as we can, help each other in every single situation, and just try to be a team. Like individually bringing your best gameplay every single game. And if you can do that individually and collectively, like things will work out. And if you don't, like you just keep going until we're knocked out of the tournament, until there's no more games. I told them like from first to last, it doesn't matter. Like just keep standing. And when they say, hey, Go Next is eliminated or there's no more games, okay, that's fine. Or Go Next win.
I love it, man. Drop a trap beat underneath that. Show some workout clips. You got like a motivational video that's scrolling on the TikTok. I think that's a great way to approach life. It's a great way to approach the game. You guys are demonstrating that as well. Congrats on that.
Yeah,
we'll speak to you a little bit more as we go through some circles. But right now, we've got our main man down on the floor, Mr. We the People, standing by with Sweet.
Rain Day, thank you so much. We are here with the Losers Bracket 1 winner, LG Sweet Dreams. Soak that in. Soak that in. Dude, I got to say, yesterday you guys placed 12th, 10th, and 13th. Now you guys just won 2 games. You won the whole thing. What did you guys work on overnight to make sure you were locked in for today?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were right on the edge of being top 10 consistently, but we were just like, we were hit hard with the meta change, and we're playing characters that people aren't confident in. So, yesterday we just talked about what we can do to put ourselves in the best spot, even though we're not comfortable with the meta. And we, consistently put ourselves in that spot, and today it worked out.
I mean, it definitely worked out. So, dude, you're known as one of the top IGLs in the world, the #1 for micromanaging, right? Won so many online tournaments, but you have not won a LAN yet. Is this the one?
Yeah, I think with the meta right now, it's as much of a crapshoot as it's going to be in LAN. I can't say I've never been this confident because I've been way more confident in the past, but, my teammates step up to the plate when they need to, playing different characters, and if we draft correctly, it could definitely be the one.
I'm feeling it. LG on top. So speaking of micromanaging, right, like I said, you're the best in the world at that. How did you get that skill? Is it from your H1Z1 days?
No, I mean, I call it a blessing and a curse. It's not like I enjoy doing it. Like, leading and stuff kind of just comes with whoever can do it, Definitely wasn't born to be a leader, but kind of grew into the role. And micromanaging is just something that, you grow over time. It's hard to pinpoint where it comes from, but I definitely have it.
All right, a leader you are, man. Crowd, make some noise for Sweet right here. Desk, back to you.
You gotta love it. Sweet taking some time on the broadcast. Always appreciate it as we get back to this desk here. Kashera joining us. We got superstars all around North America. Mia going at it. As we transition a little bit into some of the paperwork we've got to figure out, we had a great game, last game, right? Let's recap that a little bit. I want to walk through your thoughts on that final game. Kashera, obviously watching. You guys got 13th, so you saw that whole lobby play out. But Liquid Alienware needed that win, and they got it at the very last second.
Yeah, I don't know when the clip is gonna start, but we watch actually Liquid POV the entire time.
Did you really?
Yeah. So the place awareness, the positioning awareness that they had the entire time, and needing to be cold in the moment, knowing every single decision, every single angle, knowing the threats, the active threats. They read the game perfectly. They utilized the crypto rezzing the team and creating that chaos on top of the hog to get the better positioning on it. And they just played it perfectly. They wrapped around, they got the high ground, they got the best position to fight the last team. And they're a great team. They're one of the best team fighting teams in the game. And if you give them all that advantage, they're gonna take it.
Yeah,
It's just
definitely.
simple.
Liquid has been looking so strong now that, they're actually being proactive again. They're not just being reactive. Like you said, when the rest came down, they knew that, hey, we actually have to win to make it through. And they just, started flanking, like you said, taking upper position. They actually tried to flank left first, backed off because they were like, hey, this is a bad fight. Came back down, swung against the right, came from high ground and closed out the fight and managed to, slip in straight on a banana peel.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too, Kashera, I don't know how much time you had with the drafts, seeing how the drafts went yesterday. Do you feel anyone got particularly, as we kind of look towards winner's bracket, benefited from that draft, or anyone you felt kind of underplayed their hand there, didn't get what you would have expected them to get?
I think so. Like most teams, you kind of prepare for every single situation. If you're on top, mid, or lower of the barrel, and you just have to be able to play from good POIs, bad POIs. You're always gonna be able, regardless of the position that you have, to prioritize one good POI in one map, because and kind of give away on the second one. But even I think any team can do good from anywhere in the map.
Yeah.
And most teams, they have a plan for every single situation. So, I would say, you can expect, when you say, is it expected?
Yeah.
Kinda. We worked on that. Every team, when we're screaming, especially when the draft is not done, it's just random. We just keep picking, different things and, having different neighbors. And I guess we can see every single team doing good anywhere.
It's an amazing, I think that's the biggest hit, right, guys? As we kind of wrap up here on the desk, quick final thoughts. It is going into winners finals. There are a lot of drafts. Some got the better and the worst tonight, but anybody can win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think we just saw it right there, just the kind of hype that we can lead up into it. I'm genuinely curious as to how much that 30-second draft that we talked a lot about yesterday really did affect these teams in their draft. So I'd be curious to see how that unfolds going into the future.
Grace, any quick thoughts before we head into winners?
Different neighbors, different macros. I'm hoping to see some teams have the success. You know, Cashier with Go Next now have had that something just clicked and it keeps working. And I hope teams get that.
Well, speaking of winners, we've got winners bracket coming up right now. In just a few moments, we're going to be transitioning into our second series of the day to bring the schedule up for you so you can see it visually. Our winners bracket begins in just a few. Quick little thought on winners is this is really where you get to see the teams who have been performing across the entire group stages battle it out. We'll see who are the top 10 that will make their claim for match point finals and find themselves waiting for the rest of the evening, watching Elimination Round 2 at the end of it as well. We've got a POI draft that'll be happening in between that. And I did mention a quick question to you about it, but I'll go again. Did you watch the POI draft that we did yesterday? You were probably playing / drafting. I don't know if you watched it back, but what are your thoughts on the POI draft in this split and how it's kind of changed Apex?
Oh, the POI draft, for me, is amazing.
Amazing, you love it.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, like you can actually create a plan from start to finish without worrying about like, oh, like, am I getting griefed the next game?
Yeah.
Like, especially for those teams when you get to game 5 and 6 in the elimination stage, that you are on the cutoff and you know that a team on the bottom needs to do good and needs you to do bad. And am I getting landed on? Is my plan just get thrown out because someone wants, I don't know, to mess with us? And to have that, like, I guess, safety net to just prepare your game and, like, you're gonna do your plan regardless. Of course, like, Apex is Apex, like zones and everything. But it's another variant that we don't have to deal with, and it's another aspect that we don't need to stress about it. And yeah, we just need to focus on, we can be more focused about our plan.
You know, it's like me. When I can get my dry cleaning done before we do these events, I don't have to worry about all the outfits I'm going to be bringing in my bag, right? Doing laundry. It's a pain. I feel your pain. All right, but no, the POI draft, he loves it. Kashir, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts, man. It's been great. Really insightful hanging out with you, so good luck in Elimination Bracket Round 2. We'll see you there. Grace will snipe. We'll see you a little bit later as well. Snipe, you're taking that next set off, but you'll be back in the evening. And we got a special guest coming up in this next set, so stay tuned for that. Make sure to follow Play Apex on all of our socials as well to keep up to date with who our special guests are when the events are rolling, and that's of course at Play Apex Esports on X. So go ahead and follow us right there, and if you're watching, twitch.tv/PlayApex or Play Apex Esports on YouTube. All the best places to find all your Apex content needs. In just a moment, we will be coming back after this short break for Winners Bracket Finals. 10 teams will book the official first tickets to our Match Point Finals Sunday. Let's find out who it is.
Dono gets the knock. Jen goes down. Dono gets 2. He wants to take out KCP himself.
My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire. Never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke.
Now from the skies, from the dropship, Guild will be your champion. Somehow, Noctem have won the fight. Marsden stays alive, but LC come in for the win.
Dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire. Never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
target here.
Lights out. You fought well, but I grew up in these territories. You gotta take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
I'm Steve Young, lead level designer.
My name is Eric Canavis. I am the BR Systems lead on Apex.
My name is John Larson. I'm a designer on the Legends team.
My name is Ian Holstead, and I'm the designer on Alter.
My name is Evan Nikolic, and I am the design director for Apex Legends.
I think Apex is the premier competitive battle royale. And so I think it lends itself to just showcasing itself really well in competitive settings like LAN.
As a gameplay designer, when you get a group of the best pros in the world together, all playing in one match, it's the closest we have to a simulation that has very little errors. These players just don't make mistakes.
They show us how great the game can be. They inspire us to make the game better. They inspire our players to get better.
Being able to get involved with the hype and watching them play across these maps that we've spent so much time making has been just awesome.
Seeing Apex being played at this level is just crazy.
It means a lot to me to know that we're reaching out to other nationalities and regions across the world and that they're enjoying the game that we're working on.
I was just in awe of the number of people that had traveled from so many different places to come together to just celebrate and watch this game.
Meeting people who've come all the way from Europe, from Asia, and seeing a really diverse group of people who are just so appreciative of all the work we've done.
It's so fulfilling seeing all of your work sort of come together to this big, huge, exciting event where, you know, all these people are really just so dedicated.
It's humbling to just witness the fact that we're a global game.
I've been working on Apex for a long time, almost 5 years now, and it's very easy to forget the impact that the game has. It makes it all worth it.
It's super inspiring to see so many people embrace and love Apex, and you know, stokes that fire to keep putting in the effort.
Day in, day out, you're just putting in the hours working on the game. I mean, I love it, I'm passionate about Apex. But then you go to an event like this and you're like, oh, this makes a big impact.
I have really loved meeting all the influencers and fans and getting to hear their feedback and stuff too. It's been really special.
Thank you for engaging with it. Thank you for playing it and talking about it and just being a part of such an amazing community. It's one of the most incredible gaming communities that I've ever really been a part of.
Seeing people excited about your hard work is just so fulfilling. It really means the world, and Apex wouldn't be what it is without our players and without our fans.
With game 13 on their backs.
No way! No way! Twisted Mind! So eliminated.
I got this. I have come to save the day.
Alliance are reigning supreme, and look at the amount of space they're commanding. They wrap in behind. The spray coming in from effect is devastating as he takes down 2 members. Does Alliance look to close? They're just sitting, watching, waiting.
Well, look at the space that Alliance now have. They have swept the entirety of the south side.
Yes. Stage players, the boys that could never get it done, the boys who always game in their hand, as it's now their chance. The Alliance will do it! Boys, what's going on, everybody? I am here with the Esports World Cup Apex Champions.
had the kitchen set up. We had the water boiling. We cut the onions. We're about to be cooking. We're about to be cooking. Hello everyone, this is Nasky from Kansas City Pioneers, and this is Cooking with Nasky. It's time to cook. We're here in London for the Split 2 playoffs, and today I'll be cooking an English breakfast for my teammates Del and Sane. And at the end of the meal, they'll give me a rating out of 10. Let's take a look at the ingredients that we got. We've got the tomatoes, the beans, the mushrooms, the eggs, the sausage, and the bacon. I'll get the final things prepared, and then it's time to cook.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna get us sick.
During the cooking process, my teammates are gonna quiz me on different quotes from ALGS tournaments in the past, and I'm gonna have to guess who said that quote. But first off, I think we start off cutting up big vegetables.
Okay, Nasky, first question. We be chilling out here. Be stretching and we're just hanging off railings.
Nah, that's you, Sane.
That's not.
That's gotta be you.
Nah.
I can't think of anyone else but you. It's an EU player.
No.
NA player.
No.
Top NA.
No.
Not NA.
No.
Onyx.
No.
Moist.
No.
So it has to be Apex South.
Yeah.
No, wait, let me flip the sausage.
It's gonna fall out, bro.
That.
Bro, very, very famous Apex South player.
Zero.
Yeah, correct.
It's Zero. Oh, yeah, okay.
We be chilling out here. This is out here stressing and we're just hanging off railings.
Bro, no way Zero says that.
Yeah.
The only thing Zero would be saying is, what the are you doing, Jim Burton? The sausage pop. It's too late to go back now.
I like to eat apples and bananas.
Listen, I think we all know who that is, but let me bring some backstory. That is a guy who was on the brink of a mental breakdown. It is the one and only, the CEO, Imperial Hal, of course.
Correct.
I like to eat apples and bananas.
Next question. We are vibing, boys.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
That's gotta be me.
Yeah.
I say that all the time.
Yeah, that's you.
It is me.
Yeah.
We're vibing, boys. This is some cash money type right here. Honestly, give me a kissy. I love you so much.
EU.
No.
Give me a kiss, I love you. Monsoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be Monsoon.
That was a good guess.
As soon as there's kissing with boys involved, it's gotta be Monsoon.
Honestly, give me a kissy. I love you so much.
How's the bacon?
You know what? British bacon sucks. It doesn't get crispy. It's just pink.
All right, next one. Yeah.
That's me a chance. That's me a chance. Yeah, baby. We were cooking at champs, can't lie. Let me get you guys your plates, yeah? Voila.
I'm not eating that.
Yeah, there's no chance.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Wait. How about now?
Still no chance, bro.
What do you mean?
0 out of 10.
It's a good meal.
Nah, it's 0 out of 10.
Well, guys, it's been another perfect episode on Cooking with Nasky and another perfect meal. I hope this inspired you guys to cook outside and inside of the game. I'll see you guys next time with Cooking with Nasky.
お前、嘘やん。やば。強すぎや。お前強い、今ね。やば。
右見るよ右見るよ。
乗ってきてるもういるもういるもういるもういる。
バンガ来てる。バンガやったもう一枚オッケーもう一枚オッケー。
ゆっくりゆっくりゆっくり。
オッケー。バンガ来てる。
左前左前左前。
左前行くよ。やってる。
めちゃめちゃ余ってるか余ってるか。
Max manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground, but you talk about the mobility. The stick
no
on the
shot.
Armstar again. Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my God, flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny. 3v3. Domes have been placed. A little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push. The call is made. It's Elevate. Massive in hand. Sleep goes down. Nellis. Ben has to go huge. Nice shot's going to be put in. A 1v1. Oh my God. Ben, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is going to do it. Elevate wins. Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate. They needed that. This team was in last place.
The picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero! Can it be for Reignite or Dreamfire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out. Dreamfire gets the win, and Heartbreak for Reignite, yet another second place.
さあ結果的なスピットファイアで落とされました。さあ圧がダウンしています。 V3 は残り2人。ただアルファティもそろそろこの後とてもの素晴らしいウィングマンです。さあ下からラグゲーミングがこのタイミング仕掛けてくる。まだ V3 は落ちきってはいません。
ただラグゲーミング投げ物温存してたの非常にいいですね。
はい。さあアルファティラ君はしっかりとターゲット絞りながらいいピースキーパー。さあここでラグゲーミングを落としきりました。さああとは V3 との1対1。アルファディラ君はスプリット1のウィーク1から連続チャンピオン記録まだ続いていますが、セリーだけは残った。上に入る、裏から見るノックダウンの1対1。最後は取り切りましたセリー。
Look for nades.
Close to goal.
That's close. It's terrible. It's terrible. Fine.
Are you safe on you?
We have to go past it.
I might die to it. I died to it. Are you serious?
Go to the rock. Joe?
Yep.
Can we punt?
Look at that Valk. Can you get me? Can you get me?
I'm resing him.
Stick it. Bombing.
He's gonna go.
Give ult. I can give you ult.
They're on our left side.
Ult there.
They're gonna have to jump soon.
Give you ult on us as well.
Just tank it. In the air. Take it up. Chill, chill. It's eating it.
Yeah.
No bubble! Just chill! Shoot left!
Left! Crack the givey!
Last guy!
One guy! Hey, Viv!
Let's go!
You got a wall from over here, Pricey, and you gotta just cut everything off here, okay?
I'm
They're gonna find side! They're gonna find side! I'm back to zero.
They're all inside. They're all inside.
We look to wipe them.
Walled.
They're going my door. I can kill the solo, I think.
Okay, Walty, on you.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo.
Yep.
Did you glue the door?
I have glued it. I've glued it. I cracked the solo.
Oh, you passed it. Nice. Wait, get crew down.
We're in the zero.
Like, get your spikes down.
I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Set it!
Dead!
What?
Almost got! Go, boys!
位置関係は 上下というエース。
うわー
さあクレーは再びツーブイ戻してもう一人覗いてないぞエインボット。パブゲーミングが暴れて最後取り切りました。エイムボットのクレーバー火を吹いた。ただそこは最後の激戦区、ここを取りに行くか。強引に集めて当てていく、取り切る。さらにもう1チーム一旦引きます。
さらにアーマー落ちてますからね、
はい
これ中に。
さあかわしてアーマー拾ってフレッシュな状況、バスを奪えれば大きいが、クレイジーラクーン大量キルでのチャンピオンか。バス中はしっかり返したいところですが取り切った。ジャンプから2チーム強引に抑えました。なんとも強引な着陸になりましたクレイジーラクーン。
バス手前張り付きが、いやでもここちゃんとケアしてますね。
しっかりケアします。落ちました。さああと1人落とせば1対1。待ち構えてるの R/R クローバー
落としましたね。
さあこれで最後の勝負になります。
さあこのゼダーゼージのアルティメットによってR/R クローバーの車線がもう伸ばせない状態、縮こまってますから、これでセリー選手の車線伸ばし結構効いてきますと思うよ。
さあ10キル以上すでに上げているクレイジーラクーン。ドームが回戦の合図。 R/R クローバーこれを返し切ることができるか。いやラスが2人落としている。そのままチャンピオン。
파밍하느라 모를 거야. 신경 쓰지 마. 정신 없어서 몰라.
깔아줬다.
니? 몰라 애들. 내가 어차피 지나가니까 니한테 맞아도 돼.
니한테 맞아. 요 저 엉덩이도 이상한 새끼 있다.
야. 나이스. 도망가.
풀소 보이 보여.
도망가. 니한테 맞아.
가만있어. 한테 맞아. 한테 맞아.
됐어. 욕심 없어.
나이스. 나이스.
여기 진짜 가만히 있어. 이거 안 나.
나.
5등이면은
Spacer.
So
Okay. Maybe go up here. They're pushing you. Yeah. One far left. High low. Flying go. Bob dead.
Batting.
Back. Car hard. One shot. I'm killing this guy. Get up. He's low. We win this. No, one side. They're both low, Yuki. You win this.
You win that. Nice.
Right now for Complexity, they are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their third win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away the high ground. He took out one. Hal's left on the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game and this is how you end it?
Genius finish from Hal. He's going to Wraith portal his way. It's going to be a heal off to finish. Hal enters a portal. The other team does not have a Wraith, and TSM wins.
A spot off of, and J-Lings, you can see down to 1 now. Zane, he's probably thinking we need to fight the team, we need to watch our backs. He was hoping it was anybody but TSM in that situation.
Honestly, TSM might just be able to walk into this circle, but they've just got to be careful of what's coming in from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 with the 1 clips, he's gonna make it 3! Zane, you are a maniac!
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3 in the vicinity, and they are not going to allow XZ to get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive, still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh!
It's the right call here, and it's one that Danish have made moments before. Young Hong Kong going to be able to very quickly heal up with the gold shield on the low ground, but Zane takes him down. It's a 1v1, and through the wall we come. Zane! He saves Pioneers and takes out Danish.
Go down to try and keep K-Swinny alive in all of this madness.
Circles closing. This is where utility is absolutely crucial. Stick it, you've got the gold as well.
He's gonna get it.
This should work out. E6, they are healthy. There are 2. You may only need a 2 in this final circle.
ExoClan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with a Kraber. It can do so much, but Peekaboo. Oh, Swinny! No scope with a Kraber. Amphi's going to go in and try and finish off the damage as well. And E6 live for now.
Is Swinny going to be swapped? Gets the shield swap. Gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, Melee does it. E6, they go down, but they've done enough.
Got it. Here we go. The Reds coming out. He's looking for the armor shot for the boy, too. He got one as well for the Loba ulti down.
He's going to pick up an armor and a gun.
Can they do it?
Good shots there from Nathan.
My God, he is putting down massive damage right now, 2,100. This is the prime energy that we all know and love, baby. Sweet Dreams is calculating every possibility of this endgame here in his head. He is levitating in the stadium above the fans. Here we go. Energy getting shot at now, though, too. Nathan trying to cross. I cannot believe that.
And here goes Naked on the swing as they knock one on Aurora.
That's a great, great thing for Energy as they
Aurora
cross.
eliminated.
And
now
Nathan,
NRG.
nice shots by Guild. A 3v3 here. The wide swing coming out. The P20 being shot by Sweet Dreams.
NRG
they
with
get
2
the
knocks.
knock.
It's a 2v1.
Can they do NRG? Takes the win, baby. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Wait, okay. Wait, coming. Inside. That's a bad TB, bad TB.
Nice, good check, good check. I gotta take TB, though. I gotta take TB.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go play on the TB, okay?
Run the TB. Me and Silver stay high. I might queue and play time, okay? So, you guys do you. Okay.
They might dome on me if they have a B.
TB. You get what's new. It's fine.
I will.
Yeah, I'm going on you, Sita. I'm with you. Yeah. On the fence, on me. I'm going. I'm dead. Are you? Watch your TP. Coming with you. Other side.
Wait, what side?
Well,
let's go, boys.
Knocked him, nice.
Lazarus, it's Lazarus. I need a thermite.
I'm going for kidnap, I think.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going for kidnap on the down guy.
It's 74 cracked on me.
Okay, I'm coming back.
It's a solo. It's on the team.
I kidnap two, I kidnap two.
Shit,
Wipe this.
I need to.
Thurston, army swap here.
Nice.
Army swap. Yeah, just hold on. Hold, ulti them.
Witness and Moist are the 3 teams that are within that circle.
Ooh, trigger discipline here from Nasky. He's saying, go on, poke. I dare you. Show me just the top of your head and I'm gonna give you a haircut. One player will poke. Oh, here we go!
Well, he gets the knock, and now that's going to be full send, but Dark Zero will hold well. They have to make sure they use any utility that's available again just to delay. KCP reluctant to dive on in. It's so difficult against the Catalyst team, but now here they come.
Trying to hold off the push at the moment. Flesh damage from Jimburn gets one, and all of a sudden KCP are falling apart as the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're gonna do this, Jen, no way!
A huge pop-off from Jimburn and Dark Zero, they survive.
You just watch 4 goals.
No, like it got like nerfed as in like smart or something. And oh my goodness, XSET is what the is this from XF, baby? They are getting aggressive.
Do you think they know
They are
it's
getting
E6?
down and dirty. Riddle eliminated. I have no idea if they know it's E6.
They have to.
I'm not too sure. Let's see.
They have to know.
I think you're right, brother. I think you're 100% right. Traps getting broken here. Grenades being thrown. Sykes landing on top of them both.
Sykes doing really good damage here.
No, the reload. It's going to be Nocturnal all by himself.
Nice. 1v1.
Oh my god! And E6
Nocturnal
is eliminated.
Nocturnal!
That boy Noct moving different, baby.
Third coming into this round, and looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out. 303 is like, okay, we know how to handle this one. Hit stick damage back over towards it. Big connections. Shield's gonna come out, but is it gonna be enough? Trying to deny out the third-party shots while they contend with the caustic damage, and it is just stacking up. He steps out and forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303 as they have stepped into the wrong neighborhood.
He's still alive! The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leaders in this tournament, by the way, by single-handedly, with the support, of course, of another team nearby, taking out every member of 303. That is the most annoying Caustic in Caustic history. And by the way, there's been a lot of annoying Caustics in games online. That was insane what we just saw right there, as 303 is now out of this.
I mean, what do you do? But this is going to open up the doors for OBV. They might find themselves with an opportunity to work with. As you can see, did we make it? Still huddled down, loot galore up in front of him, and just waiting patiently for the next one to fall into his majestic trap.
Oh, we should have saved it.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good. All good. I have golden
Mark your free kill. Still team market.
Renting inside? Team third. Careful. We're gonna nade stack that later.
No, renting market. They rent market.
We're gonna play. We're gonna nade stack in here. Okay, get ready.
Yeah. Crack market. Knock one market.
Nice. Good.
My nade.
Last guy.
I'm marking that.
I'm hiding him.
I'm holding the door.
Fanning.
Good.
He's fanning.
I'm holding the door. I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
Nading
They
underneath.
bubbled. They got EMP'd.
I'm fighting. Might give you all this well.
I'm flying. I'm flying down.
Give me crack.
Crack one. Lay machine if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm dropping. Let's go, dude.
They've laid traps.
They have 14 seconds.
And they just fell right on top of them, but Uma-chan.
Oh my god, the rampart wall is going down. More shots coming out. The Ood play coming through. Horizon ulti's coming out and everything. Can they indeed survive? There are trades going out.
Oh my god,
It's gonna be
Fnatic might do
Fnatic's
it.
game. A full 3-man outside.
They need these armor swaps. Starter fight is going to be eliminated. It's going to be Dreamfire.
Dreamfire with the wide swing out. Can they do it? Can they stay up? Mount Sarah with a knock. More damage coming out. Yuka all by himself.
Gets the armor swap. Yuka! Yes! Yes!
play underneath. They're gonna look for more angles here. I really like this play by OG to stay alive. TTM going down sharp, getting knocked. Nocturnal, Knock just trying to stay alive. Yep. 4 shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's going to get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he going to get the armor stop? He does. And is he going to win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor stop coming out from Skittles. And it's going to be a 1v2. Oh my God! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 with a double armor swap.
In fact, we can say almost the opposite for ExoClan, where we're looking at Blacklist International going, wow, this rotation saved you a lot of trouble. ExoClans has given them a lot. Now they're dealing with it very well as a 3v3 goes their way. Stay healthy, get deleted, but that's not it for Exo. No! Mania back in! Mania back in! Betrayal of the highest order is committed on the outside, and who shows up to clean this up but ExoClan from the other side of the zone? Only 4 teams are left. Make it 3 as Vex go down. ExoClan have height to choose to drop down, so Exo have to find a creative way to bully Blacklist. Now in comes the swing from Slayers. That is a lot of damage. Slayers may have just single-handedly won this fight, and down goes Yarka, down goes Blacklist. Slayers eviscerates the second squad, but they're doing this from Sky West, and with a new third, it's a 30-point game for ExoClan.
That's a nuke, everybody. We have dropped a nuke on the ALGS.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, you know, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe. It sort of drowns out the noise of everyone screaming in the background. It sort of calms you down, helps you think, really puts you in the right mindset to get the job done and do what you have to do. With Split 1, it was probably the most challenging, specifically just because I had swapped inputs. It was terrifying, to be honest with you. You're on the stage with all these pros who have been playing controller their whole life. So there's a bit of insecurity there, feeling like you don't know if you're going to measure up. The chaos and stress of being in that kind of environment, it can really get to you, and I don't know if I would have managed as good as I did if I didn't have someone like my sister there.
I think for me the main thing is to show my brother that we're all there as a family to support him. I can be that little piece of home that he gets to bring along, but it is nice just to be able to give him any messages of hope and just let him know that he has got that network behind him.
For us to do as well as we did, I think it's hard to ignore the fact that she was there. I think that had a big part in it.
It's been really lovely to see his confidence grow and grow even more. You just kind of see that progression, especially the team as a whole.
Having teammates like Light, Lufka, and Liak it's a privilege, to be honest with you. They've been so understanding of so much, and they've seen me go through my best days, my worst days, and they trust me to do what I do. It's an amazing thing to have some people like that around you.
In Split 1 playoffs, he had some moments where his skill lacked simply because of being nervous, playing a big factor into it. Now he doesn't have that issue anymore, and the team perfectly works with him.
Myślę, że Blasta performance, odkąd zmienił na kontroler, zmienił się w bardzo dużym stopniu. Ta zmiana drużynie przyniosła wiele sukcesów, bo odkąd zmienił na kontroler, stał się dużo lepszym graczem.
Dynamika w zespole zmieniła się w sposób taki, że zaczęliśmy więcej żartować przed grami i po grach. I taka trochę luźniejsza atmosfera.
I myślę, że ten LAN pokaże, jak bardzo Blast się zmienił.
I think we've gotten to a point now where we know we can do it. We believe in ourselves. We know we can be the team that wins this LAN.
I am immensely proud of my brother for how well he's progressed over the years. I think it's a real amazing feat to just stick to what you love and actually be able to execute it. I think the difference between LA and now is pretty polar, but for the better. I think the confidence is there, more of an ego is there, but I think that's needed for this kind of environment.
I really don't know if I would be here having my family be there for me. It's probably one of the biggest factors into why I do well. I have that confidence now.
MT has been on the forefront and like on the cutting edge of IGLing and how to play the game since the very start.
So MT brings consistency and confidence to the team. Confidence enables us to, push every fight. Our decision making, everything's like a lot better than it used to be.
I think when someone like MT comes onto the free market, it's crazy not to, right? It's crazy not to just even look at that option. You can grab one of the most venerated IGLs in all of Apex esports. Yeah, of course you go for that.
How is it playing with MT?
Where is he? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Hit and miss sometimes, but for the most part, very good.
So pretty much, I stepped down from Moist. Wasn't happy on the team at the time. I was like struggling being away from home, like pretty much moving to the US. My life became Apex. It was like all I did. I spent some time away from the game, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I think just being able to take like a step back and like reevaluate was like what I needed. And like a lot of people even said like after the 2 weeks break, like Waltzy especially, he was like, you're like a different person now. Why couldn't you figure this out when you're on my team?
I think if someone is going to make the change to move from your home country over to North America, it's not just the play. It's your mental health. It's you're leaving family. You're leaving everything that you've ever known to chase this dream and give your career the best possibility.
I think it's been the right move for him as a person, and that sometimes that's more important than Apex.
We had the LA pretty objectively and decided what we knew what we were missing, and that was like a disciplined structure for what we should do, because we haven't been in that situation as many times or maybe ever. So then like the option came up with grabbing MT, and it's like you'd really be stupid not to.
I know for a fact when Legacy and Jesco are like on and locked in, they're like two of the best players in the world, like without a doubt. They're both like unbelievable players, so I'm so confident. Legacy has done some of the he like 1v3'd Moist. That was like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, like straight 1v3. And then Jesco's just doesn't really make mistakes. That's like all you need from like a support player.
I'm really keen to see what MT can do with these guys. When MT came back, all of a sudden they turn into this team that's like, oh, this could be a threat.
And if anyone can do it, I think MT can.
Hey guys, Week in Greek here at ALGS Playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We're going to be sitting down with the players from Reject community known as Ianaga, Colonel Garcia, and Ein, formerly known as NewJay. Thank you all for tuning in, and let's get right into it.
Alrighty, so first off, we know that this is you guys' first ever pro league that you guys have competed in. Can you tell us a little bit about your incredible journey that got you guys here?
チャレンジャーサーキットからプロリーグに上がって、でプロリーグから初めてだったんですけど、世界大会に行くことができてって感じですね。
You guys not only qualified for this LAN, but you also placed second in APAC North Split too. That's extremely impressive. Is that like a really big confidence booster going into this LAN?
そうですね。フナティックがその前回大会でそのドラフト順位3番目を獲得してくれたのもあって、自分たちすごいプレッシャーがとてもあると思うんで、その中でしっかりそのワットソン、クリプト、バルキリーっていう構成を使ってその決勝までいけたらなと思います。
Are you going to continue to play Valkyrie during this LAN itself? Because I know you guys were running it during the whole split too.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you to be signed by Reject?
前回僕たちが所属するリジェクトが世界大会優勝してるってこともあって、もちろんプレッシャーっていうのは感じるんですけど、前のリジェクトのメンバーと僕たちは違いますし、そこはやっぱり自分たちにできることを全力で頑張って良い結果を残せたらなっていうふうに思ってます。
My chat and I am also wondering, how did you guys get these photos for your profile pictures?
自分は、もうゴリラが好きなんで、もうただただもうそれにしようっていう感じにしましたね。
自分はその駅員のそのアルバイトをやってる時にそのお客さんにその事故があった時に撮られた写真があれです。
Your story is pretty inspiring. Challenger circuit to pro league. What would your message be to challenger circuit players across the world, trying to make their dreams a reality?
僕はその2年半 2年半そのチャレンジャーサーキットでその頑張ってきたんですけど、ずっと諦めずにそのやることが一番大事かなと。
I respect you guys so much. For me, like esports is all about what you guys are doing right now, and it's really cool. Thank you so much, Ein, Yanaga, and Colonel Garcia for joining us. That is it for us here at ALGS Split 2 Playoffs in Mannheim, and we will see y'all soon. Peace.
Welcome back to Mannheim as the heat gets hotter. That's right, outside and inside the arena. You can hear the crowd getting excited and ready to go because we have waited for this moment. The top 20 teams so far in the SAP arena across 3 days will now have a chance to make a top 10. That 10 will sit and wait and watch for match point finals as they await the Elimination Bracket Round 2 results. But that means you know where we are. It's time for winners. That's right. The good stuff just keeps on rolling, and I cannot wait to be with you guys here. Welcome back. My name is Randy. I'm your host here at the ALGS Split 2 Playoffs, and we have an amazing team with us. I told you before the break that we would have some special guests. We've had pros and members of our community all across the weekend. Well, this one is pretty special, especially if you've been watching the ALGS for any period of time. Of course, I've got my main girl over here, Glitter Explosion. We got Genome back off of some casts, and now look at this man on the left. Can we make some noise for Yuki back in the building, ladies and gentlemen? Yuki, it's great to have you here, man. It's a good feeling seeing you again, brother. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been at the front. I've been on the stages before. This is the first time behind the scenes, and I think I really enjoy it here.
We enjoy having you. For a quick kind of like recap, it's been since Birmingham since we've seen you. What have you been up to? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything is doing good, always good, and I've been trying out other games as well. So yeah, it's been good, thank you.
I love it, man. And your Team Alliance winning that trophy just a few weeks ago. We'll get into that. I'm sure that was a special feeling for you watching from the sidelines. Yuki, some great moments that will go down in ALGS history. Now he's on the desk joining us as well. But speaking of great moments, we've got a show that just occurred, and that is going to set the stage for what happens if you do not perform here in Winners. It was the story of LG at the end of the day. Sweet would have his moment. I mean, and one of the things that we asked him at the end of it is, how good are you at microing? Why are you that good? Lauren, he couldn't really say why, and it was the one thing I think we saw Sweet get stumped at.
And I think part of that that is because it just comes that naturally to him. I know he did insinuate that he's had to kind of work on it and grow into that leadership role, but he's always been so naturally talented that when you combine that natural talent with the hard work, he is the result that you get. I mean, multiple wins in that bracket, pushing themselves forward in the competition, and that's the LG we've been looking for a few days now.
And also, when you talk about final finishes, Liquid Alienware Genome coming in, they had to win that final 3v3 to make it, but they have, so they'll still be playing later this evening.
Yeah, that was pretty clutch, wasn't it? And it was LG on the other side of it, albeit with 2 members left alive, so it looked like they had it in the bag, but you never know. If they had dropped that, it would have been heartbreak.
And this is that moment right there. You can see Yanya just puts the team on his back, says, I'm going in, and I'm getting results. Takes the earbuds out as well. And there comes the display. 10th place, just enough to squeak by. If they do it again, they'll be happy. That will make winner's bracket, a match point finals destination secured for them. Speaking of our split 2 playoffs in our winners bracket, though, as we transition, these are the teams that will now take center stage. From Alliance to Fnatic to Bleed to Icholos Laser from South America to Shadow from China, our representative there. Interforce, Cloud9, Gaming Gladiators from EMEA, as well as Nodus Vincere in their incredible run. So many teams are here and able to perform. It's very hard to pick. And Genome, that's why I'm going to start with you, because it's so difficult as well. Who do you have your eye on heading into this one?
Well, look, I wanted to shine a light on one of our APAC teams again, of course. This time it's the China Invite Shadow 3690. And look, we've got some players we have seen in the Pro League before. We've got Jackie 1 here coming over from AGL. Now, this is a team I really loved watching their development, right? And I feel like with a lot of teams, you see a similar path of growth through their competitive Apex careers, where usually they come into prominence in the spotlight because they're just massive fraggers, right? And you turn up, you've got this amazing mechanical skill, you'll pile on the kills, as you can see Jojo did here with one of the top 5 performances out of any team, grabbing a 37 kill series. And then you slowly have to start to pick up macro, because all of a sudden you start fighting these other teams who can actually take it to you mechanically, and you've got to work out a different way to get an edge. And AGL really started to do that towards the end of their career, going through the APAC South Pro League, and now it's, well, I don't know, is it the macro, or was it just the fraggy out on Rev that they made it work here? Yeah, I mean, I think these 3 players have been thrown together a bit for this tournament, so it is cool to see, that they can frag out, and hopefully we get to see that other part of their trajectory as we go further through the tournament.
Such a great in-depth analysis. If it was me, I would have just stayed surface level and said, Revenant, right? I mean, that's not Revenant. They're playing Revenant. Okay, let's see if we can continue to do that. Now, Yuki, I've been waiting. Everyone's been waiting to hear about this. Your former team members hoisted a trophy 3 weeks ago. Alliance finally claiming, and Hockey's as well, his journey. Can you just speak a little bit about that as we talk about their steps now in winner's bracket, trying to repeat and do it again?
I definitely don't think it was a one-time fluke. I think it was about time. And I feel like Hackers did everything in his power to achieve that win, so I'm very happy to see it. And now that he understands the feeling, I believe that he has a blueprint to how to achieve it again. So I certainly think they're on the right track to get another one, and I'm very excited to see how they do.
What were the emotions going on with you as we take a look at some of the highlights of what they've done over this day, over these last few days? What was the emotion that was running through your head when you saw them lift that trophy?
I think the emotion is, it's very, obviously there was a part of me saying like, oh, I wish I could be there. But on the other hand, I'm mostly not playing anymore.
Right.
So I can only be happy for them, and I think it was amazing to see. And I feel like I know Hackers quite a lot. Yeah. I feel like he's worked very hard for it. So it was nothing more than deserving, and very, very happy for them.
And when you look at strengths, you talk a lot about Hackers. Fitting in with Tyler FPS obviously not having effect and unlucky, what's the strength that Hockey brings to a situation like that? Is it the stability? Do you still trust that no matter who's kind of playing with him, they'll be able to get the job done?
100%. I think Hackers can take any 2 people and train them to the best of their abilities, and he is the most flexible IGL there is in terms of synergizing with whoever he wants. And I feel like under his leadership, any 2 players alongside him can do very well.
You know what I'd love to see? We go back to Sweden and you remember that Zero managed to win that ALGS LAN with a sub, right? Can Hackers put himself up on that podium and
That's
say,
right.
I am one of the best IGLs in the world. Give me anybody, I'll make it work.
I think that goes in favor of talking about why Zero is considered the best, I think, now across everyone since Hal stepped down from that IGL role, because he won with JMW. Since? Listen, I would just say that if they're still competing, there's still a question. But Hal gave that seat up. They're doing well on Falcons. Let's transition to another team, though, that synergy is a big conversation, but it's always been positive vibes from these guys. The question was, can a coach turn into a player that would fit in with this team? And, of course, that's Complexity, who have found themselves in winners.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's another situation like Yuki was just mentioning where you could say it's about time for a team. Complexity is absolutely another one of those trios, specifically Monsoon. Not only do we get the personality, obviously, out of him, but how many different rosters have we seen him work with time and time again, constantly trying to find the right combination of people to make it their time. I mean, you can see it reflected in their stacks right now. Complexity look like they have done it. This is the trio that's working for them. Not to mention just how phenomenally talented Lou is. Kimchi, you're talking about the coach slotting. It has worked out really well for them as a trio. And right now, they are a team that we're looking at. We even heard Eric talking about it, that has the potential to be there in the end. I mean, you've got the 19K damage on Monsoon, and that was after we saw him pulling out the charge rifle, the Kraber, getting the collat with the Kraber as well. Those snipes coming in clutch for the squad. Then you move over to Lou. We saw him with the 17K damage. I mean, between the Bang, Watson, Crypto comp that they're running right now, it's working out in their favor. And Lou is such a mechanically gifted player himself. What he brings to the squad can really not be understated. I mean, when you get their group stage performance into your head, you also see that it put them in a really solid spot for their draft picks. They should be comfortable where they're landing when it comes to this winner's bracket, and this is not an easy winner's bracket. We talk about this a lot. It's arguably the hardest series we'll see our teams play because it's teams that have been performing so strong so far. We're obviously going to see our top names moving forward, and I think Complexity is going to be one of them.
Great story from them, crossing LA, now here to Mannheim, working with the Rampart composition. They were experimenting then, but now the experiments come to them. It's Crypto, it's Bangalore, it's Catalyst. What is going on with this meta? The players seem to be finding that out as they play. We've seen Pathfinder switch-ups. Fury have been leading the charge on that one as well. What will stay? I don't know, but we had a team who performed yesterday so well. We had to get some more intel on how they were feeling coming into winners. That is, of course, Bleed, and we had Peeps chat with Dropped.
What up, everybody? I am here with the birthday boy. We got Dropped. Dude, I got to say, what were Bleed's biggest strengths from yesterday?
Definitely just our resiliency, staying consistent. We won a game every set, so that's definitely our biggest accomplishment from the group stages. And just our Newcastle play is our biggest victories of yesterday as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, the plays have been out of your mind. So I got to say, you made it to winners, right? It's a much harder lobby today. What do you guys have to do even better to book your tickets to the final?
I mean, it does change lobby to lobby, but me personally, I like playing in harder lobbies just because the games play out a little bit better. There isn't as many weird situations you get put into, so you kind of can expect what's going to happen. So definitely just happy to be playing in a better lobby.
All right, well, you heard it here. Listen, you see him around, you get him a birthday gift. I wish you the best. Happy birthday. Ball out, and we'll see you later.
Another birthday. It was Kirev yesterday from Cholos. It's dropped today, so got a little birthday boost, birthday boon, birthday buff. I've heard 3 of those be used yesterday. Lauren, but do you feel like Bleed has what it takes to take it?
I mean, absolutely. Once again, a very experienced leader in Dropped on Bleed, but a team that we had been watching heading into this event. They looked really, really promising, and we were mostly waiting to see what they were going to bring to the group stage. Like we just heard Drop saying, able to get a win in each one of their series, which is massive because you have to consider that's against each different group of those teams, so they know what to expect now with this next mashup here in Winners.
What were some telltale signs, Yuki? I'll go back to you. When you're having a group stage, Alliance was kind of known at a point for being a group stage monster. But what were some telltale signs that things were going on? Was it winning a game in each of those groups? Was it just the communication? What from a pro perspective lets you guys know you're firing on all cylinders?
I feel like you have a certain amount of energy and you can't dissipate all the energy in the beginning. I feel like you must split the energy up and use the most. At the
Pace
very end.
yourself.
Yeah, pace yourself. So it certainly is. Starting off strong is very good, but you can't start off too strong.
Yeah.
You have to save some of that energy.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday a little bit. Navi had this incredible round. They got nearly 100 points and then kind of went silent in the last series of the day. But let's turn our attention to the drop spots. Genome, that's where I'm coming to you. What stands out as we take a look at where we'll be starting off? Big shots of the crowd and the stations, but World's Edge, talk to me.
So you've got Moist, who managed to grab the 21st pick, of course, after their amazing group stage. They get first and 21st. They go for Climatizer East. Now, that's because they are a team who threatens to contest anyone who comes at them. That means they get to themselves, and they can pair that with Cenote K's, which is just fantastic for their chances overall here. I think the other one to note is Alliance. I'm sure you could be able to talk about this, especially on Storm Point, where they've had Northpad taken away from them. But similarly, they've gone for stacks here on World's Edge, and they do find themselves with, a team, Makers in Big Maud, who I can tell you, every single team who plays stacks and has Makers next to them is furious. They're frustrated. They're just straight up not having a good time. These guys take so long to loot, and they will constantly block the choke towards Lava Siphon if you need to rotate in that direction.
That sounds like a frustrating experience as well. And we know some of these POI drafts obviously have changed the dynamics of how you need to draft with people going after you. You don't have it's almost like our talent picks here. You don't know who's going to pick, and you're trying to catch up on someone, but if they pick last, they can just pick what you pick and keep even with you. That's Genome's little strategy here. So as the guy trying to catch up, I'm not appreciative of it. It is frustrating. So I understand exactly what Makers are doing to the teams around them as well. Quickly, Yuki, just any thoughts before we kind of transition on and to start this off? POI draft. I mean, this was not in when you were playing professionally. Yeah. What's your take on that so far?
My take on the new POI draft, I think it's a good thing. I think it's nice for change. I think the only teams that might be complaining would be the previous winners.
Top teams, yeah.
Yeah, because they've always won where they landed before. So I certainly feel like it's a good change-up. And it's, you know what, just avoid contests. I don't like contesting.
Yeah?
So that's why I think it's okay. It's good for me. I like it.
I don't like it either. I love it. Not that I ever have here, but I've seen it. It hurts my heart. Okay, well, we've got a setup for an amazing time here at our Winners Finals. You've got our picks as well for the talent. Going Falcons this time around, a lot of not moist. That's Lauren, Spider Tiff, Vicky, Kitty, Gaskin trying to make a move with Gaming Gladiators. It's a solid pick. I love GG. Shout outs to that org and Furia for Dia as we see more Falcons on the other side. Graceful also giving love to Player K, Strafing Flame, Easy Flash on Legends Gaming, and Reddit going not moist as well. Gino, Reddit putting in the work. They're doing quite well in these picks.
You're not doing too bad. Not doing as well as me, though, are they? I mean, look, Snipe's the closest, right? He's trying to get the slipstream behind me and come up past, but we've both gone Falcons this time, so it's not going to be here.
This is what I have to deal with all the time in the green room. Reddit, you just get to see if you're a little bit. Don't let this guy get in front of you. He's going to make your life. I'm not even going to say it. It's not going to be fun. But we're going to have a good time this round, guys. We've got so much coming up for you. It's FACEIT Watch, however, if you want to go ahead and choose your own display for the ALGS. While we might be having our main broadcast here that you can pay attention to and jump in at your leisure, you can also curate your own experience. FACEIT Watch gives you multiple different POVs to choose from, whether it's your rotation for your favorite team or whether, like I was saying earlier, it's hate watching the team you do not like and seeing if they don't show up and steal points from your pick. All of it can happen on FACEIT Watch. Go to faceit.com/watch and control the way you ALGS.
I didn't know you were such a hater, Ren.
I'm not a hater. I'm just saying it's possible. They exist out there, right, guys? Also, there's a hot drop here coming out for our Doucheland Apex Legends t-shirt. 24-hour limited drop, meaning this QR code, open your phone, go ahead and use the QR code. I'm giving you some time. All right, do it. I hope this is long enough. We ran it very fast last time, but this should be enough, guys. Go ahead and check it out. 24-hour drop. You can go to Play Apex shop online and grab that yourself. Yuki, we didn't get a prediction from you.
You already know.
Do I already know? Is it Alliance all the way?
No bias. Genuinely Alliance.
Genuinely.
Genuinely, no bias.
And is it you know, looking at this, I mean, we've got the most loaded lobby in Apex right now. Is it just the way that they're playing that gives you that feeling they're going to do it right now?
I spoke to them earlier in the player lounge, and there was no hesitation. There was no lack of confidence. It was just like, yeah, we can do it. Easy.
Even with that POI draft?
The POI draft is not as bad as you think.
Okay.
In a way, it's arguable, but you know, I think they would prefer that over North Point. You know, it gives a lot more opportunity. You have a lot more options of what to do. You can early rotate. You have the Trident. It's not the worst. And you know, Alliance, they've got their backs pushed against the wall. They break it down, so it's fine.
I love it. Yuki going for the old team. It's great to see you here on Deathman. We'll see you at halftime and at the end of the show as well. But it's time to kick off our winners bracket finals. This is the moment. 10 teams will book their ticket into match point finals. 10 teams will be going into Elimination Bracket Round 2. No one goes home. That's the benefit. But yet you're playing for where you start on Sunday if you can make it into the top 10. All the stakes are here. And I guess we're going to be throwing to our casters right now to kick off the action.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Vicky and Jamerson here. Saparina, are you ready?
I am so excited for this, Vicky, and oh my goodness, it is the winners bracket, and we got to see a lot throughout the group stages, and particularly, what I was most impressed by was Moist. We saw some teams, right, dominating throughout the group stages, and that was Moist. But on the other end, teams like Na'Vi, who started off so strong, right, in their first 2 matches of the event, they were riding on that momentum, but when it came to that final match, they ended up faltering just a little bit. And so we do have, you know, teams on 2 sides of the coin there, really not producing the same kind of results, but still riding momentum.
Literally a whiplash of results between those 2 different squads, and more teams that everyone has their eyes on. I heard the chants in the crowd. I heard TSM chants loud and clear. We get to see where our squads are going to be dropping within their respective POIs. But let's get started with game number 1. I'm excited. Everyone here has been waiting for this moment as all the dropships have flown away and we get started on World's Edge.
Loading up now here for World's Edge, our first match of the day. I mean, Vic, you're excited.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's your first time casting Wedge all event long.
Yes, actually, you're absolutely right. I know everyone, I mean, I'm always excited to see Stormpoint, but Wedge is where I was literally molded out here. I caught the hands on the streets of World's Edge, and now we get to see the action play off firsthand, for at least for myself, here in the ALGS. And what better way to see the action in this winner's bracket as we take a look first at Makers.
Yeah, we're starting off with Makers down here at Mod. To their south, though, they do have Alliance. Alliance might want to take their time rotating out of stacks. They do like to, of course, pick those, usually pick Thermal Station or Sky West. But unfortunately, they didn't have the best of performances, but they still had priority on some pretty decent ones. They want to play Edge if they can, but if they end up getting a closer rotation, we know how good they are on the prio.
I mean, maybe choosing the right corner of World's Edge, because everyone, we are moving down to the southeast side of this zone. It is pooling kind of in between Dome site over towards the Geyser, maybe in those northern buildings that is south of Lava Siphon, which would also benefit the likes of Falcons. And looking at the win rate that we've seen thus far when it comes to the teams that end up coming out on top on World's Edge, I believe Lava Siphon actually has like a 19% win rate for that POI. So that's something to keep in mind of, because Falcons also have that ring console right in the middle of Siphon, and then Alliance very likely also having that ring console south of Stacks, and they can even rotate towards Dome to get extra evil shield charge with a survey beacon and another ring console when they wait for it.
But we are seeing some quick rotations coming out. Shadow 3690, you can see there, running past Falcons over at Lava Siphon to make their way down to the south side. This one is an awkward zone, but if they can try to control something, I would try and take the office buildings on the north side of launch site. That's probably going to be one of the best spots. You're going to have flexibility. If the zone pulls south down towards Dome, we don't see that ending frequently, but having a flex spot for round 3 is important. We have a small engagement here for Cloud9, who have already picked up their first kill point.
Already throwing the hands at the very beginning of the game. Not only finding a member of how it seems C9 back away, happy off of that, but being able to pressure out that team so early on and knowing when to disengage, because guess what? They're not the only ones within the vicinity. I believe Furia is right around the corner, considering that this is thermal, and how maybe having to see what they could do, maybe playing around the Moby if they are able to acquire those banners.
How is going to have to keep that in mind moving forward now. Cloud9 in their vicinity. The drop over at Harvester. How, I believe, coming over from staging side, getting rotated into, and they're getting caught out. That's going to be Legends, player K, finding right.
And they were playing split up there too. I mean, they had no other choice. C9 literally split them in half. Now only one member is left from Hal, and Legends Gaming is going to be able to clean up that free KP as they exit out of staging. C9 are still waiting within the vicinity by the hilltop of Thermal Station, and Furia have opted to rotate down south towards the survey beacon of their POI.
Yeah, Shadow 3690 have made their way over to these houses here, but it looks like they're going to coexist for now. The Watson generator set up, and it does become incredibly hard to try and push this position. It is going to be Icholo's lasers who made that rotate. They're coming from Overlook here, so we saw both the teams, Geyser and Overlook, making a very fast rotation here, trying to run past teams like Makers, trying to run past Team Falcons, but speaking of those positions, Team Falcons did end up taking that office position that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
That's the best spot too. When you point to that, I 100% agree. We've seen so many circles pull towards the outskirts of that office building, closer by the geyser, or even sometimes towards the south side. If it continuously commits to launch site, something to keep in mind of while Icholos do coexist as well in that building that we saw them engage in with Shadow, but so many other teams have made their way through stacks, Makers being one of them. We get to see Na'Vi, the fans of Na'Vi, giving them that energy as they had an insane day yesterday and now find themselves center zone. But I'm worried of this position early on. A lot of open sight lines that a lot of other teams could take control of.
We didn't get to really talk about this, but this winners bracket is very similar to what we saw in our first match of the entire event. A and B, a lot of the same teams here, and in that regard, Na'Vi ended up drafting Landslide for their drop, and that's where they're coming out from. It was great to see that they were able to get into this position despite not having the highest of priorities to move down here to launch site. But with Falcons taking up that spot, they were able to swerve around them and take a position which really does set up well defensively. You can see the Watson trap set up, but you also have other satellite forms of defense. Falcons are going to be keeping your north largely safe. They're not going to want to peek out from there, so you don't have to really worry about that. And then, of course, you're going to have teams coming in from the southwest side. Enterforce, though, still over here at Monument. Find the team rotating in.
Bleed Esports looking at them from the other side right now. As you currently see the wall coming up here on the other side, they have the Evil Harvester too as they try to back away, but they didn't want to fully engage on Bleed, forcing them to actually end up counter-rotating through the choke from the north side.
Yeah, so great disengage coming out from Bleed Esports there. They did not want to get sandwiched in by any teams that might be late rotating in, which we do have a few. That's going to be Gaming Gladiators, actually rotating behind the likes of VGK there. Does look like they will be able to stop, get some information as they make their next moves, but this is kind of what you're expecting. When you have that hard southern pull all the way down to launch, down to Dome, down to Lava Siphon, and you're coming out of Skyhook West, well, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to loot up. That's all they're going to do.
That mixed together with Trials here too. That's why they have the full purple. They're going to be able to utilize the replicator. I believe there's also a beacon here in Landslide. Nobody really around the vicinity to also contest them because so many of these other squads have already got it ahead on their rotate to play by that next edge. Not Moist though, the team that we highlighted right before we quickly went into game number 1. A team that has no issue taking these fights, but playing slower this time around on the outskirts of Geyser because there is a ring console for them to access where that next circle is going to pool.
And it's a very similar story in terms of rotation, playing hard edge for Moist here, right? They're coming from Climatizer, and that's basically another corner of the map to move down all the way down here. So they're going to loot up. I expect that, they were looking for a few more fights, but in their surroundings, right? We have Icholo's lasers at Overlook. They're not going to get a fight there because they are so fast on the move. VKG, we did see they were a little bit slower. So maybe if Moist later on are a little bit faster, they can catch those teams on the rotate because we have seen them be being super aggressive, hard edge team. But getting a better look at this ring, it is starting to now hover between the Lava Siphon and that north launch site.
I'm worried that depending on the rotate that they take, even when they do want to take those fights that we could expect with Not Moist still being by Geyser and Bleed still taking their time to rotate from the north choke of Geyser that exits out of Frag East, I'm wondering here from that next circle pool, there's so much open space once you go beyond the bridge. And we know that Space Station have already stationed up inside of the northern buildings of Lava Siphon, so you will be in their line of sight of the other squads that haven't been able to find that real estate in that next circle pool.
And now we're looking at TSM's rotation in, and it looks like they were able to path down south, maybe get some secondary loot throughout Thermal Station, and work their way in from the tree side. And this is arguably the slow side of the zone. You're not expecting as many teams actually being in the area. Luckily for them, though, they will have these scans, which will give them very valuable information on whether or not they're going to try and push through this choke. Typically, you don't want to rotate through the north. You don't want to take that Lava Siphon side. You want to move through from tree into launch site, into a building. But if you see that there is going to be friction there, well, you're going to have to be worried about that. Furia, they are in position. Keon right now, the lone player for Furia, keeping an eye on it, while the other two are keeping an eye on their back.
And that's what's scary when you do make that low ground rotate from tree into launch site. I'm expecting TSM to maybe want to take a roundabout rotate instead, which will be riskier because you could expect other teams to be there, but at least you won't be playing from a positional disadvantage while playing off that low ground. You can even make some moves happen if you have an evac tower and you really want to find yourself stationed up in a different corner. We're going to have to take a look as we look at VK Gaming first, actually approaching from that same side of Lava Siphon, and they're not the only ones because Gaming Gladiators are right next to them.
Yeah, this one's a little bit scary for them. There are a lot of power positions here at Lava Siphon, particularly on the western edge, that can try and play gatekeep off that platform, but we still have a lot of teams still hovering around here. Enterforce, NRG, HAO, who are still somehow alive. It's going to be Watashi just trying his best to survive for now, but Nocturnal's got a beat on him, and ooh!
But they don't want to give up that spot. They don't want to give up this middle building here, too, because E36 are right next to the Rat. As How are the first team to go down, but that was all 20 squads that were alive for so long before E36 was able to find a straggler.
Yeah. We heard during the interview before, right? We love these harder lobbies, right? These stronger lobbies because the games end up playing out more standard in terms of high-level Apex Legends. You're not seeing the over-aggression, but speaking of aggression, here comes VKG pushing this position.
And that's on to Gaming Gladiators, who could be found in a sandwich position with TSM on their other side. If they want to contest them, we get to see better Apex in these higher-end lobbies, and GG are taking a different angle. They want to keep up the pressure onto VK Gaming, but VK Gaming have this slight high ground approach off this hill. They use a natural cover of the rocks, but the catwall from Gaming Gladiators has been put up so that way they can close in the distance.
That was the widest of swings coming out from that player. I'm surprised he was able to make it back to the rest of his squad, but VKG making so much noise up here is drawing a lot of attention. We still have a lot of teams on the edge, but luckily for them, they do have a minute and 10 seconds to work with. They're on the relative slow side of this next ring closing, so they do have a good 2.5 minutes really to try and suss out this position and find an opening.
It's going to be hard, though, because once GG has to move into... They're at least safe in the edge of the zone, but where that circle pool is exactly from the rotation that we saw from TSM, where they didn't overcommit towards launch site. The circle is pulling directly off that southern building of Lava Siphon, where so many of these other teams that were committing towards the east side of this zone are going to have whiplash once they're forced to come in, and it will be a bloodbath when they're funneled into the open line of sight on that south side of Lava Siphon.
This is a hard pull. We're expecting this one primarily to pull on over to the trucks and to the bins that are outside of basically, I believe what we saw from Complexity early on, that northern launch site building. For Nocturnal, though, looks like he's just trying to create some space, especially peppering down that platform team. That is going to be one of the biggest roadblocks for them if they want to try and find a position here. But they also have other threats behind them. You can see Bleed now making their way on in. We got Icholo's lasers as well. And I believe Not Moist were still coming in from that eastern side. We might see them soon. Yeah, there they are. Not Moist set up in position. So this is going to be a big funnel of teams coming in from the northeast.
Oh, they've been able to find some space, at least on that low ground, but they took so much damage in the process before finding themselves in this spot. Crypto literally one shot. He's trying to pop that shield back, but playing off that low ground. You have two different teams holding two different angles, while Fnatic now engaging onto Furia. Fnatic get eliminated. Finally, we're starting to see these teams collapse on each other, but it's a lot of space to share with these other squads, which is why you can see a much more slower approach when the teams are in these buildings. Ooh, Arcstar, and then combined together with the Bangalore ult. Talk about the pressure that Makers is under.
Yeah, this is such a difficult spot. There was so little action taking place at the beginning of the beginning of the game. So many teams still had a lot of utility to utilize and get the safe KP. Now for Alliance moving forward, they were in a great position until we had these hard ring pulls over to the west. Na'Vi in this gatekeeping spot, but they need to start now worrying about their rotation in. There's a lot of corners, a lot of positions that you need to clear out when you're moving through these buildings, when you're moving through launch site, that they can't overcommit onto this, but they also have to be concerned about the threat to their back, which is Alliance.
This is just such a crazy circle pool. The fact that it is pulling towards the northwestern side of the most northern building of launch site is just crazy. There's so much open space to have to go through to share that with other teams that are going to be coming out of Lava Siphon. But first, like you mentioned, Jamerson, Alliance looking at Na'Vi. Shadow that were in those buildings by the mobile respawn that's close to the vault will be able to also see this fight but not engage because there's still two teams that are by the office building.
And unfortunately for Alliance here, they are on that path, but because of that ring pull, they weren't able to farm up the Evos. They weren't able to farm up the purple. They don't have that energized zip to utilize to try and get on top of Na'Vi. Now for Team Falcons, who have been in this position since the beginning of the game, trying to hold it down. This is the strength of it, right? It gives you that flexibility. If we get that western pull, you do have a rotation path in that's relatively safe. If it's the southern one, hold on, Alliance!
Oh, Alliance Na'Vi! They control the fight. They come out on top, and now they have a little bit of time to reset here before moving into that next zone, but it's going to be Forest as it starts to close in now, and they still have to go through not just 3 teams, 4 or 5 squads that are waiting for them by the edge.
Massive pile up here, but for NRG, they're able to take the rooftop of this. TSM losing out on Zap from Nocturnal with that bow. He's been basically nailing people from left and right, not quite connecting there, but now NRG in a pretty good spot here. They're safe for the next zone.
Zap can't catch a break. Ooh. If he's not getting griefed by Noct and the bow check, it's going to be somebody else from the other side here. Also, it's going to be Walsey who had gotten the re-knock because now the rest of Not Moist are on that low ground. Na'Vi have found their way behind the rock, and Not Moist, Timmy with the Kraber, make it 2! Doing what Timmy does best. What a great look for Not Moist. You feel the pressure that they're putting onto the teams that will have to come out from their north side and a split position.
And look at Walsey that entire time. He's looking to try and find an opening, maybe steal away a few kills here, but GG clean up their fight up on top of the platform and don't lose anyone in that fight, keeping themselves alive. This entire time they are getting blasted by NRG on that rooftop though, that you can see having that shield come out from the Newcastle provides them some extra cover up there.
Noctis is Legolas real quick with that bow check. Absolutely getting Nox left to right on that kill feed, but Not Moist. Patiently knowing that they're going to have to inch forward, where C9 has been positioned in this next zone from the very beginning. Very good at predicting where these final zones are going to be pulling, but even scarier to note that Falcons, Complexity, and Furia with the Hail Mary evac tower are going to be moving onto the zone, and Furia actually may end up right in between Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist, and if they can find their way into that zone.
Ooh, they're going to drop down onto that fence line, but it's not safe! Monsoon! Will be able to instantly thirst out Madness. Now Furia are forced to play as a duo. Luckily for them though, they still have that Newcastle set up. Keon with the mobile respawn beacon down as well. But will they have an opportunity to pick up that banner? They do, and they will be able to plug him in. No one really in position to be able to punish them, because we have a huge pileup of teams. We have about 3 teams stacked on top of each other here on the northeast side, so they can't try to finish this 2-man off.
And they'll be able to successfully get the res here too, thanks to that crate providing the cover that they need. Madness had gotten shredded on his way down from the evac, and now he's back in the game. But Falcons also suffering a loss between Gen, as it's just up to 0 and How, and they're sharing the space that the crate provides for cover. You see the EMP over to the north side, the res coming in from Madness. No one's gonna blast him in the air just yet. He's able to safely land behind the Newcastle wall, and Falcons are desperate to move in.
This is where you wanted to have a Newcastle for this kind of late zone. 0, though, has been spotted out by Cloud9, all 3 members. Keeping an eye on him, but the smoke will keep him safe for the time being. Furia now in the God spot, but they do have to be careful in how they control this. They've got, I believe, GG looking to pounce on them from behind. On the low ground, though, Gaimin ends up finding 2 knocks on to Moist.
And they find the last member from Team Falcons. Zero sends back to the lobby as Gaming Gladiators back on the high ground here, but lacking a good amount of ammunition if you take a look at the energy ammo from Blast.
Yeah, it was difficult for them, right? Because they were late rotating in. They didn't find too many fights. Usually when you're hard edge like that, you find at least 1 or 2 fights to top off in terms of your reserves. This is where now you do have to be a little bit careful. I imagine they spent a lot of their utility, a lot of their economy on really dealing with Moist, and that does at least benefit them, making it a little bit easier to walk in now. They do have access to that low ground if they want to creep in with the zone. The big issue here is this pileup on the northeast side. We've got NRG, we got Legends, we've got VK Gaming all stacked on top of each other. But for NRG, they have a lot of utility to play off of. They'll have the shield, they'll have the wall, and here's GG now making their move on the low.
Off the low ground here, inching closer with the smoke nades to help them out. Blast is forced to back away. They had used that Newcastle wall earlier, and they have the cat wall here too. Just so that way, if they need to block the vision from the left side, they can actually isolate maybe C9, who's still by the edge of the zone. As Ring 6 starts closing in, we still have so many other teams coexisting. Make it 6 squads now. That Not Moist is eliminated. C9 in trouble. Saucer, one shot, is able to get into the crevices of the rock.
Great job by Gaming Gladiators clearing out the south. Now Cloud9 in some trouble. GG have the opportunity to charge forward as a massive pileup takes place here on the northern side. You can see VK Gaming giving up that high ground now, dropping down to the low. Cloud9 has been finished off. GG starting to farm up. Now NRG getting involved in the fight here as they need to clear out their back and clear out their low ground.
And NRG have been on the roof of Lava Siphon from the very beginning. Here comes the cat wall as they make their rotate. Fun loses out on his shield, but Noct gets another knock. Nocturnal is going crazy with 5 KP to his name. Legends Gaming get eliminated. Furia go blasting here, and they're wrapping around, playing from the edge of the circle. Keon took so much damage there, but he's forced to go between 2 cat walls.
Now it's all up to Madness here for Furia, but GG with this high ground will be able to get the knock onto Nocturnal. Only 1 member remaining here for Furia as GG are cleaning up the lobby.
NRG get eliminated. Gaming Gladiators take the dub after an insane rotate from Sky West, fighting their way not only from their rotate from Harvester, but right through the Lava Siphon platform to get on the high ground after getting peppered by Bocek arrows constantly.
One thing to note we didn't really get to talk about at the top of the show is the priority of the draft. GG ended up taking this one very early on with their first pick in the first round of draft, taking Skyhook West, which has been a highly influential drop. And so taking that priority has already paid off for them. They found so many kills along the way. And most impressively was how they controlled their space there. They got that platform. We were talking about if we get that western pull over towards that Lava Siphon side, that platform would be pivotal in terms of, well, the overall match state.
Considering that TSM was playing off the low ground from that platform from the very beginning, they were pressured from the south side but didn't go on that platform just yet. It was Glads that had forced their way up on that platform when they were originally looking to take that fight versus VKG, where VKG actually ended up backing out of that fight. But with Glads forcing their way through Lava Siphon, there was so much action happening that they were able to find the timing and the spacing to be able to hold that high ground position. Now imagine if that circle ended up pulling closer to the Geyser side instead, where a lot of these squads were banking on a pool like that.
Yeah, the action started a little bit slow for Gaming Gladiators, but once it came their way, They were able to reap all the rewards, 14 kill points in game number 1, 26 points overall for VK Gaming, though, who had a rougher go of it. They were one of the teams that GG were facing off with, had a very similar rotation, but they ended up on the inside of the Lava Siphon building, really not affording them the same kind of space, right? The opportunities that GG had in terms of their rotation.
Sponging up all the KP here too. You see 5 KP going in favor of Blast, Lufko with 4, Light matching that with Blast with 5 apiece here too. But overall, I also feel like the top 10 in general, we even saw NRG with 7 KP themselves. So a lot of the spots that were stationed up by Lava Siphon were able to put on that pressure by the team playing on edge.
And impressively, in that stat breakdown, Light had almost 100% participation in all the KP that they got in that game. Goes to show how amazing he's been doing on that bang. And honestly, that bang position is so incredibly strong in this. You are the tip of the spear in a lot of the fights. Being able to stay alive throughout all of that is so immensely important, providing the right timing on the smokes as well, especially in that position that they were playing off of.
It was huge there, and being able to utilize the Newcastle wall as well to look through your backs, even though you know that you have NRG that are looking at you from the top of the Lava Siphon building. Beautiful looks here for Game & Gladiators, taking game number 1 very dominantly. Can they keep it up as we go on to game number 2 on the other side of this break?
It's my turn this time. Don't take this personally. I got power. Remarkable. I got power. I got power.
All right, heads up. Yeah, I got you.
Don't beat yourself up.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Clear left, clear left, clear left, clear left, clear left, clear left, clear left. I'm coming. Dead. Okay, help. Dead. Fine. I'm warding. All good. Just chill, really chill. Yeah, just do nothing. Save for me. We're good. Top 4, they're all gonna die. Stand everyone. Below me, 40, below me. That. Chill. Don't get climbed on. Come on. Dead. Lost him. Looking right side. Below me. On me. Let's go!
And with Gaming Gladiators taking game number 1, what a cheeky high ground angle that they were able to find themselves in between the 2 cat walls from their own cat as well, with a strong start with 14 KP and making the trek from Sky West.
Importantly, it was a position that they had to fight over tooth and nail every single inch, or, well, I guess we're here in Germany, every single millimeter along the way. And they did a fantastic job dealing with Moist on that low ground, which was their biggest threat. NRG were peppering away with them, but they understood the assignment, right? We don't really need to worry about the team on the rooftop unless they want to maybe make a silly aggressive play on top of us, maybe Pathfinder onto us or anything like that. But that's where, of course, being able to really take a stock of your surroundings is important, right? You have to understand who's going to be aggressive on us and who's not. Well, this Moist squad has been, you know, angling us and looking for a fight, and so we will take it to them, and that's what they did, clearing that out for the end game.
And with Team Falcons having the POI advantage and calling out a circle, ending up pulling maybe towards Geyser's side, that was Zero who had made the wrong call when that circle ended up shifting in the complete opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, Zero takes pride in his knowledge of rings and how well he calls them. He does. Like 95% of the time, 99% of the time, he thought that this was gonna come down basically right on top of them. They had the highest of priorities. But we had the hardest of pulls over to that western edge. A lot of teams, especially that we do give a lot of praise for in terms of being able to predict the ring. Alliance, who had high priority on the zone as well, found themselves caught on that eastern edge, going down early.
And teams like C9 being able to predict where exactly it was going to be. They were in the zone from the very beginning, close playing by the edge, south of where that building is, north of launch site, but it was even bigger to see that they were able to hold it down, but still in the middle of so many other teams in that late game.
Yeah, they were slowed down a little bit on the rotation, right? They ended up finding, I believe, a member of HAO as they were kind of negative rotating through thermal and catching them out there. But I think trying to get that ring 2, ring 3 information sometimes, especially on one of these hard rings where you can have that unpredictable hard pull, can pay off for you.
Their game 1 action. Let's get started, everyone. Game number 2. To really keep up the momentum here, and we're getting a shift in zones, I'm happy to say, as this may be moving over to perhaps Monument Choke. I like to always predict it, even if I'm hard wrong here, when you go for those early predictions. But that's what we get to see from a lot of our team that do have access to those circle consoles. In this case, Lava Siphon, you know that Team Falcons is going to be able to have that Evil Harvester and that Survey Beacon too.
And the great thing so far about our LAN, about being here in Mannheim, is we've had great diversity in terms of the rings, both on World's Edge and on Stormpoint, and we might be treated to some more of that here. We are on board with Gaming Gladiators, who are splitting, of course, here at Skyhook. We've got Bleed Esports in Skyhook East, but we're not going to see either team really try to get aggressive on each other. Really, when you're over there at Skyhook East, you know that you're going to be at a huge disadvantage when it comes to armors, when it comes to equipment. You're not going to want to try and take that fight. Gaming Gladiators, though, also aren't going to take that initial fight because, well, they're looting up. There's so much loot for them to gobble. Right now, though, our first look at the ring, we're getting another epicenter ring as it pulls up here to the northeast. That's going to allow Not Moist, who does have one of the highest priorities for, you know, a high probability zone, for this one to continue to pull up to the north side. Not Moist can try and take a position on the rocks on the north and really secure the placement points that they were not able to get in the last game.
Yeah, and while being able to be passive-aggressive too, although the circle completely shifting over away from where I was maybe thinking here by Monument, but it's better here for Not Moist to be able to pepper E36, VKG as well. But that also, when they have a ring console and they will have that information, kind of works against them almost, right? Like a double-edged sword where they like to take these aggressive fights, but you want to do it early in a meta like this with so many cryptos looking to see if they have the opportunity to go for a third-party phony. Oh! No way! In the moment he gets into that crypto drone, Legends from afar call him out. It is player K getting the final blow with the triple take.
And that's not who you want to go down. You do not want your crypto to be going down there because, of course, the drone can come in, pick up the banner, and then get the res, but now they're not even going to have that opportunity. Very unfortunate as they will go ahead and secure that thirst onto Phony. That is going to be first blood in the game for Legends Gaming.
Legends out for blood. I mean, that was almost like a collat right through the crypto drone and then immediately onto the crypto itself. Actually crazy to see from Legends, but even better for them because they had made that quick rotate, exiting out of staging immediately into Landslide. They have another survey right there too. Space Station now looking on to see what they could do with TSM. Now actually ending up to rotate through the edge of the circle by Countdown.
Na'Vi doing what they do best, utilizing their prio from the center of the map to try and get onto slow side of the zone, God spot of the zone. They are here on the far north side of Climatizer, and that's so surprising because you have other teams like Moist that could have tried to get this position. You have other teams like Echolos Lasers. Remember, in a very similar circle here, in a very similar pole, coming out from Geyser, they were stopped at Bridge, and that ended up paying off for them. But because they have a higher priority from Overlook, they're able to get deeper in there.
That is huge here, and getting into a spot like this with the circle continuously pulling over to the north, more so worried if the circle does end up pulling slightly to the south, what that could mean for the teams that have to funnel out of Climatizer. Space Station are able to get the res onto Phony. They ended up going back to Landslide. They saw that Legends had tried to prioritize their rotate after scanning the circle console in Landslide, and with no other teams looking to see if they wanted to get involved, they have time to also reset too. Even with Furia, who have taken their time to rotate out of Thermal Station, where they also had a ring console.
Yeah, so of course we're expecting the teams that are in those far corners, Thermal Station, Stacks, SkyWest, they're going to take their time here. There's no point trying to play edge off of this without the loot, right? You expect to take a lot of fights. And so if you're not walking into zone number 2, zone number 3 with purples, if not reds, you are doing something wrong here. You got to make sure that understanding there's going to be a large pile of teams on the western side and on the southern side there, and you have to have at least an advantage in terms of armor or in utility.
And some cover here too if you can't make up your own makeshift cover with the Newcastle, as Makers being on the east side of things, ending up rotating on the outskirts of Epi, but waiting patiently, thinking of squads that have taken their time now. For this circle, it's going to be Team Falcons. Alliance like to do this. Obviously, we know that they like to play by the edge instead, but it was Falcons who were waiting by the ring console from the beginning, while TSM are all the way by Skyhook.
Yeah, and I think they might have caught out someone by themselves. Is this a Game and Gladiators player? It is! It's Light! Where is the rest of the team?
They were all spread out here by North Skyhook, and they caught the straggler lacking here. How get eliminated in your feeds, but that was just free for TSM as they find Light behind the rest of Gaimin.
By the way, Cloud9 again in the way of HAO. How? That's the second game in a row where Cloud9 were able to catch them out on a rotate. GG are just going to have to give that one up. They might have an opportunity to try and double back and come for that banner because it's just the first ring. They can eat that. They should have plenty of meds. Now on board with Team Falcons. They're now moving through Overlook. It was going to be a slower rotate for them. They knew they had one of the lowest priorities coming out from Lava Siphon to get up here, and so they're playing it very similarly to Alliance. Surprisingly enough, they're actually shadowing behind Alliance right now.
And wondering if they want to be able to just hold this circle and camp it right now for the survey beacon, or Alliance maybe wanting to prioritize that while looking to their backs to ensure that there's not going to be a third party around. And no other teams, by the way, will be rotating from the south part of zone. It is just Falcons on that southeast side with Alliance to their north where they have circle priority. Meanwhile, the action with TSM and Furia has now begun. TSM playing on the outskirts of the middle building of Skyhook, but it looks like Furia getting a whiff of what was going on between themselves and Gaming Gladiators.
TSM built up a lot of confidence throughout the group stages there in their fighting on the edge. They were looking to build up that momentum and get better and better across the event here. TSM now with the EMP. Verholz charges forward. Backslon will check one, forcing them back, and Furia will survive this first round of attack.
Good attempt here, but Furia feeling the burn. They are able to pop the shield back, but it was a good amount of damage from both sides. And guess what? The third party has now rolled in. While this circle is completely moving away from the western quadrant of World's Edge, now Space Station seeing that maybe they can re-engage in an opportunity like this.
And you're Gaming Gladiators, and you're looking on like, hey, can we grab our banner, guys?
They were able to get the respawn onto Light, so they absolutely were able to wrap around, get the res, and they got the res in countdown nonetheless. So if this fight takes even longer, they can then show an appearance as maybe the fourth party. But I'm not expecting these teams to linger here any longer by Skyhook. You can see with Furia also getting that information on where these other squads are. They'll know where Gaming Gladiators are going to be rotating from, and countdown now is going to get heated by that northern choke.
Yeah. Lufka, though, already cracked. He's going to force out that bat, and they've already used the shield. That's the wall now coming out from Blast. Says, GG. They just got that reset. They just got their player back on in. Not going to have much more there. So disengaging and backing off, but they still want to possibly try and angle for a position on that beacon. Now we do have Bleed Esports making their next rotate down, getting into Epicenter here. Legends Gaming hold up inside that bottom layer of Epicenter. They've got, I believe, one other squad above them.
It's the fact that the circle pool just ended up completely navigating away from Climatizer. It is directly on Epi, slightly over towards the east side, and not Moist now engaging on the Overlook fight with Falcons, ending up backtracking to get even more information. They've called in an evac tower, and with Alliance and not Moist engaging here, they can now make an appearance, a third party.
I believe they've already gotten a knock onto Tyler here. Unlucky. Doesn't have the backup as he is stuck trying to charge forward. Gilderson's is cracked, but he has just popped his heels, and now they're chasing after him. So it looks like Alliance have split up here, unfortunately. And Walsey will not continue that aggression. He'll back off just in time here. And I think they have spotted him out. There it is. Tyler getting finished off very shortly.
This is so scary. When you have Timmy and the drone just constantly pinging for information, knowing that Unlucky was healing in that moment and feeling the pressure from the nades that Waltzy is hurtling towards him, he is forced to not only separate from the rest of his team, but now he's also in the line of sight of Falcons. He is trying to get back to the rest of his squad, but he cannot. They are split up. They find a knock onto Unlucky, and we get to take a look at how congested Epicenter is looking thus far.
Bleed now. Deep inside Epicenter, we're able to pick up that scan for themselves, realizing this one is going to pull to that southern eastern side of Epicenter. They've got Legends Gaming in their way. They also have to worry about the threat, if they get involved in this fight right here, that there's a team on top of the tower. That's going to be NRG looking to third party. They moved in there early from Monument. NRG are going to be low in terms of utility, in terms of economy. And so they need to go for a third party there. And so Bleed have to navigate this one expertly. For Moist, though, it looks like they have largely given up the hunt, but they might have caught up to Hakus.
Oh, right behind him here, too. And they had called it a Moby, not Moist, creeping about to find him, calling him out on top of the high ground. No more invisibility cloak for you. And the Crypto, not only do they get the loot here, and they are able to finish that last solo from Alliance quickly, but they will be able to now decide where they want to go to, because they are in that next zone, with Falcons being to their south side, but they have to inch forward out into the open once they get beyond those train tracks.
We're getting another bridge ending, it looks like, Zvicky. Remember, that was Icholo's laser on our first day, our first set. I was able to take that win. Was it our first game as well?
Oh, you know what? It could have been, actually. And Icholo's still alive in this lobby, too, but they had committed to being in the middle side of Climatizer. While we look at Monument, though, Game & Gladiators, the only team from the other side, it's going to be Fnatic, who have also been playing by the edge. And once you're forced to commit into playing by this south side, there is an Evil Harvester to your north, but so is C9 Complexity and even Falcons that are waiting about.
Icholo's lasers utilizing that path. Energized Zip to make their way on in. Na'Vi ends up going down here at 18th. As a fight breaks out, Fnatic gets jumped on!
Oh no, Fnatic, though, it's a trade. Yuka blasting with the Mozams. Game & Gladiators will blast, navigating away, having to pop the shield bat. They still have the advantage. Game & Gladiators, with Lufka being able to pop that shield bat and having the gold knockdown on top of it. They want to be able to continue on their domination after the performance in game number 1. Blast is moving in, but he had little to no health. But Lufka doesn't look to his flank. He gets shot from the side. An appearance now coming in from Bleed.
Fnatic trying to clean this up, but no, that third party is going to make it difficult now, as we do have that Bangalore ult subsiding. The drop down possibly to get that res onto Satoki, get them up into full force. GG have to give up on this.
It was Bleed versus C9 over by Epicenter, but with GG now being able to get the reset, Fnatic struggling a little bit. They still have to move from that south side of zone as it closes in, and Falcons are directly looking at them. Look at this circle pool right now. Look how many teams are congested from the north side by Climatizer.
You got TSM, Icholo's lasers, and Furia, but Furia in the power position on that bridge allowed them, basically because they didn't have as high of a priority to get over here. A lot more teams going for that really hard northern pull, expecting that one, left that one free, and that's actually the same thing that happened to Icholo's lasers in that last game as well.
And they were able to play off that low ground. It helped when they had the Pathfinder zipline. That's why they were able to get so quickly from the middle part of Climatizer down below. But then when you're forced to play off the low ground right here, you can see the other zipline set up to go over to the north side. But there's a team already stationed up there with E36, feeling that pressure, but also giving Icholos some time to breathe.
Yeah, Fury is like, leave him alone. Back up. All right, there's the res onto aimbot, though, and they have plenty of coverage to work with. Break that line of sight. Unfortunately for them, though, they have given up that they are on blue armor. So Furia, if they feel so inclined to, understand that they will have a huge advantage in this fight, and it's going to be Gaiman Gladiators going down there in 17th. It was a very unfortunate start for them. Remember, it all started off in Skyhook, where I believe it was TSM initially was able to take out one member, forcing them to recoup their losses and try to get him res back on in. For Team Falcons, though, they have been fighting their way on in from the southern side here, playing hard edge all the way through. Zero forced to slow heal up. Their economy might just be in shambles.
And this is why they were waiting in this position. They saw the fight happening in the middle of Monument, and they are able to pressure out Fnatic. With GG having a pretty rough game from the very beginning, thanks to TSM. They also have to make their decision to eventually show their face to Not Moist, who are going to be off to their north side. Fnatic forced to rotate from the low ground closer to the bridge side, where they can completely engage on Complexity now.
Oh, Complexity. They're going to lose out on one. That's Monsoon going down. Reptar picking up the L-Star once again. But Fnatic coming in here for the third party. It's a quick pivot for Complexity, though, as they end up cleaning them out. Fnatic go down.
He immediately came into that train car and started blasting in the wrong direction. Nobody in that corner just yet. They ended up being behind him, and now they get wiped with Complexity being able to reset, with C9 also looking at them from the other side.
That's the crypto effect.
Yeah.
Is anyone playing hide and seek in here?
Yeah, they gaslit themselves when they came in blasting when they saw the crypto drone. And now Bleed also having to reset from the EMP from another crypto drone with the catwall up, using it as some extra cover because they have to go through from low to high ground with TSM holding height.
This is one of the roughest rotation coming from scaffolding inside of Epicenter up to that high ground. With so many teams in position, Shubi, though, on the Newcastle will allow them a moment to try and go for that reset. But now it's NRG that are getting turned on. TSM right on top of them. And there it is. Bleed Esports to go down. NRG still surviving for right now, but for how much longer?
Oh my, this is just free range for TSM. Looking at the two squads funneling in their direction. NRG, VK Gaming even with Legends right behind NRG, thinking that they could capitalize off of Bleed's wall and move from the similar direction. Instead, it was Bleed that had just completely met their demise. TSM still holding on to that height. Still have to be wary of Furia, who were sharing that bridge side.
Cloud9, SSG, both knocked out. We have hit our top 10 in game number 2 here, as Falcons are clearing out that southwest side. TSM, though, not done with their fights. They will go ahead and pick up some loot as they charge forward. Oh! Nocturnal gets found, and it was just one pellet. He was literally one shot, as TSM want to finish things off here.
Quick little one shot here, and you got to see Verholz get some extra loot because he was struggling a bit with the shotgun ammo, and now he should be fine, and now he could be able to get any extra attachments he needs with the Mozambique because he only had that blue shotgun choke. As now Verholz moves forward. He is feeling himself, but they lose out on Zap, who is right in front of him, but out in the open. With them now fully engaging on Legends, NRG are still alive, and Furia can third party this.
Legends Gaming go down. Zap is the only one down. Reptar, I don't know if he has no heals or if he doesn't want to make any noise, but Furia now try to drop down, coming for the third party. They'll back away with that energized zip. They understood we did not have the timing on that any longer. We'll just go ahead and back away and not throw this one.
Furia said psych. The moment they pulled up with the zipline, they did not like what they saw. Instead, Team Falcons have now been able to get even closer, but they're still staring down Not Moist, who have circle priority on the edge.
Icholo's lasers knocked out here in 8th place. NRG will survive to 7th. And now Team Falcons bleeding as Jen Burton has fallen. And unfortunately for him, the ring is closing in. Falcons are going to be forced to fight this one out as a duo. Moist, though, still alive here in the late game. How much longer can you survive? Well, not that long. They're knocked out in 6th.
Struggling here when you're forced to drop down into the line of sight of all the teams that have height over you. It's not just Not Moist, it is also Furia like we saw before. E36 also still alive. VK Gaming playing off that low ground, but Not Moist are looking to farm after they were able to come in from the east side.
They've got to be careful. They gave up height. Furia and E-Force up top. The nades coming down. Gilderson, though, has to be careful. Climbs up and avoids that. EMP out from TSM. Playing across the lava here. Extremely safe. But Verholz is taking initiative. He's charging forward. He gets the knock onto 951.
And he's alone, by the way, in this position. You saw Zap on Pride Rock to give him suppressed fire. Verholz backing away, but playing right behind the silos is going to allow Zap to protect him if he needs to back away.
Still has an arc star. He still has a thermite. This is going to be incredibly strong for TSM. If they have that utility on their forward player, they have to have more for Zap and Reps. Reps will now go ahead and join him here. A little bit of hiccup, missing that slide. Up top, we got Furia, Moist on the right-hand side, our final 3 squads.
As they drop down and they're going to rejoin together, the circle's going to start closing behind them. But TSM, you look at them and you see confidence right now. Look at the way that they've been able to take these fights, even making a roundabout rotate out of Sky West into Sky East before committing to going from the north side. Furia is still playing above them in our last 3 squads alongside Not Moist.
Bats getting handed off. Bats just healed up, got peeked by the Mozam now. EMP down as Furia try to survive this. And they will go ahead and reset back off. Moist now trying to position themselves, but Furia, it's going to be madness to get the first knockout to Verholst.
We see the Mother Load coming in from Not Moist here. I'm wondering for TSM, it's the trade now as Furia get eliminated. Not Moist up alive and healthy while TSM had suffered a casualty already. Waltzing slides down. The EVA 8 goes blaring. Timmy needs some help. Gil comes in to follow up, and Not Moist are looking to take game number 2.
Not Moist, we're in a great position during game number 1. We're not able to clear things out. They clean up their mistakes. They get aggressive on the edges. And they have so much utility as they rotate later in for zone number 3, zone number 4 on this epicenter pull. And it pays off for them. It's great to see that they're carrying this momentum on. Sometimes, you know, you heard Yuki on the desk talk about sometimes if you start off too strong throughout the group stages, you tend to peter out, falter, that's too much energy. But they're still able to carry it through. And honestly, what other team could do it but Moist?
When you land in Climatizer East and you get to linger there for as long as possible, remember we saw that they were able to rotate from the north side of Clima East just in case the circle pool ended up benefiting them by the tracks, and then we're able to go right by the edge where so many other teams were so focused on fighting each other. We saw Icholos at one point in the middle of Climatizer. We saw teams coming in from Survey side. They were able to wrap around towards Overlook, take the fight against Alliance with some help from Team Falcons, but still had the advantage on the circle rotate versus what Falcons wanted to do.
Yeah, they let those teams fly by, right? We saw Na'Vi, like you mentioned, Icholos Lasers, trying to take that really hard northern side. They were trying to play that slow, but it was a bait. It was a bait. We had that southern pull coming out from the zone, and so that soft side became, that slow side became extremely detrimental for all the teams that tried to play center zone. But like you had mentioned, that negative rotate, going over to Overlook, getting them that extra fight, getting them the extra kills, and basically relieving a lot of the pressure from the southern rotates made it so much easier for them to try and control that bridge.
And they get the dub with 11 KP, while TSM also having an insanely explosive game with 12 KP, and even taking longer when it came to that similar rotate. Furia behind him, finding themselves in third with 3 KP, but with E36 coming out on top with 8 KP too, sets him up with some extra points, but it is a top 10 teams that can find that safety in that finals bracket, and we are already down 2 games.
Yeah, surprisingly enough for VK Gaming, they are slowly but surely succeeding in this lobby. And we're talking about a lobby that is absolutely stacked. We know these are currently the 20 best teams here on LAN, right? They are here in the winner's bracket. And for HK Gaming to be able to stand toe-to-toe and try and match macro for macro is fantastic. But now here we go, Not Moist with that win will go ahead and propel themselves into first place, 31 points overall.
Beautiful here with the overall series. Gaming Gladiators still right behind them, but I like how close this is looking within, even I would say, our top 6. VK Gaming and RG with 17 points. One explosive game could help them skyrocket right alongside Not Moist, but there's still one more game on World's Edge. And when I had highlighted World's Edge before, I talked about Not Moist because this is a team that finds so much KP on World's Edge, slightly more than Stormpoint, but still very balanced in the way that they're able to play their World's Edge versus Stormpoint, which would start in game 4.
And interestingly enough, remember, it was Not Moist that actually chose on Stormpoint for their first pick. So they did not prioritize here on World's Edge. But because so many other teams in this group, in this match, decided, I believe it was 15 teams in their first round of picks, decided to choose Stormpoint there, it left a lot more open on the second round, and so they were still able to get a high priority position there for themselves.
Yeah, prioritize one map over the other, finding those strengths, but Not Moist still being able to come out on top with a circle pull like that. We've had a south zone thus far, a north zone. I don't want to jinx it because we still have one more game to go. Game number 3 coming to you on the other side of this break.
HP underneath, he's 1 HP underneath. On bridge, on bridge, on bridge. Cracked here. He's fast, he's 1 HP, 1 HP right here. They got knocked, they got knocked. On me. Good one. Pass back here. Also one. Right here. It's last one, it's last one. I'm nading rat. Nading left. Rolling nades, careful Timmy, you on me, I cracked him. 1 HP crypto, last guy, we got it. All good. We got it. You guys are too fucking good, baby.
And the pop off from Not Moist taking game number 2. I just want to put into perspective that Guild thus far in these last 2 games alone has dropped over 4K damage. So he's already put down 2K apiece between game 1 and game 2, further highlighting the confidence that this team is going into as we approach game 3.
That's absurd. That is absurd. But if anyone's going to do it, not surprised, that is by Gildersons here.
It is crazy. And of course, for you guys watching at home, don't forget, we have Twitch drops here as you guys watch the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. You want to make sure that you're able to claim all the rewards that you can and all the nice stuff that you could equip for your cosmetics in game.
Yeah, I forgot to start farming them, so I'm going to have to spend all day tomorrow actually starting to do that.
I only got ahead of day number 1. Day 2, though, was so much action. I didn't have all my equipment set up there to be able to claim that. Make sure you're not me, everybody at home. Make sure you get your rewards. You want to be able to rep that as we get to see our teams rep their best here in this winner's bracket.
Yeah, and it's been such a long weekend. There's plenty of time. We still have, of course, all of match point finals day.
Oh yeah.
But we still have 2 more matches, or excuse me, 1 more match after this, so plenty of time to get those drops in here. But now it's our final map on World's Edge. Man, Not Moist. My big question, why I didn't pick them in predictions. I didn't know if they can continue this kind of dominance. It's so absurd that they were able to basically play out like they did in the group stages.
Honestly, breaking it down and what we've seen from Not Moist thus far, because I actually picked Not Moist, and I've been very impressed with the way that they've been able to play and also third-party tournaments. And I was curious because going into a complete new ranked season, a new season in general with all these different changes, with the Lupins too, the Ronald McDonald Lupins, and seeing how that plays out into their playstyle and how aggressive that they could be, Walty moving into a new role, being the IGL, having confidence in his team, I feel like they are so cohesive together, but they've also been able to build up so much synergy and trust with Timmy coming into being on that crypto has been insane. We saw him pinging to get information when they first engaged, I believe it was Alliance over by Overlook, but it was also allowing Walty to get a lot more aggressive as the IGL to build up space and enable the rest of his squad.
And at this point, honestly, it feels like this team is just on autopilot. Like, the way that they fight is just so cohesive, it's fluid, and not surprising when you're, well, not Moist, but yeah. But here we are, loaded up now for our final game on World's Edge. Before we make that swap on over to Storm Point.
Let's get started, everyone. Game number 3 now. And we've already gotten 2 different winners that have ended up with double-digit KP. Moist, you know that when they get that momentum rolling, it is so difficult to stop them. Such insane fraggers here, and also allowing Gil to be on this fuse to find that momentum here.
Yeah, team's giving them a lot of space here as well. VK Gaming, we're going to try and rotate quickly out of here. But VK Gaming, we have to also shout out the neighbors of Not Moist over at Epicenter that have been doing an amazingly consistent job. In a lobby like this, being able to put down 6 to 7, 8 points per game is an impressive feat in and of itself. For Not Moist, though, as they continue to get looted up, we are going to spot out that zone in just a moment. It is bordering on them up here at Climatizer, so there is a chance that it continues to pull up here to the north.
It's another northern zone, but it's not pulling as much over to the east side. Instead, it is going to be that more western survey camp into the outskirts of Epi, as we've seen before. But with another northern zone, this could also help out, again, Not Moist and staying on top in the overall standings. It is that top 10 that you want to vie for to be comfortable and make it to the finals.
Yeah, do they want to go for that same game plan, right? In zone number 1, do they want to negative rotate down to the south side, catch out teams like maybe Falcons or Makers Alliance that are coming in from that south side? I think for Alliance, they need to be careful here. This has not been a great World's Edge for them. This is a team that is particularly very consistent across both maps, across both World's Edge and Storm Point. But right now, across the last 2 games, they've only been able to get 1 point for themselves.
Which is really rare, right? I mean, right before we were able to see how these teams were doing, you mentioned how Alliance is one of those teams that are very consistent on both maps. Now that's kind of dwindling for them, where they usually get more of their points on World's Edge, and they have a less of a performance on Stormpoint. Not by much. Again, it's that consistency, but it's not really showing here, where that's another team that likes to rely on that momentum. See them looting over to the south side, and I do want to talk about the cusp as we've reached that middle point, with Legends Gaming being in 10th place with 13 points, and it's a 1-point difference between Legends, Team Falcon, C9, and even E36, who all 3 have 14 points, with Falcons being in 9th, 8th, and 7th place for both E36 and C9. So it is so incredibly close looking at the current series standings right now as we make that transition over to Stormpoint.
Here we are on a board with Na'Vi as they're making their way through Monuments, and they are pinging that rock position over by the double chokes coming out from Landslide. They want to make that rotate over. It's much more holdable, position that you can definitely defense now that we do have that Watson along with the Newcastle in play. So I like this coming out from them. It's just unfortunate they have the whites. Our first fight of the game, though, is going to be Moist versus E36.
Wow, that was nice timing on setting up that knuckle cluster right when the gen had been put up afterwards, because E36 get eliminated. When I talk about stakes, you don't want to be one of the teams that are tied to possibly be below 10th place to be the first one out, and not Moist. When you see Gil putting in all that damage, that is also the result of the fuse, putting on so much pressure with the knuckle clusters on top of the mother load.
I'd be surprised if this ring continues to pull up to Survey Camp. We haven't seen a Survey Camp proper pull in quite some time. But if it is, Moist will be happy that they got the team fight win there, that they were able to full wipe a squad. Because if they have to camp out in one of those buildings for the next 6-7 minutes, they'll have that extra econ in those loop-ins. So this can be an incredibly strong position for them, at the very least, if not a top 5 finish.
Same can't be said, though, with Na'Vi being on the outskirts of this choke. They had the information of where that next ring is pulling. Look at the amount of crypto drones within the vicinity flying by, like in UAV, but that's what it's got to be when you have a ring console over by Monument, C9, How also within the vicinity. But with Na'Vi holding this edge, you know that they can gatekeep teams like Gaming Gladiators, TSM, and even Furia, who wrap around the outskirts of the circle from the west side, where you could find 3 different ring consoles.
TSM looking to do it again, and GG in their way. This time around, you have to imagine the guards are up for Gaming Gladiators. They can't allow what happened in game number 2 to happen once again. Fuse ult right on top of Blast as he was going up that zip line, but he is safe. Knuckle cluster getting eaten, though.
You know, that's TSM here looking at them, trying to see if they could take this fight, but having to be careful because Furia can move in for the third party. They're looking behind them just to make sure, but Furia instead is opting to rotate from Lava Fisher side, since that is where the ring console was, and Gaming Gladiators disengage. They're going to be moving on from Skyhook side while Furia takes the skies on the balloon.
Yeah, Furia are going to be able to cover a lot of ground, and Gaming Gladiators are going to have to keep an eye on that. It does look like, though, they will not cross paths. Furia going for that southern rotate here. Not really spotting anyone out. They are getting shot from their back, and that's possibly TSM. But they will be able to go ahead and make it over to Menage a Trois.
When you saw that Gaming Gladiators ended up going from the north side, TSM instead ended up disengaging, moving from the south side, maybe going from the landslide side of things, or even going for the ring console. Yes, they're going to go for the ring console over by staging. A lot of the other squads that have been lingering on the outskirts of the zone haven't been wanting to bank on where that next ring pool is, so they just want to see where that next circle is going to be as another team flies around them. It's going to be Furia, who have been going from balloon to balloon and seeing where they could find themselves in staging, trying to cut off TSM.
Instead, though, they're going to run into, I believe, Fnatic here to their south right now. Furia keeping an eye on their back. They knew that there was another team behind them, and now seeing one more ahead. They are playing this one very safe, not overcommitting onto this one, and they'll just go ahead and back away. We'll see if, though, Fnatic want to try and get maybe a bit more aggressive onto this one. Keon is shot off that zip, and we'll have to just eat some ring.
May have to actually end up disengaging, completely going deep in the circle, because TSM, after hearing that the triple takes go off and hearing that there may be an engagement, ending up backtracked away from Landslide and are now playing on the edge to see if they can catch Furia. But in the distance was Complexity, who also was by Landslide, where there is a ring console and a survey beacon, so they got information where the other teams were outside of that zone.
Yeah, TSM getting gate kept by Complexity there. Going to be forced to pivot around towards that countdown side. They have an option if they want to try and make it into Skyhook instead. They won't eat that much damage from the ring, but I believe Game and Gladiators might still be in that area, and you have to imagine that there's going to be a large pileup of teams. Yeah, we've got Bleed Esports inside the Skyhook tunnel that is still up there. Echolo's Lasers really trying to play the slow side of the zone once again, going all the way up to that north side of Survey, but it was not Moist. Remember, getting that team fight win inside of Survey Camp, we're able to find an opportunity to get out of Survey Camp and now hold the bridge line, or excuse me, the train tracks on the northern side.
It's like 5 out of the 19 teams are inside of that zone right now. 5 spots outside the zone, 19 right now. Got to see as Complexity try to engage on this choke, but Monsoon, he had to reload the Sentinel real quick. He has to back away and pop that shield back while Lou is trying to climb off the lip of the cliff. Can't get an angle just yet. They see the Newcastle wall, but a little risky. This is very open unless you play by those rocks. As you can see that they put down the Watson Jenner.
Great timing there as Kimchi was able to heal up, but Henchman finds one, not kinda, will fall next.
No.
And there it is, Lou knocking out Na'Vi. And the big issue here for Na'Vi was the simple fact that they rotated into the position so quickly. They were sitting on white armors, maybe blues, while Complexity were coming in, rocking the purple armor. And it was just a huge differential. Getting that first knock as well really sent them reeling as we move on over here towards Survey Camp. And it's a big fight breaking down. And it looks like Shadow might be knocked out.
We're talking about all the teams that are in Survey right now with not Moist, who had tried to rotate here very early to find that space, and now finding another KP. They're going to be able to move inside of this building. Walton's going to be able to clean up what is left of Shadow. They have been taking every fight from inside all of these buildings in Survey. You talk about loot. Timmy's feeling some pressure, though, from a distance. It looks like there's a sniper who has him in their sights. He's forced to pop the shield bat, but that's probably Team Falcons, who have opted to rotate all around the zone from the edge of the circle to go by the north side where Not Moist is now stationed up in.
Again, we're seeing that slow side of the zone really coming into play. A lot of teams trying to move their way into it, but right now it's all Not Moist doing such an amazing job of controlling it. Unfortunately, because of that aggression to push down into the buildings, that gave away that priority for Moist. You have Timmy stuck on the rocks by himself, and Falcons are looking for an opportunity to try and jump onto him.
They're okay now sitting up on that high ground because they're also going to be able to prevent squads from moving in from their backs. Thinking about Falcons in this case, when we see the flyby of Complexity still playing off the mouth of the Vault Cave. They had backtracked from the choke that they had fought Na'Vi on earlier. And with Furia being right in front of them and Space Station on the other side and make it with Fnatic, it's going to be a difficult situation to get through both of these chokes here. Furia looking to clean up some easy KP before Space Station steal it from them instead. And Vaxlon in the feed here are going to be able to find Lou off to the other side of the choke.
This should not have happened to Complexity, but now Furia are looking to roam in from that western side. Fnatic here for the third party to try and finish off Complexity. But Fnatic themselves have to be worried now, giving up their back. They have to keep a player, keeping an eye on that choke on the southern side, and also the threat from the north here for Yuka.
Complexity's able to get away and immediately get into the crypto drone, by the way. So he is invisible while now they're continuously fighting, and it's going to be Fnatic engaging on Furia. Space Station not wanting to give up Grandma's house yet, but still wanting to poke from afar, seeing what they can do with Keon popping off and finding Leica.
Furia finally now converting off these positions, getting some KP for themselves. They are currently third place overall in the lobby. And that is what Furia loves to do. They are so consistent when it comes to trying to play for the late game here. Right now, they're forced to play edge.
He's invisible. Look at Kimchi.
No.
Look at Kimchi. They just walked past him, by the way. This is where he positioned himself to call in the crypto drone, while the rest of Fnatic are running around trying to see if they can find that one straggler, because now Kimchi has been able to respawn the rest of Complexity.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous here.
Welcome to Crypto Meta. Welcome to the new perk that we get to see Crypto turn invisible. The clutch plays that could be done here before Fnatic try to call them out. And they do.
Are right underneath him as well. Yeah, that's Kimchi going down. Fnatic now going forward. That res onto Leica, and second go. Lou will get finished off. Complexity knocked out here in 17.
Only so much they could do when you come out of that dropship front. That is right there, and Fnatic were able to now respawn their own and re-engage here. Yuka F angry after not being able to find that crypto for too long, and now re-engaging to see if they can find Furia. Space Station, by the way, are still in the distance that they can poke from afar.
Yeah, they got one knocked. That's going to be Keon going down. Furia knocked out. This is the hilltop of death, and it's Fnatic now standing atop of it. But for how long? They have to rotate now to the northern side. SSG have been keeping an eye on this the entire time. If maybe they pulled Zainu or Fonion over to give him a little bit of extra firepower, they could try and successfully gatekeep Fnatic, but now Fnatic have a lot of options. They are not forced to just run right into SSG. They can come down to the east, but there's another team here waiting for them, and it's C9.
It's C9, and now Leica playing off that low ground. Saucer with the advantage, but they trade with Sasuke being able to get that too.
It's a 1v1 now, and Yuka loses out on that duel up against Cloud9, but Cloud9 themselves are not safe. The ring is closing in on them.
Oh, no.
Saucer has been spotted out, and he has no time to go into that drone. He will get knocked out at 14.
And that's why Space Station didn't even overcommit at that point, seeing all the fighting happening in front of him. Koifel also was able to clean up one of the members of Furia in that early engagement between Furia and Fnatic. They still have control over Grandma's house, and that's even better for them because this circle is pulling down the middle side where the respawn beacon is and the edge of that building.
The big question was, will this continue to pull into survey camp? No. Falcons, Moist, so many teams expected this one too. The ring has been behaving so erratically. So all of our best callers here for Alliance, though, they're in a fight up against Makers, and it's Makers that cleans them up.
Alliance, another slow approach here, going out in 12, while Legends maybe finding an opportunity to move forward onto Makers, strafing Flame, trying to make a play with the portal, and after taking a different angle now, going around the side of the Watson fences, they see that the res is being attempted, but they disengage immediately afterwards.
Legends Gaming, the only team basically playing this race, but Strafing Flame ends up going down in the 1v2. Player K has taken the portal to help out here, does a lot of damage, but Ziki is only forced back here. He can reset, he can hit it back. Now, they've got the full forces here. Flash Kid peeking on over, will take out Asia, and now this makes it a little bit easier for Legends Gaming to reset.
Hold on, this play is a little bit slow here. They're playing up the knockdown, and Player K was low, but Easy Flash was able to pop the shield bat. Now wrapping around, it was just one shot for Easy Flash to be the nail in coffin, because now Falcons have moved in for the third party, cleaning up what was left of the scraps of Legends Gaming.
These were a lot of teams that also came in with that Zone 3 after that loop-in reset. So you're seeing so many gold boxes there. Falcons are going to go ahead and pick up all of this loot. Now a lot of space opened up here on the northeastern side. We were talking about so many teams being up there at survey camp, but now there's a lot more room for these teams to come on in. Team Falcons, though, they have been spotted out. It's NRG looking to gatekeep them here on the eastern side, and Moist coming in for the third party from the north.
And NRG was also able to get a mythic bin, by the way. I was seeing it opened up by the support loop bin, and NRG playing very split up with not Moist now going right behind Team Falcons. NRG prioritize the circle. Falcons have to focus their shift right down to their south. Jen is so incredibly low, so is Zero. How goes down? Not Moist get eliminated. It is a bloodbath, and NRG could easily clean up Falcons.
It's Jen Burn left on his ones here as Icholo's lasers are in the fight as well. Azazel, the only one alive, has a knockdown shield, has the wall to play off of here, but he doesn't have the time as the flank comes in up top. GG will clean them up. We're down to 16.
Bopped on top of his head, and NRG, as you saw in your feeds, were able to finish off Team Falcons. VK Gaming, the ones that have circle advantage, while all these other teams will be coming in from the north side. Space Station still looking to get aggressive as TSM are stuck behind the Newcastle wall.
SSG are looking for an angle on them right now. You can see that crypto drone set up high in the sky with an aerial view onto them, but SSG are going to get called back here. They have the safety of the next zone. They will have to play out basically in the garage portion of this engineering building, which doesn't provide as much cover, but there aren't that many teams alive here. There's not that much pressure coming in from the south side. You can see there's only two teams inside the zone right now, SSG and VK Gaming. All the other teams are essentially stacked up here on the northern side, so SSG are putting a lot of focus on there as Zainu gets a knock onto reps. On board with GG, though, they're patrolling the eastern side. Kraber in the hands of Light.
He got that shot already. We saw TSM also in trouble right beforehand with Space Station had backed away before re-engaging, but Light still trying to take a different angle with this Kraber. A slow approach for Gaming Gladiators, because if they try to overextend Bleed Esports while free range over them, BK Gaming off to the other side by Pride Rock, but calling out one, and Newcastle gets taken out. The one legend you do not want to see go down first, but with the R9, they take out NRG, and Gaming Gladiators have the green light for the third party.
They go instantly in as Light on that south side will look to try and climb up here. Gaming Gladiators are finally finding momentum in this, but they do trade out. One going down, it's VK Gaming to get cleaned up. Will they have the time? They've got the Newcastle to get him back into the fight.
They got the Newcastle and they have the gold knockdown, while Bleed still have full blue Evos. Having to reset after calling in the Catwall to rotate. They know Space Station is off to the side. Gaming Gladiators are right in front of them.
We're down to our final 3 teams. SSG playing on the west side of the tracks. We got Gaming Gladiators on top of the train platform and Bleed Esports to their north. It's SSG that are looking to try and keep these 2 teams contained upon each other, but this zone is ending directly in the middle between all 3 of these teams.
Are you kidding me? So much open space once they're forced to get out from the corners of this zone. Bleed still looking down at Gaming Gladiators, but a better position for Space Station because they can hold this entire west side of the end zone for free.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up on the wrong side of the tracks here and who's going to hit that short rail. Zainu doing a great job with the Nemi, keeping them contained. And again, it's about applying that pressure slowly on one side to try and force them into each other. SSG keeping one on the right, but Light with the knock onto Zainu. There's an opportunity here if Bleed see that to try and maybe force an issue there on the northern side, and it looks like they're trying to regroup for it.
I don't think they can in this moment. I think they're going to be forced to just stay by the north side because Space Station are also still holding a different angle to then give them suppressed fire, so that way they could get the reset here. But we saw that Space Station also still have blue. Looking at Phony right now, this blue Evo shield, it's going to be detrimental. Even the same thing for Bleed, but we still have 2 catalysts in this end zone, 2 Newcastles. Utility is going to be so important when you know that Space Station is the only one with the Watson in an end zone like this.
Yeah, SSG have done enough to make sure that these 2 teams are forced to fight. That's what you want to do here in the final 3. Light now dropping down that Rolling Thunder to buy a little time, buy a little space, at least force them to try and scramble forward, eat some of this damage, but it doesn't look like there's any connects. There it is, the crack onto 2 members, but they will be able to charge forward now with that shield. The Catalyst wall is up as well, and now Gaming Gladiators are forced to fight back.
Want to play for the win or do you want to play for the KP? They're forced to fight here, playing right behind the Catwall. They find 2 knocks. Beautiful, as Gaming Gladiators just really blast, taking a good amount of that damage, and Space Station looking at them from afar. Koifel is walking up for free.
SSG now looking to finish things off versus GG, and Koifel gets in space. SSG with excellent control over the train tracks. Go ahead and finish things all off. And it wasn't just the train tracks there. Remember, in the mid-game, they had so many teams, Furia, Complexity, so many teams, Vicky, coming in from that southwest side, but they kept, of course, an eye on it the entire time, applied just enough pressure, and kept them from coming in there.
Koifel is incredibly scary when he has that confidence in this game. At the end of that game right there, not only was he the anchor in suppressing other squads from collapsing on their squad, but when he plays with confidence, it's going to be scary to see what Space Station has to do for the next game.
And you saw the relief on Don's face there, I believe, coming in as the coach for the squad. At the end of the day, he was so happy to see that they did everything right. Aside from the Kraber, of course, right? What can you do? They had to go peak. They had to go peak. Despite having a Kraber as a constant threat there, you have to apply pressure onto both teams. So you have to take that risk, and it ended up paying off for them. Fortunately, of course, there was no extra pressure coming in. They couldn't follow up. They couldn't get the thirds, and so they were able to reset. But again, like you had mentioned, Koifel doing an amazing job playing on that northern side, really being able to apply the pressure there on his ones.
Yeah.
Up against Bleed.
Yeah, being on his own, being on that north side, and allowing the rest of his team to reset after that Kraber shot from Light had forced them to just take it slow. They were the only team, though, on that west side with no other squad that could probably counter-rotate, get behind them, whereas Blast and Gaiman were forced to engage on each other at the very end. Even if you put up the Catwall, you try to isolate both squads, it was inevitable. And Koiful, he knew he had to take the opportunity right there. Chef's kiss for Space Station to take that game on top of it. We know that there's a lot to break down after that, and I want to hear it from the desk.
SSG take the win as we head into our halftime recap. 3 games gone by so far. Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist find themselves on top. One of the best things about an ALGS event is it's hype. It's fun. The players, they're competing at the highest level, but you just never know what's going to happen. In this situation, some of our top teams have performed, but some teams like Falcons find themselves down in 8th, not where they would be expected to place, especially if you would end it now, be very close to going into that elimination bracket round 2. Unfortunately, as we move into our desk to talk about this, some teams that are good are going to be going down into that bracket. There's just no doubt about it. Glitter Explosion, Genome, and Yuki back on with me. Yuki, I'll start with you real quickly. How'd you feel after these first 3 games, sense of this lobby? If you were playing in it, how would you describe it to a viewer at home and to us here on the desk?
Well, one thing to note about the winners bracket is it's often similar level of hardness than finals, because you have the top 20 teams from the 40 that came in, and it's practically a finals lobby, so it's equally as difficult as the finals. That's how we should see it, and therefore you must kind of exert a lot more energy into these games. It's actually a little bit more important than the finals, these ones, just to get into the upper bracket as well.
And now seeding, right? I mean, that makes a huge difference. Genome, did you notice any of these picks from the draft having an impact in a bigger way than you might have expected?
Yeah, they very much did, because we saw a lot of circles ending up on that sort of eastern seaboard there of World's Edge. We saw Falcons and Moist run into each other time and time again, right? And I think part of that is because there's kind of like a chain of IGLing that's been handed down here, right? From where, you know, Zero and MT playing together, that going over to Waltzy, and then from that, they like playing similar spots, and because you had this Climber Siphon sort of coming together, they ran into each other multiple times, but Moist had priority and got the better of them a couple.
That's true, and Falcons find themselves kind of down in 8th after a little while. They were 8th here overall in this placement, Lauren, as SSG took the top spot in Game 3.
I mean, we're seeing a little bit of some repeats up here as well, because while SSG do win match 3, you're also getting GG up here yet again, finding themselves some more points on the board and putting themselves in a really strong position now, switching over into Storm Point. I mean, a squad that I think only one of us, I think only Gaskin put on the predictions there, had faith in the team.
He did, and he was, you know, going rogue for some points. Let's just say that. But Gaming Gladiators is not rogue. Maybe only in this lobby could you consider it, but I think they're still in that possibility of the 5 teams that you think might be able to win this LAN. Yuki, this is kind of a spot-on question before we jump into our final circles to kind of recap the action, but is there a list of maybe 3, 4, 5 teams you think have the chance to win this? Is there like a power 5 for you?
It's tough. It changes every single LAN, but I'd say the power 5 has got to be definitely Alliance up there, Falcons up there.
Falcons,
Obviously, and I see that Complexity are doing very well as well in this one, and I think those are the ones for me at the moment. And Not Moist are also popping off. So I think they're on the list.
I mean, you could name a lot of those.
A lot.
I mean, you keep going, right? That's kind of how it goes. We're going to refly this graphic for you. Had a couple of issues there, and make sure that it's correct, but this is our match 3 results. We haven't gotten to series yet, so that's just the previous graphic that you could see on your screen. Yeah, power 5s to me, I'm kind of throwing them out. I do always love to pay attention to this, though, Lauren. Which teams win in these winners brackets? Because I think that's the big test for me.
Absolutely. I mean, very similar to like what Yuki was saying. This is often a portion of the competition. This bracket is very similar to what we'll be seeing in our match point finals. And the consistency is one part of that equation, being able to get enough points on the board so you can hit that match point threshold. But then when you have those squads that are able to take home a win in this tough of a lobby, that not only sets them up for those points when they need them, but sets them up for success to close it out when it matters.
And I think that's a great point. You see teams like this, Gaming Gladiators, Not Moist, SSG. I think they're in most people's Power 5. They're the 3 teams who have won in this winners final so far.
Moist have done it before. They've won a winners bracket at a time where we said this is a really hard lobby. They couldn't back it up and take out the LAN. Maybe this is it.
This could be it for sure. I don't know if you guys saw those graphics for as long as you needed to, but long story short, SSG just got a big win that pushed them up, and GG and Not Moist are in the lead. Okay, let's recap our final circles. Starting over with you, Genome, Gaming Gladiators, strong start. Gaskin the only one to pick them, but you could have had anybody pick these guys and know they're going to produce. They've been producing all tournament long, and it's a great start to their winners finals.
Yeah, pretty much an upward trajectory for these guys as soon as they got together as a trio. This was an interesting circle. We saw it started a little bit more subtly, but then came back up towards Siphon, and so you got teams in the building like Legends Gaming and NRG being able to stay in for quite some time. So the fact that GG actually played this from the caravan, from the low ground, and you can see here, how does Light get up on top of that and do so much damage without taking any himself? That was a pretty phenomenal start and probably the biggest hurdle in them taking this victory. Then the Catalyst comes into play. You see the double Dark Veil coming up and dividing our final circle into 3 parts. That actually provides some good cover for GG to try and get a sense of where the other teams are. And as soon as that, they don't make the mistake that their opponents earlier did. They take advantage of that high ground, and we see them win game 1.
And Yuki, it would then turn into the Not Moist story. Like Gino mentioned, they've been here, they've done this before.
Yeah, so this endgame was quite interesting. The bridge wasn't taken for quite some time, and I think it's because the earlier you take it, the more danger you are in.
Yeah.
And Not Moist in a very good position here, trying to get that height from, I believe it was Furia, is that correct? And Furia essentially here, they have to play for second place here because the zone pulls towards Not Moist, as you can see, and TSM did a great job taking control of the lower part of the bridge earlier on, where they sent Verhulst over by himself. I think that was an amazing space play. And here you can just kind of see it's up to Fury here who they send, and they decided to go for TSM. So this is a quite textbook play by Not Moist, coming in for the 3P and getting the win. It was quite clean and expected from that.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned that Not Moist played that a little bit late enough so that it could still be the winning spot. Because, yeah, earlier we heard Falcons talking about it behind the scene. You don't play bridge. You don't play bridge. Privacy was in our room discussing that. He's like, we know this. But it worked out for Moist there. Lauren, SSG, we just saw it. Game 3 would be their game.
You know, and this is a zone we've seen quite a few times so far over the last 3 days. So our players obviously know how to play this train station here across the tracks. And you saw SSG doing a really good job holding this rock for a decent amount of time. Now, like we mentioned before, you have GG up here as well across the way with Bleed joining them. So not easy opponents here, but with that cat wall down, SSG knows this is just about biding their time. They can allow the other 2 teams to cannibalize each other. And as long as SSG push in at the right time to be able to go for that third-party damage with the Mozams in hand, clean up the rest of the stragglers here. I mean, this was just perfectly positioned on SSG's behalf to make the final moments as simple on them as possible.
Those Akimbos hitting hard for Koiful, Phony, and Zainu. Say what you want, but they know how to execute when it comes down to a final team fight. Phenomenal stuff from SSG. They're our winners in Game 3. Yeah, right. I didn't expect it, but, you know, worked out that way. A lot of G names in our ALGS anyways. NRG, LG, we can go down the list. Yuki. Ryman as well, but listen, man, you have been phenomenal to have on the desk. This is going to be the last time we see you for the evening and for the tournament, but I hope you're going to enjoy spending some time here, hanging out in the venue over the rest couple of days here in Mannheim.
Yeah, certainly will. Thank you all so much for having me on the desk. I know that Alliance are currently 19th, but you know, this is how we do things. The second half is where we come back. I still believe, and you always have to believe in order to achieve. So, yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been amazing, man. And, you know, I feel like you might just be maybe Alliance's lucky charm for this whole thing as well. I'm sure they're happy to have you back in the building also. All right, here's the deal. Some of us, we see this play and we're excited. We're happy. Some of us, we look at that play and we think, there's no way I could do that. I got no skills. I got no tools. I got no guide. How do I become a good pro player? Well, that's what we're here to answer. In fact, we've put together the perfect guide on how to become the perfect pro player. Take a look.
Are your teammates getting mad at you in-game? Are you missing too many shots?
For this episode, we will teach you guys how to correct your communication and protect your reputation so you can play like a pro.
Meet our ALGS wannabe. He'll show us some classic in-game mistakes. We'll tell him how good communication can turn bad plays into positive outcomes.
Let's take a look at our first example.
Here we have an example of our player white swinging a team and missing every single bullet. Unfortunate.
My bad, guys. I just missed every bullet.
Our wannabe has made a classic error in communication. Here is an example of what he should have said.
Tell your teammates that you hit him more than 100, but he must have swapped his armor. Relay clearly that you believed your team was going to swing with you, but they left you alone. Clearly, they should have shown more trust.
If you were as aggressive as I was and actually pushed me, there's no way that guy survives.
Next up, our ALGS wannabe falls into the looting trap.
Killed while looting in the middle of a loot box. Understandably, he is frustrated, as he wasn't fighting when he should have been. Like my friend Zero would say, not good.
Man, I should have really been helping there. I already had 400 light ammo and I couldn't care anymore. I'm sorry.
Terrible.
Instead of clearly communicating to your teammates that you left them, you can instead say things like, I have no ammo. Or maybe, how can I fight without ammo?
You could even say, you guys engaged too quickly and weren't aware of my loot situation. As the 3-time, I'd go for the classic ALGS response of how did you guys lose that? I did 200 damage before I even began to loot. Wannabe, you might want to try that one again.
I wish I could have done more, guys. I just really needed to loot more ammo. Be more patient next time.
Our final example today, and my personal favorite, is choosing to leave a fight and run solo before your teammates realize they're fighting a 2v3.
I really should have been a part of that fight. We had enough damage. We're a team, and I forgot that.
In this situation, a clear way of adjusting your teammates' expectation is to say the following. We were about to get third party, and me running away solo allows us to stay in the game as a team.
I thought you guys said it was 2. You guys can't win a 2v2. I was scouting for info.
I was playing for next rotation. Why are you guys even fighting this team? I'm the 3-time. I have way too many trophies to risk this kind of fight. I'm the best.
I'm perfect.
Who are you to question me?
I'm just too good for this game. You hear me?
How dare you question the GOAT?
You think I would make a mistake? Guys?
Well, that's all we have time for today. Just remember, you are perfect. It's up to your teammates to realize it.
Awesome stuff, awesome stuff, and some tips that, I mean, I would say I would like to take, but maybe I feel like I am already ahead of the game when it comes to some of those communities. You could probably back up on that.
I feel like I've heard some of those excuses from you before, but yeah, brilliant video there, and great to see some of the players playing good sport, but now it's time to get back to serious business again, because match 4 is on its way, and it does mean we are going to shift over to Storm Point now, and we've seen a few teams struggling a little bit on World's Edge. Can they change things now as we look at Storm Point?
Yeah, we're going to look at the POI draft where the teams are going to be dropping as well. And now we have to start talking about qualification for our match point finals. That's what's on the line here. Top 10 will go through to our match point finals on Sunday. The bottom 10, however, will have to continue their elimination bracket run. It really is getting down to the nitty-gritty, the big business, all that good stuff as we say hello.
And interestingly, we see teams like Icholos Laser going to be up at Zeus Station, currently has the best win rate on Storm Point right now, and boy, do they need it. They are struggling down in that bottom 10 if they want to get into the winners final. If they want to get into the grand final from the winners final, they need some points here on Storm Point. You can see Not Moist went for Cenote Cave as their drop spot, which is an interesting one because we have seen previously that some teams would like to go more central a little bit on Storm Point, but they've really found success so far this tournament.
We certainly have. I mean, it's somewhere they played from the southern side of Storm Point for quite some time now. I'm interested to see how Na'Vi play here on Storm Point as well, because they do have CO Station, and when we saw them have that really good set of games in the group stages, it was when they were playing a central POI and they were able to get into some of those god spot positions. So for Na'Vi, an opportunity here with this POI maybe to try and rekindle some of the game plans that they had a little bit earlier in this tournament and fire their way up those leaderboards, because they're currently down in 17th position with 3 games to go. And I'm going to reiterate it one more time before we get into this game. Top 10 will go through to our match point finals. The bottom 10 will have to fight their way back for another opportunity as we head into match 4.
We're locked and loaded, and everyone has dropped onto Storm Point here. And if you are down in that bottom 10, you really need to start putting your best foot forward. Try and find some points. Even if you have to start getting down and dirty, get a little bit scrappy, and I'm starting to see a few interesting legend selection across the board. I see a Bloodhound, I see a Revenant, I see a Pathfinder on one composition. People are starting to pull out all the stops now to try and find points.
I'm seeing a Bloodhound, Pathfinder, Revenant composition, and if that doesn't put a smile on your face, I don't know what will. SSG, the winners of our previous game, though, starting to find a little bit of form here, Dan, which is always a good thing. And Phony, we've already heard some of his communication feedback as we previously saw in the video, in the Play Like a Pro video just before we got underway. I wonder if he's going to be communicating like that in-game now with 3 games to go.
Well, he'll be very happy if they get some ring console information, because it looks like we're going to be heading right up towards SSG in Cascade Falls. Also a good one for Shadow as well. Shadow 36 going to be dropping just below SSG with a chance to maybe get into this zone.
Speaking of Shadow 36, they are running the Bloodhound, Pathfinder, Revenant, so SSG might find themselves engaging against a rather aggressive composition in a few moments' time. If they don't have that ring console information, it might be changes things a little bit, but you can see Shadow 3690 gets more and more difficult for me to say every single time, but they're going to be heading up. Na'Vi also leaving Ceto Station. They don't have a ring console by the looks of it, but they are heading in the right direction. Looks like a ring 1 read is good enough for them.
You can already see Shadow 36 are actually getting involved with the SSG here, but they are only a 2 at the moment, and Koifu's just been able to find one as well. So it's not going to be the start for that aggressive composition that you were talking about.
It's going to be a good knock coming in from Koifu in that position, using the Prowler to get that first down. SSG will be able to solidify that, and Phony with the off angle as well. He's going to be able to find another one here. That's 2 players dealt with, only 1 more to find, and the composition is aggressive on the other side of things. However, you can't really do too much early in the game if you don't have those ultimates available. So an early fight maybe not the smartest for the composition if you want to make the most of it, but to get into a prime position is obviously something you want to try and fight.
Well, they won't be eliminated, Shadow 36. They still have a chance to get back into the game. There's still 1 player remaining. Sadly for them, they don't have the support legend to be able to craft the banners, though. So it's going to be a tricky situation from now as we check across with Alliance, who have been struggling thus far. 2 points on the board right now, 19th position. And they're nearby Fnatic, who have been griefing them a little bit, moving up towards Northpad.
Only have the white armors Fnatic there as we now turn our attention to Falcons, who want to try and take away one of these primary positions for the end game. Catwall's going to go down inside of the building. Zero's playing the outside of it, trying to find a couple of off angles himself, and having seen the opportunity to maybe move up to a building which is less occupied, they're now going to find out that it's just as occupied. So Falcons go for building 1, not good. Go for building 2, not good. And now they're going to resort to playing this side of the cannon.
Yeah, it's a shame that you have to go back for it, but they might get a second opportunity to maybe re-engage with one of these buildings if the third party presents itself. As Na'Vi down in 17th position, they played so incredibly well when we saw them earlier in the tournament. Can they find the same success?
Yes, but just about to say, I hope we go to the north here, because it wasn't just Alliance and Fnatic. Makers are now coming over to the north side of the map here to try and get involved as well. Alliance will be eliminated, so a turnaround in that fight. But Makers, the question now is, can they chase down the remaining members of Fnatic and manage to secure themselves some KP? Down in 16th at this point in this series, with only 6 points on the board, Fnatic are running for their lives here. And if they can hit the cannon, maybe they'll be able to escape. The Mozam, surely, not even from this distance.
I mean, they're good. They're just not quite that good, but you can see at the other side, Na'Vi versus VKG, it's still going on. Na'Vi were able to get a couple of knocks on the board as they look for another one here.
I mean, Na'Vi, so much pressure on these buildings. You can tell that everybody who is arriving sees this as the primary place to try and hold down for the endgame. Falcons are having another look at this. There's third party after third party, loads of teams getting involved, but nobody really having the upper hand in any of these fights. Falcons are looking for that opportunity, and now maybe the opportunity has changed to survive, because Jim Burton has found himself getting knocked from that window.
Do have the Newcastle on Hal, though, and actually Na'Vi are going to help out Falcons a little bit here. Shadow 36 are actually getting a respawn, though, as Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down. It's actually Kinder who aren't helping Falcons whatsoever. They are trying to put the pain down onto them. How now left on his own, tries to drag the players away and try and survive, but Falcons at the moment looking in a shambles. And Falcons will indeed be eliminated. VK Gaming will follow them up. 17 squads now remain.
I do not know how Na'Vi have just been able to hold off 2 teams here, but they're going to have to get back on their feet and maybe try and hold off another, because C9 definitely still having a look at it. But it looks like they're going to be more than happy to be in their building, and they said, look, if they can take down 2, we don't want to be the 3rd into that equation. So Na'Vi can now relax and they can calm down. But that was a very desirable building to be working for.
A huge amount of credit to Na'Vi for holding that building with multiple teams trying to push into them. When you have that situation, it's so often that one player will go down just from different angles being taken that you struggle to cover as just a 3-player team. But they hold off every single push. They come out of it healthy. They look successful. And now a more serene look at GG, who have been nothing short of superb so far.
It is interesting down the south. Gaming Gladiators and Not Moist might come across each other, and of course that is 1 and 2 at the moment in the overalls. Elsewhere, enter Force 36. They're just having a little look over the respawners from Shadow, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick up some extra KP here.
There's going to be one. Jackie will fall. And will be converted into that KP as well. So enter Force 36 to kind of perusing their way around the edge of Cito at the moment. Shadow 3690 still with 1 alive, if I'm not mistaken. The drone will go out from Ender Force 36 to try and locate where that player is going to go. But Fnatic are still alive here, and even though they've lost 1, Yuka's able to get at least close enough to try and get that banner, but unfortunately for him, the respawn's timed out, so it's just going to be a case of picking up a little bit of loot as Makers pick themselves up a slightly larger Trident.
And of course, it was an incredible story for Makers to just about sneak their way into these winners finals. They just needed a couple of points in the last 2 games, and they were able to pip LG to find themselves here. But can they go 1 step further and get into those match point finals? They still have 3 games to try and do it, and they're still alive here in match number 4, but they are very much out there in terms of the zone. You can see they're up by down Beast right now, but Fnatic doing something similar. Somehow, Shadow 36 are still alive. You mentioned that 1 remaining player just approaching Cito Station alongside Enter Force 36, who did take down those 2. Now, the zone is going to continue to pull north, but down in the south, Not Moist and Gaming Gladiators still having a little bit of a scuffle. It's not a full-on engagement, but they are both aware of one another.
You saw shots certainly being exchanged between the 2 teams, but nobody really, like you say, willing to overextend at this point. No real need to, but Bleed Esports, who are in 12th at the moment, 2 spots outside of those qualification spots for the match point finals. Well, they're moving their way a little bit closer to the zone. Let's jump into a listening with Bleed and see what the move is.
Need to check these staircase angles.
Checking left. Those guys are playing the height there with Newcastle Watson.
Purple energy. Okay, yeah, I see that.
We could fuck them later if no one's in our back, right?
Yeah, we need to watch this fucking spider walk up and our watch towards Stormcatcher.
Charge rifle on low ground.
Bro, there's no one playing bottom bridge. Like, I feel like bottom bridge is a good spot with perps. I see no movement in this building.
I mean, that'd be fucking good, yeah.
Bro, I literally see no move. I feel like it's just like teams splitting everything. There's just, I don't think anyone's in here.
You just want to go for it?
We have 2 evacs.
I think we do, bro. I think we go for that. Yes. Let's pop double evacs. This is how we get into zone here.
Yeah.
Pop backside of here.
Yeah, better.
You ready? I'm popping mine.
Pop on.
Listen to me. We're gonna land backside, right side of this fucking doorway, okay?
Okay.
Hopefully we don't get beamed from this team. I got cracked. I'm jumping. Jump.
There's a
Team command.
Okay. Let's get inside. We can maybe retake. Maybe.
I don't think we can without team command. No, I'm pretty sure it's CSM.
There was a team shooting us from the south, like Charger.
Yeah, I know. There's 3 teams shooting us.
Telling?
They're down here. That's who it was.
All right, we're gonna hit an audible then. Let's fucking go for under bridge spot, okay? You guys ready?
Yeah.
Come. Slide down here. Heal if you need to. It's fine. I'm scouting under bridge again. I don't see anything there.
This team knows.
Let me scout it more. Yeah, no, it might be TSM that sees that. I'm gonna smoke on this team. I'm checking this.
Cells wanna come. We can literally just slide in.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm scouting it.
Watch our back shoot.
They're trying to get above me. Can you guys shoot this guy? He's right above me here.
Yeah. I cracked him. They're blue. They're blue.
He's cracked. He's gonna phase back. He fades. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. Come.
Coming. Crossing out. I don't want to use wall on this.
Yeah, try and save it. I smoked on them.
No, we're good. No wall.
Okay, I'm trying to see what best wall is. Like the safe spot is like kind of like in this area.
Yeah, I think
eventually they will get pulled up on. We can maybe get deeper, bro.
Yeah, we can.
Always phenomenal to go into a listing and hear a team being championed by their IGL about what the move is, how they call an audible as well, of how they want to adjust their original gameplay to plan B. And from there, Dropter's navigate his team into a fantastic position inside of the zone under that bridge. For GG though, in first place overall, they've got to approach from the south.
They've moved away from Not Moist, but they've moved into Complexity now. Some good initial damage, but they do need to be careful here. It's Complexity. We're prepared for them to arrive.
Lufka's going to go down as Kimchi. With that Havoc, who's going to be able to put him to sleep for just a few moments here. Light looking to jump up to the height here to see if he can protect his teammate, who is still under a little bit of duress himself. Blast is going to even up the numbers, though. And then all of a sudden, it's become a 2v2. Light has to switch his attention around. One player's going to fly through, and he's not going to be able to do enough damage. GG will be eliminated, and that opens things up at the top of the table.
That is a solid hold from Complexity as they show their class, and they try and push themselves closer to that top 10 here in match 4. Had they gone down, it might have looked a little bit dicey going into matches 5 and 6, but now they give themselves a real opportunity to start to catch that top 10 that they're so desperately looking after. Now, as we take a look back towards the map, we're going to be heading north even further. TSM put themselves in a pretty good spot. How, though, are in arguably one of the best. You can also see Fnatic trying to scout round on that northern tip as well. Those 3 teams should make it to the late game if TSM don't get kind of pinched by those squads.
Yeah, TSM's job is just to watch those chokes and make sure the likes of Fnatic and Makers don't sneak in behind them. Also, they're going to watch their height, like you mentioned, how we're going to be looking to fire down on them at any opportunity. But on the southern side of Cascade here, Not Moist have got a very different route to take. And it's not the first time we've had to say that about Not Moist. Sometimes it feels like their journey is a little bit longer than most from the southern side of Storm Point, but they're able to fight their way through pretty successfully the majority of the time.
And with GG eliminated, Not Moist have a real chance to take first place away from them and create a gap with a good game here. Some initial damage with the Hemlock will allow them to push a bit further, and now the EMP might even encourage the push even more so. It's Cloud9 on the receiving end of this one.
Chaotic has to drop. That means it's a temporary 2v3 situation for Moist to try and take advantage of. And through the smoke, Noise going to find that Waltzy, even with the aim assist nerf, still doesn't miss too many bullets.
Not Moist look incredible this tournament, and honestly looking like one of the favorites going into the match point finals. Playing like this, we know surely they're going to be competing in it, but just how far can they go? Cloud9 have to back off. Na'Vi are also going to be round the corner as well. But at the moment, Moist are just scouting to see whether it's worth continuing the push. Waltzy just on a terror mission right now.
I love Waltzy's confidence in this situation. He knows it's a 2v3 and his teammates are going to be able to give him some covering fire from height. And they're going to have to keep going forward and force Cloud9 away because they need to get inside of this zone. Elsewhere, you can see the TSM have just eliminated Makers. That was the choke they were trying to hold. So they've managed to win that fight, which is going to give them a little bit more space to play with. They have to be aware of the position of NRG, though, just under these rocks. C9 have been eliminated in the meantime. And tell you what, TSM were more than aware of Nocturnal and Co. as it will be Zap who flies forward with those Mozams to get the knock.
TSM temporarily gave up the position, but then they get aggressive when they need to here, and NRG are under a lot of stress. But this is clever from TSM. You don't want to overcommit. They know that How are going to be above them. They know that Fnatic were also on that northern side. You don't need to give away the spot you're currently in.
This is a look at the replay of that fight that just ended. The last remaining members of Cloud9 being taken out. And as we head back into our main game here live, it's NRG in that rock spot who are the only team at the moment inside of the circle. Fnatic have wrapped all the way to the north. How still above them on the platform, and TSM still in the position that we left them in a few moments ago.
And everything looks pretty comfortable up here. I know there's a lot of shots being fired between these 4 teams that have found themselves north, but if you look south a little bit later, there's about 6 or 7 squads, well, actually even more than that. There's about 9 squads who all have to move from south to north at the same time. Some of them in buildings, some of them safe, some of them will be on the edges and might have a better chance to do so. Not Moist being one of them. They're on this far western side, but it's TSM who are looking over them.
Well, Moist are taking a lot of damage at the moment, but it looks like they might be able to just about reset here. You saw Waltzy got the battle for just in time to avoid the damage coming in from that frag grenade that would have certainly taken him down. Fnatic have been eliminated on the northern side of the zone. Na'Vi trying to force their way up the hill, and they're going to have to go through Not Moist here if they want to succeed. Great burst shots coming in, by the way, from Kinda. That damage is going to be surely enough for them to try and play off of. And yes, indeed it is. Here comes Henchman. And Guild is going to find out that this man wants to win.
Fight's about to kick off all over the map right now as Furia take down Legends Gaming. That was on the eastern side. On the western side, Not Moist are still stuck between Na'Vi and TSM. It really is between a rock and a hard place for them, as now Complexity is starting to sail across above and try and find themselves in center zone.
Complexity are playing straight for center zone. Like you say, NRG the only team inside of it at the moment. TSM maybe looking to move up to see if they can get some damage if Complexity choose to force the fight onto NRG. Now, TSM's job's been made a little bit easier from the fact that NotMoist did lose those 2 players, but NotMoist instead are going to take a cannon over everyone at the moment. How picking up some kills as well in the feed. Furia going to be falling to him, and look at Lugo cutting players down left and right as they try and move up. Furia will be eliminated.
Furia down, but now 4 other teams are still moving from the south as Complexity starting to fire good from Lou. And that's what you need. Na'Vi, they'll lose 2, but there's going to be more teams to worry about here.
Lou was desperate for the armor shop. Couldn't get it though. Bleed Esports eliminated. SSG will go as well. Na'Vi will also fall as the carnage of the southern side of this map starts to take place. Complexity, the final team to fall, as we now have just a few seconds as the zone closes for everybody to relax, catch their breath, and set up for this endgame.
By the way, NotMoist have pulled off a madness, taking that cannon to the northeast side, and they have taken How off of that high ground, and the 2 of them now are doing some domination. Now, Echolos Laser trying to show that they have a laser by name and laser by nature as they look to try and take down Enter Force 36. Shadow 36 still alive, by the way, to their north.
Echolos Laser are trying to fly in here. They want some KP. They want to try and take this position away. And oh my! Enter Force 36 get absolutely decimated. Nobody goes down. They now have the castle wall to play behind as well, but Guild is overlooking this. Good shots coming in from him once again. NotMoist as a 2, but top of the table still. I've got some more work to do, and they find a cheeky little Pathfinder as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the final member from Shadow 36, trying to stay alive, trying to get into the top 5, and it might just be a little bit too late as finally, after an incredible effort, they go down. But now NotMoist as a duo, still looking to put points on the board, trying to increase that gap between themselves and Gaming Gladiators here.
Kurev looking to swing, using this devotion. They're taking damage from so many different angles, though. That gen's going to be vital for them. If that stays alive, then at least the grenades aren't going to be too much of a problem for them. But if that does go down, then they will be naded out of that spot very, very comfortably. Zap taking the off angle, now retreating back to his 2 teammates here as they will approach this final zone. Guild's still going, by the way. NotMoist still going, and NRG are finding that out.
Don't count the chances of NotMoist still winning this as a 2, by the way, because the way they're playing right now is insane. Guild, the current kill leader, and he wants to add more.
NotMoist summoning their inner Pulverex. As a duo doing so much at the moment, Echolos Laser will be eliminated as we're down to 4 squads. Kill leader in the lobby is Guild at this point. Walty looking for the armor swap, manages to get it. TSM still alive, NRG also still as a 3. And even though we saw NotMoist manage to get that knock, they were not able to convert it into a kill, which allowed NRG to reset.
TSM have done so well to control this eastern side, but now they are worried about NRG. They feel like they're vulnerable. They've been pushing them further and further to the center, further and further into the possible sight lines of NotMoist as well. There's still a solo from Howl just north of everyone as well, so they do need to be aware of that.
TSM decide that it's not the time to push now. NRG as a 3, Howl as a solo, TSM as a 3, and NotMoist as the duo. Guild has to take a second again just to breathe, just to pop that shield battery to make sure that he extends his life and increases the chances of NotMoist taking home a win here.
When you think about points totals to get into that match point final as well, a win here would be massive for the likes of TSM and NRG, who are trying to send themselves up those leaderboards to catch the likes of NotMoist. In the moment, TSM look like they are commanding the most space in this final circle.
I think NRG might be struggling a little bit with shield economy at the moment. You saw shield cells being popped. Not fully healed with the white meds either. And when NotMoist poke, Verholst will teach lessons. That scout's still being very, very useful to hold off the duo on the south side of this zone.
And I wonder how this solo from How is going to impact this one. Walty's going to be able to ult here, which actually might really cause some havoc for the How solo, but TSM are still holding space. They are still keeping NRG center zone here.
You can see NRG still haven't been able to heal. They have no shield cells to play with, you would imagine. Guild now starting to burn. That's TSM showing great patience in this situation. How have been eliminated, so now it's down to 3 squads. Moist as the duo. NRG as a 3, but weak, and TSM commanding the northern side of this. This is looking like a TSM opportunity to win.
But NRG, if they do end up pushing TSM, it opens things up for Not Moist, and they know that, but it's going to be the other way. It's going to be the flip side. NRG sent it to Not Moist.
And NRG are playing for second here. They recognize the situation, and they will get second. Not Moist eliminated, but it just opens the door for those 3 letters, TSM, to call themselves champions.
TSM send themselves up to joint second with Gaming Gladiators. And that win will all but secure them in that match point finals. But now they need to start thinking about placing as high as possible for a better POI draft, a better position in those finals. But 48 points on the board, excuse me. They surpassed Gaming Gladiators. They look like they are on a mission here. Not only to prove a point to their fans, but to prove a point to themselves.
Think about the disappointment of just a month or so ago, right? The Esports World Cup, they find themselves not making a final, not making the match point finals and having the opportunity to be part of that championship Sunday. But here, with the amount of points they've already put on the board, it is looking more and more likely for them to be a part of the match point finals here at the Split 2 playoffs. It's a great turnaround, great resilience, great mentality, and most importantly, of course, great ability from TSM to find themselves in this position.
You can see the smiles on the faces of TSM as well, the amount of relief that they'll be feeling right now just to put themselves that far ahead at the top of the leaderboard with the likes of Not Moist and Gaming Gladiators puts them in such a commanding position going into match 5 and match 6. These are the results though from match 4. 21 points in the end for TSM, NRG with 11, Not Moist with 14. By the way, as a duo, they put so much on the board there. Canninging across, taking out How, and still commanding all that room.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Not Moist, especially you think of where the zone is, where they dropped over at Cenote. A long distance for them to travel uphill. Well, they made it look a little bit more comfortable than most teams would have. Echolo's Laser, by the way, 13 points on the board for them as well. That's going to put them in a really good position, you would say, with 2 games to go, potentially being inside of that top 10 qualification spots. And what a story that is in itself.
It's very interesting for Echolo's Laser because they are playing for more than just the match point finals here. If they were to get into those match point finals, they would guarantee themselves into the ALGS Championships, which is such a big factor here. They would be the South American representatives. They just have to outplace Dragons or previously Geared Gaming from those Split 1 playoffs, and being in those match point finals would do so.
Let's take a look at the stats from these top 3. You can see it in front of you. TSM, the one takeaway there is the damage output from everyone, and especially the man at the bottom on the fuse. That's Zap, 2.8k damage, but the overall damage just over 5.5k. TSM outputting damage, commanding space, and that's why Sum took home that win.
And there was a very key moment during that game as well where TSM could have pushed up onto NRG after getting that knock, but they were reluctant to. They didn't overcommit. They actually stayed on that eastern side. They could command more presence. They could see more things. They could manipulate more teams in how they wanted. And they get a victory off the back of it. 48 points. They now find themselves in second place ahead of Gaming Gladiators, but it is Not Moist who are at top of the table after 4.
Well, let's talk about something crazy, right? Let's talk about the team in 11th. Team Falcons, if it ended right now, would not be qualifying directly into that match point finals. They would have to go through that elimination bracket, but we still, of course, have 2 games to go here on World's Edge before we know what that top 10 is going to be. We'll get back into the action in just a few moments when we get back from this break. Game number 5, just around the corner.
Yeah, I'll pick it up. They did in front of me. 1 knock. Nice. Let's send it forward. Yep. He's in front of me, 1 guy. Right here. He died. I need to pop 1 more medkit and then go. I'll pop 1 medkit and hammer. Just send it. Yeah, I have to. We got scan. Finish scan. Over here. We gotta send. Yeah. I'm going in now. I'm losing them. Kill me. Knock one! Kill me and like it. Turning up. Yeah, here. Where you are? Stacking. I'm pushing. Coming. Kill one guy. Jumping. I'm not getting.
Awesome effort there from Alliance.
Rocked right
Aurora
now.
now running over.
And here we go. C9 has a lot of work to do.
C9's aping it.
Nice. It's a great play by C9. They move across. Here's a knock. Alliance
Oh my
and Aurora
God.
still
Hardjackie
dying.
taps the res with a gold knock.
He gets one more.
Impulse gets
Oh
up.
my God.
Impulse!
Oh my God. And Aurora. Are you kidding me? Aurora gets second place and BR Demons are gonna get first. Are you kidding me? The Lifeline gameplay every time, Dreek.
Bro.
Every single
Taps the
time.
res.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to Mannheim, Germany. Welcome back to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, and a huge thank you to Herman Miller Gaming, who is the official chair partner of the ALGS. Today's competitors are sitting in those beautiful Herman Miller Gaming embodied chairs, which now come in 4 unique colorways. Our coaches are also sitting in the Phantom Gaming chair with 7 unique colorways. You can try one out in the free play area located on the concourse if you want, if you're in the crowd and you want to feel a little bit comfortable, more comfortable maybe than you are right now. And to learn which chair fits you best, head over to hermanmiller.com/gaming.
Thank you, Herman Miller, and of course, thank you to all of our sponsors, but very excited to get into Match 5 now, because you mentioned it, right? We've got a team that's just gone into 10th, where they're trying to get to the World Championships, basically, with this position they find themselves in. And then you've got a team who's just dropped into 11th of Team Falcons, who would be expecting to be in the match point finals from the winners bracket.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I mean, the stories just continue to evolve in front of us, right? And this is the story so far. Match 1, GG. We haven't got enough time to talk about how good they've been. Not Moist, you could say the same thing. SSG was such a vital win in match number 3, the final one on World's Edge, before we see TSM returning to the 4 in match number 4 to put themselves up into 2nd position overall. This is how it stands in the series heading into match number 5 now. Not Moist up on top, but the cutoff is the most important thing. Top 10 will go through to our match point finals, whereas the bottom 10 will have to go into those elimination finals and try and qualify back for a chance at becoming the champion.
And often to get into the top 10, it's usually somewhere in between 30 points to 35 points, right? So the likes of SSG, NRG, Gaming Gladiators will start to feel pretty good about themselves. Maybe SSG and NRG want a couple more on the board just to feel truly safe. But those who are down in that lower half, in the bottom 10, this is when it starts to get to panic stations. And maybe we will start to see a few more changes in composition and also changes in play style. We already saw Shadow 36 try and do something a little bit different. They went aggressive. Sadly, they got caught out right at the start of the game, and they were never really allowed to get going. But they did manage to survive quite late on to put at least a couple of points on the board.
I mean, something just to highlight here is it's so close still with 2 games to go. You're looking at the cutoff at 20 points as it is going into Game 5 and Game 6. Team Falcons are on 20 points as well. That's how close it is. They're just below them on the tiebreaker. Legends Gaming, 19. Complexity, 18. Bleed, 14. I mean, you look above Icholos Laser holding down that final qualification spot. Cloud9 only 1 point ahead. Enderforce 36 only 3 points ahead. VK, 7. Then 1 more. It is so tight between, I would say, NRG down to around 15th, and NRG at the moment are sat in 4th place overall. So 1 win for any team at the moment completely changes the complexion of who might qualify. But it's time for us to stop talking about potential and start getting back into the action here in Mannheim. Match number 5 is live. Stormpoint going to continue to be our battleground, and we're going to get a little bit closer to the end of our story after this match is done and dusted.
Could be the difference between a bad zone, a good zone, a bad push, or an incredible team fight. It could be what sends you into the match point finals. That's how close and competitive it is right now in this lobby. But with 2 matches still to go, it's not all doom and gloom if you are down in that bottom 10. You still have a little bit of time, albeit will be very dicey if you find yourself down there going into that last match. But now here in match 5, you still have that opportunity to show us what you are truly made of here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, as we'll get a look at the first zone, which is going to play a big part of how teams are going to approach this one. I'm looking across ring consoles at the moment. Fury have one down at Devastated Coast, so they can move very fast, as zone-wise, we're actually going to be looking over towards, well, in between Cascade Falls and Stormcatcher is where we're going to be heading.
Yeah, very, very interesting zone indeed. And although it is slightly similar when you see Cascade kind of on the edges of it, obviously we have shifted a little bit more over to the east. So that front side of Command Center might be a pretty good place to try and hold down. And for Hal, who are, I would say, the team who are closest to the cutoff when we're talking about the bottom half of it, down in 15th, they need 10 points to take that final place away as we head into the penultimate game. But one team who's got to survive to start with is going to be SSG. And Shadow, this time around, are going to get the knock onto Koiful, so a little bit of revenge for them.
The Shadow 36, who just had a couple of players wander a little bit too far last time, trying to take an aggressive fight against SSG. This time, they do get that revenge that you speak of. But will they start to push further and closer towards SSG to try and disrupt their game and try and push themselves closer towards top 10? Because they have a real opportunity here with SSG only being on 2 players, but maybe they won't go hunting. Maybe they've got what they wanted. Maybe they've got that taste of revenge that they were looking for.
Always tastes sweet. Well, let's watch a little bit of Falcons then, because this is a really, really big game for them, right? This rotation, so with this Trident, they're going to be able to hit the ring console here as well. It's going to give them the information they will require to formulate a game plan. Now, I always talk about pressure in situations, right? Game 5, even though we're not in our match point finals as yet, the pressure to get there is still there. And if there's one team who probably feel pressure more than anyone, with expectation from community, fans, pundits, analysts, whoever it's going to be, it has to be Team Falcons. So they will know how important this game is for them, just to relieve the pressure and not leave it all up to Game 6.
It's also an important game for Alliance, down in 20th position. Of course, Fnatic dropping at North Pad. It is griefing Alliance a little bit, as they usually like to take Ferrari and have both North Pad and Ferrari, but maybe Fnatic said, hey, that's a little bit greedy, so we're not going to allow you to have that much comfort. And Fnatic are also pressing onto Alliance here right now, but there is also Makers in the area, so you have to be careful with this fight.
Akis is going to get broken, tries to respond with a charged Sentinel shot of his own. Not sure if he did actually get that one charged up or not, but the EMP is now going to come in from Fnatic. And Fnatic, you're going to push. Look at the damage already that Alliance have taken, and there is that Shadow in the distance, which is going to be Makers. So if this isn't quick and this isn't clean, you get the feeling that Makers might come into third party again. Leica, going to be last player alive here for Fnatic. It's a 1v1 inside this building.
It's a 1v1, and this is going to be mop-up central for Makers if they play this one correctly, because both players are trying to survive. As here arrives Makers, Fnatic will get a couple of kills on the board, but Makers will come in now just to clean them up as well.
Yeah, you've got to wonder really what the plan is for both these teams, right? Because neither's letting each other rotate. They both want to fight, but they've both learned that the same thing is going to happen if that fight doesn't end immediately. So for Fnatic, they survive and will be able to at least get away. But surviving certainly isn't thriving as they come back. By the looks of things, Leica is looking to wrap back around to try and grab some banners, but it's only one team who really wins this from down beast, and that's going to be Makers. More easy KP for them.
Yeah, Fnatic not running a support legend, so we'll have to wrap back for banners, and it's going to be no crypto alive, so you can't use the drone to do it either. Not going to be fun for Fnatic. But Makers, it was job done for them, and now they can try and press on from that as we check in with Icholos Laser. As it stands, they will be in the match point finals. As it stands, they would be qualifying for the ALGS Championships. But the focus has got to be about getting the job done here and staying ahead of the chasing pack. And if they play anything like they did on Thursday, it was incredible what we saw them be able to achieve with the matter of fact of how they played, Mark. They were aggressive at the right times, but they also read the zone so perfectly.
They certainly did indeed. I have to agree with every single sentiment that's positive about their performance so far here in Germany. Little note as well, just looking at Alliance. We'll come back to that in a few seconds, because finally Fnatic will be eliminated, and it's Makers who, again, are the benefactors of this North Pad Trident fight that keeps going down. But to touch upon Alliance, 2 points overall at the moment, down in dead 20th in this lobby. It's going to have to be something special in the final game, but it's looking like they are headed to that elimination bracket.
Yeah, they would need something similar to what Team Liquid were able to do a little bit earlier in that elimination bracket round 1. A miraculous final victory just to send them into the next round. But that doesn't mean it's not doable, because we have seen Alliance pull off crazier things in the ALGS history. Now, Team Falcons, you spoke about the pressure. 11th position at the moment, tied on those 20 points with Icholos Laser. But they have been able to find themselves pretty center in terms of where this zone is. I think the ideal position would be maybe down in the lower part of this dip, or the higher part of this dip, excuse me. That was the building that a lot of teams were trying to get to right off the rip. Oh, dear.
Did Burton take a little bit of damage from C9 from distance? He will be able to heal very, very comfortably, though. The C9 are not close whatsoever, but the difficulty of holding these zip buildings is so many windows, so many entrances. You've got the staircases underneath as well as the doorways. A lot of angles that can be taken just to catch you off guard. And before you know it, you get an angled out, one player goes down, and then the collapse happens. So a lot of work to be done for Falcons just to hold that building down themselves as, again, not Moist, they play their own game. They are currently leaving Devastated Coast on that Trident. You can see right on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there. Picking up a little bit of info on their way.
Yeah, they're going to be playing for Zone 3 information here because we're about to get it, and they're going to get it as well. As I imagine we move up towards Command Center, which we do. It's going to be a little bit further northeast here. And now that's great for the teams that have committed that heavily, but Not Moist can wrap on this eastern side. They would have to go through the likes of TSM if they want to approach that way. You can go through Stormcatcher, go a little bit north, and then find your way to the western side. But they might be raced a little bit. Furia could also commit down to the east side, and Complexity are not going to be far behind. You can see they're both on Tridents right now.
Interested to note that SSG playing this one very, very slowly as well. Of course, they had to see Koiful fall very early in this game as well. And you mentioned Complexity. Well, they're looking at Not Moist now. Let's jump into the comms with Cole, see what the plan is.
They're on purple. Triple purple, I think. They got out to shoot us. Yeah.
Let's go right side in the launch pad with car right now, please.
Alright.
Pick me up. I'm gonna boost through to this finger. Okay. Probably gonna have to ditch the car here.
Why don't we go through gas?
I'm down. I mean, wait, I can just go up on the right here.
Yeah.
Can you drone it out?
No one around.
What the fuck? Okay. We need to hit the dude scan over here.
Okay. They're gonna be in front of us, but they literally own us with the car.
They just did dude scan.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get out and heal. I need to heal.
Okay. I'm gonna get close to this. I have to move forward a little bit for it. Do we want prior of this?
Yeah, I do want prior. Well, I think we should drive up.
They're close. They're in the probably.
I think come to me. We're gonna drive up to Stormcatcher right now.
Through gas or what?
No. Up here. Let's get out here.
We need to look at them immediately.
Yeah. We need a drone in front of us. We need a drone in front of us too.
They could be on our low ground.
Yeah,
they should just be this one team. I'm gonna drone forward from here.
Yeah.
You guys see them? We need to get eyes on them.
I don't see them yet.
Here.
Okay. Yeah.
Keep turning in front of us.
Yep.
We're good right now. They're getting shot in their back. Or they're shooting someone in their back.
We can kill them.
You want me to hit this beacon?
What? No, not up there. Save that one. Go down on Ken.
So Complexity wrap all the way to the northern side of this zone, or trying to wrap as far north as they can. They currently sat on the southern side of Stormcatcher, but a lot of action actually taking place elsewhere, which is going to be to the northwest, and that's going to be GG and Shadow who are having this fight. Legends Gaming also were involved in this, but two players have already escaped from it. That was Easy Flash, who was already taken down, so GG forcing their way into zone, but there's more work to do.
Yeah, two are knocked on the side of Shadow. It's just a Bloodhound that's left alive. I think Pathfinder has just been picked up, so Shadow as a 2 are going to try and escape now. But they are going to be running straight into what is remaining of Makers as well. So it really is stuck between two teams, and they might struggle to get away as Gaming Gladiators look to try and add more KP to the board. They want to try and keep up with the likes of Not Moist and TSM here. Try and stay on top of the pack so they can get their best possible POI draft in the match point finals.
Trying to chase down these final kills. The Pathfinder just grappled away. A couple of grenades have to be respected there by Lufka before he tries to swing around that corner. Elsewhere, you can see Makers continuing to pick up a few KP. It's going to be Jackie who gets taken down. But GG in a really good place to control this side of zone for now. Makers are actually moving their way up north towards where this fight is going in. So we see a respawn happening elsewhere. GG now finding themselves under a little bit of pressure, and they're actually going to have to expend a few resources here, as multiple teams are still stacked up, and nobody was really finished with.
Yeah, I'm not sure Gaming Gladiators knew where the last member of Legends Gaming was, and it just caught them off guard a little bit. But now maybe they can answer back, but Strafing Flame able to get the initial knock, but Lufka, as the Newcastle will say, look, no problem, don't panic, I've got the gold knockdown.
Reinforce the door as well almost immediately, which is going to let them reset, and Strafing Flame decides that he is out of there alongside his two teammates. So Legends Gaming get back up to a full complement. Shadow, though, you can't really say they're feeling the same at the moment. It's looking a little bit ropey for them as they're having to pop heals inside that zone.
Yeah, this composition hasn't really given the fighting power that maybe they thought they'd have so far. But I think they've been caught on a few dodgy rotations as now Looker again from distance, the Nemesis hitting hard as ever. But they've got a lot to do GG from this northwest side, because you either commit to command center, which is pretty ugly, or you have to force yourself through a choke that's currently being held by 2 different squads.
Well, Lufka's just found out where the last 2 remaining members are. Throws the mobile shield down. He's going to have to avoid some grenades, but Shadow might be finding themselves out of this lobby very quickly. Spy managed to escape once again, but for how long can they stay alive? It was Jackie who went down initially, and now he might be the last to fall here. Back over to the other side of things, though, at the top of the lift. Not Moist trying to force their way up through complexity. NRG are wrapping behind them, though. Look at this. Timmy's gone down, and now it's going to be able to Guild and Walty again, much like it was in the previous game, to try and rescue something.
Well, last time they were able to cannon across and stay alive, but this time NRG have control of said cannon as Not Moist are eliminated in 17, so that's good news for the likes of GG, the likes of TSM, as also Shadow 36 go down as well. Now Complexity can start to move a little bit further north, but they don't want to overcommit to enter Force 36, because again, they'll be worried about NRG.
With C9 versus Falcons right now, and C9 have the high ground. Falcons already taken some damage. This could be a huge, huge fight in the context of not just this game, but maybe the series, maybe the qualifiers for finals. How's going to get 2? Jim Burn's going to fly in as well, and it will be C9 eliminated as Falcons get some valuable points.
But will they get third parties? That's a real question. How are nearby, as are Furia, but it looks like Falcons will get the opportunity to reset. Furia are actually going to jump towards Hal. So Falcons just need to be thinking, all right, we need to get behind some shields here, try and get this third res.
I think Hal actually being zipped on by Furia has given a little bit of a blessing in disguise to Falcons. It means the attention will be taken away from them. And even though the Newcastle was down, Imperial Hal will be brought back to his feet. So Falcons will be able to fight once again. 14 squads now remaining as we look through the lenses and the reticles of Furia up on top of that zip building. But on the other side of things, TSM now under a little bit of duress.
Yeah, it's TSM versus NRG. NRG had to wrap round back south as we head back over to Team Falcons. It's now Gaming Gladiators who saw the opening and have now joined this on the eastern side as Makers get eliminated in the kill feed. Falcons looking towards GG. TSM is still fighting NRG though down at the south.
TSM got that first knock, and now they're starting blasting with these Mozams again. Smoke just so that their back is going to be watched. They're not going to take damage, but oh no! Inside of the zone, you might have to be careful of those meds being burned, but it's going to be NRG who do lose the fight. Everyone from TSM stays on their feet, even though Zap took a dip into the red.
Yeah, they'll be fine to reset as well. No teams to try and third party that one. So now our attention turns back to the western side yet again. So Gaming Gladiators were actually given an opening from when Furia sent it onto Hal. Falcons reset and GG were able to walk up into this choke and actually survive. Otherwise, it could have been very difficult. Now Complexity and Bleed are also fighting.
Bleed have been in this building, by the way, where we're expecting the end game to finish just outside of, essentially for the entirety of this game. They get good damage as well. Monsoon will go down as well due to E36 having a triple take from distance. So Complexity make the Hail Mary play for this building. And now Bleed kind of find themselves in a little bit of a precarious situation. Do they control the height? Do they try and push in to deal with the rest of Complexity and control the inside of the building? Or do they let Lou and Kimchi just reset here, knowing that the position they have is a good one? SSG tried to take it, but Bleed hold them off.
SSG is the 2, trying to fight somewhere to survive. It's a hot commodity, this building right now, as Complexity as a duo are holding out everyone. They've got the fences to work with, but no one wants to push in right now because there is going to be a third team if you try to. Enter Force 36 are looking over it as well.
Kimchi jumps into the drone, trying to get info, I think, at this point. Also going to try and collect that banner, which he manages to do. So a little bit of hope to play this game out as a 3 as Falcons, well, the catwall was down, but also Jem Burton will follow. A rough rotation for them from the south to the north. They got Fury in front of them. They got TSM behind them. And to the north of this zone is Legends Gaming, who are trying to force their way out of Command Center towards zone. Let's jump into a listening with Legends Gaming.
Put Jen.
Okay.
I'm gonna put Jen here. I
yeah, I got arc.
Fight them, Greg. Fight them, Greg.
I'm gonna make portal. Try and fight this.
I make the Jen.
Yeah, try and fight this. I'm portaling behind them. Good portal. They're in the corner. Yeah. I fucked them. Newcastle, shield up. Just break it. I saw one of them. Bring in the shield. Shield broken. Let's kill the fence.
No. Kill one. I'm getting inside.
Pass one.
Chill. Only one guy racing. Racing here. He's racing here. He's in the corner. Western.
I'm full sight.
Chill. Bro, maybe just medkit.
Go back!
1 second. We got this.
Not walking forward. Walking forward now.
You're getting
nice,
the
I'm safe as well.
I'm racing the swap and knockdown.
Yeah.
No, Mark!
I can rest.
The clutch from Legends Gaming, the PK just blew his head off.
That silence was everything. Just that moment where teammates listened, hoped, prayed that Strafing Flame would win that 1v, and he does, which sends Legends a little bit further into that top 10 as they keep their lead over the likes of Team Falcons. And not only that, but they were able to take down ALGS Laser, who were in 10th previously. That could be huge for Legends' chances of getting into these match point finals. And now they have to try and run the gauntlet here. They have to try and move from northwest down to southeast, where we've already seen Bleed and Complexity, Furia, all holding this southern side.
No smokes to play with, no Bangalore in the composition, but they do have that Wraith. Also, they've got some angles here, and they've got some great shots coming in from Easy Flash. That's going to be Keon, who goes down from Furia.
Strafing Flame's taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to bat, but Player K says, I'll cover you. I know that the players are here, but they still have to move a little bit further. They're not quite in the zone just yet. It's Furia they're currently looking at.
Another team trying to wrap behind them. That's going to be VK Gaming, and they've just turned around at the right moment. They will get the knock onto QQ as well, so Player K with his head on a swivel and a scout in his hand is going to keep him alive here.
Strafing Flame's trying to hit a Phoenix here, and he might just get away with it, which could be insane will be insane, but Easy Flash has gone down, but it's okay. You've got a Newcastle. There's still hope here for Legends.
Well, they're going to get set on. Vaxelon gets that first knock, he gets the second himself, and someone who knows how to clutch in the big situations is continuing to do so. VK gone. Legends Gaming eliminated as Furia will survive.
It's the Kraber for Vaxelon as well, as he looks across Stormpoint to see if he can catch anyone's face, but not quite on this one.
He went for the flashy shot.
I respect it. It's Enter Force 36 over to the left, and remember, Complexity and Bleed still in the building on that southeast side. But the zone is going to pull them out of this building. It is pulling more to the southeast, so Bleed and Complexity, they'll be the closest to it, so Furia and Enter Force 36 have to move first.
Something to note, by the way, Bleed Esports with the position in the kills, and the teams that have just been eliminated now have enough points to be inside of that top 10. They have knocked Falcons down out of the top 10. Complexity as well, who are still alive inside of this building, have a chance as well to leapfrog Falcons into that top 10. If Kimchi and Luke could clutch up here, a few more points for them, and they would have done their job.
This is going to be so tight when we go into match 6, by the way, and it already is. Now, Bleed Esports, though, they have the height. And as we mentioned, they are the closest team to where this zone is going. So they look across to Furia. They have to move first. They've got a ridge to work with. They can actually maybe take the fight against Enter Force 36 if they would like. But the castle wall, and if you have one to play with, could make a big difference to reposition.
One thing that could make a big difference here is the fact that Dropped has his ultimate available. The Bangalore can hit that Rolling Thunder and stop everybody who's moving through. Furia take a lot of damage on the cross at the moment. Shubi up on high's got a bow check as well. That's going to make it even more difficult to try and traverse, but every crevice is being played right now. But this Thermite could cook.
Furia still have a castle wall, and there you go. You see the leap to try and gain a little bit more ground, and now you're going to be able to have somewhere to play here, right in the center zone, and then suddenly Complexity's attention turns a little bit towards Enter Force 36 here.
Well, Complexity is just hoping at the moment that Bleed Esports do enough damage for Furia and Enter Force 36 to be forced to fight together. That's going to give them placements. That's going to give them the opportunity to join in a little bit later as well and get those valuable points that they need to be in the top 10 going into game number 6. E36 have to make their move, and make their move they do.
Catwall goes down, a lot of protection. Now's your chance to move, but we'll see one person fall, and now this is the chance for Bleed to send it, but will they take enough damage to allow maybe Complexity or Fury to do
Complexity
something?
got eliminated.
It's Furia versus Bleed.
Complexity got eliminated. Have they done enough to be in the top 10 going into the final game? We'll find out after this. Enter Force 36 also go down as Bleed Esports now trying to deal with Vaxelon. And Shubi might deal with them all himself. Shubi! The red's now coming in. Shubi's going to hit one more shot, but the gold knockdown is a nuisance. It is a problem. It is a disaster. But now he exchanges resist. And if he can pull this off, it would have been something special indeed. But Furia clutch. Furia hold on. And even with everything that Shubi tried to do, It's Furia who will stand up and claim game number 5. Wow.
All hail our Lord and Savior, Newcastle. Welcome to the meta. It has been an incredible tournament for the legend to be reintroduced. But for Furia, it's 14 kills on the board. It's a first place, and it sends them up into first place in the overalls. Will they have the best POI draft when we get into the match point finals? Certainly 54 points will be enough to get them there, but now they need to start playing for more.
What an end game that is. If Furia has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Furia has 1 fan, I am that fan. If Furia has 0 fans, I'm dead.
He's dead, but then Newcastle comes along and revives him.
Drags him back to his feet. Crazy to see the exchanges of reses right at the end. You thought the Shubi had it. The work he did with that bow check gave Bleed the opportunity, and he's just coming over to say, did you 1 HP? Like, did you really have to, like, did you, can you just let me have the clip? More Furia fans, and I'm going to say, I think the Furia gaining more and more fans as their performance keeps impressing everybody.
I mean, it's hard to say who were the points more important for Bleed to get further into that top 10, or for Furia to get up to first place, because remember, there is no starting advantage points like we used to have in the ALGS. Instead, now, you get the advantage in that POI draft. You pick first and you pick 21st. And we have seen already in this tournament that you can get some incredible POIs to work with. And some of the win rates that we're starting to see from these POIs as well, it really is developing in a way that, yes, you want to be up there with your draft.
Furia put 26 points on the board, 14 kills alongside the 12 from the placement. But the most important ones, when you're looking at the points across it, is the performance from Bleed Esports. 18 points they managed to put up on the board, which has put them solidly inside of the qualification spots. A little look at Madness as well. He's been through it this split, had to recover from a pretty serious injury, but now he's on that main stage leading the troops forward. 6 kills, 6 assists to his name. And that means when we look at our series results, that Furia, they're on top.
And this is setting us up perfectly for match 6, isn't it? Not only do we have a race for first place, a race of those top 4 giants. All 4 of them have been incredible so far this tournament, but then the race for top 10 also continues. Legends Gaming currently hold that 10th spot with 28 points, as they're followed by Falcons, followed by Complexity, followed by ALGS Laser. It is not done yet by all means, and no one should really feel safe. NRG at 36, I think they should be happy, but everyone else is still going to be biting their nails a little bit, saying we have to secure points.
It certainly will be. Just a reminder, this isn't the end of the tournament for any of these teams. Should they not get into that top 10, they will go into that elimination bracket and have to fight their way back through for a chance at match point finals. But if you're outside of that top 10, I always ask you this question. I like asking you this question. Would you rather be in 11th going into game 6? Or would you rather be in 10th going into game 6?
Personally, I'd rather be in 11th. I like to chase. Maybe Peeps can find out from one of the fans in the audience and ask them how they would feel. Peeps, who have you got?
Gaskin, thank you so much. Everybody, I am here with Pask, arguably the fan of the land. Dude, I heard a wild story about your journey getting here. Talk to me about your experience.
Yeah, so drove here from England, so that was 600 miles. But we had to swing by and pick up the homie from Holland. Had breakfast in Holland, slept in a car park, and then full sent all the way to Germany. And now we're here.
I mean, you gotta absolutely love that passion. I don't think you could find that in any other game. So here's the thing. Who's your team, and what are you expecting them to do?
Well, it's Falcons, isn't it? Super team. Super team, baby.
Caca! All right, so now if you want to talk to the Falcons right now, all right? They're not doing so hot. What do you want to say to them?
I mean, you've got it. You know you've got it. You know you can run through the lobby. You're just giving everybody a little bit of a chance. I mean, we had, obviously, Riyadh recently. You could have won that, but you gave it to someone else. But I think that, you know, it's going to be easy. Even if you go down and play a little bit more Apex today, does it really matter? Because you'll come out with a trophy at the end of the day.
That's that faith, that's that belief. I know they're taking it and they're running with it. I mean, crowd, can we make some noise for the Apex community? All right, Gaskin, take it away.
Said I'm taking it away. You don't even get to talk.
Fine, Peeps, don't know what you did.
It's sometimes good because sometimes
I've lost
when it comes to
all respect.
You say some questionable things.
Fellow ball guy, I thought I'd we'd have something going on, but
it's okay. You can't always be friends.
Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome back. And I mean, match 6 is
there.
going to be here shortly, as is Onset. Thank goodness, because I would be terrible on my own. Anyway, match 6 is shaping up to be one of the biggest and best matchups that we've had so far this tournament, because there is plenty to talk about, whether it be getting into that top 10. Would you rather be in 10th? Would you rather be in 11th? Or would you rather be competing for that first place right now? Because a lot of these teams at that top are all having a chance here to try and be the first seeded team when it comes to that POI draft.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I just want to say before we continue that discussions is I enjoyed Falcons in it. That's the, hit me in the heart, that one. It's good to hear it, in it. Stop shaking your head at me. Let's talk about what we've got in front of us. Let's talk about some of the permutations. Let's talk about qualification. Let's talk about getting to that match point finals. But before we do, Bleed Esports might have just been helped on their way and their journey towards that match point finals. But this play from Shubidan, it was pretty ridiculous. It could have been a clip we've been watching for quite some time if he just had that championship banner pop up.
Turned into Legolas for a second and started to show us what he can do with a bow and arrow, but this is how devastating Newcastle can be in this meta. We've seen some crazy clips so far in this season.
He's 1 HP. He hits the shield, kicks it twice, and he maybe wasn't 1 HP.
He also had no bullets, by the way, Shubi. So that's what made it even more difficult. Didn't have any arrows, didn't have any bullets in the Mozambique, so he had to just try and go for the melees, which is never going to work on a shield. So could it have been different had he have had one more arrow? That's the real question. And will it come back to bite Bleed in the backside? At the moment, they are on 32 points, which could have them safe, but they want to get a few more here in match 6 to really secure themselves in those match point finals.
It's really good from Bleed. I kind of highlight, we kind of pointed stuff on the map when we were commentating these games, and when we both saw it, we were like, Bleed, great spot early on in that building. We're both frantically pushing at it, and once again, it's putting him in a great spot, right? It's recognizing what is going to be a great spot for end game, and then managing that situation as well. And even though they didn't take home the win, it should be enough if they're consistent and get a few points on the board here to put themselves into that match point finals. Well, this is every single player that is sat on that main stage right now who is trying to achieve exactly the same thing. Step by step, bullet by bullet, kill by kill, placement by placement. They want to be part of that match point finals without having to go down to that elimination bracket. 5 games done, Dan. We've got 1 more to go.
1 more to go, and it is worrying signs for some teams that are a little bit lower in those leaderboards. Likes of Howl, Fnatic, Makers, Na'Vi, Shadow, and Alliance are looking likely to drop down to that elimination bracket, albeit for a victory here in match number 6. There is still hope, though, for Cloud9, Icholos Laser, Complexity, and Team Falcons, who find themselves in 11th through 14th. But that will then create a little bit more nerves for those who are sat on that bubble. SSG, VK Gaming, Legends Gaming, all still quite vulnerable despite being in the top 10 right now.
I mean, look at Zero here. He's just completely locked in thought, deep contemplation about how they want to approach this last game, because up until this point, it's the conversation that you have with your teammates. It's like everything before this becomes irrelevant, right? It's if you're outside of that top 10, but you still have a shot at qualification to the match point finals, it's about focusing on the future, not on the past. And Falcons still in a great spot. Nobody would be talking about Falcons if they just get enough points and manage to qualify inside of that top 10 and find themselves in that match point finals come the end of game number 6.
And just think what a different match point finals it would be for Falcons. Even if they were to qualify here, their seed in that POI draft is going to be very different from what they've experienced so far this tournament. Often they've been up there in the top 4 picks when it comes to their positions on each map, but then they would be down potentially in 10th here. And that could be so detrimental for their chances when you look at some people maybe taking away one of their better POIs on Stormpoint, because we know on World's Edge they are happy to compete with someone. But would that happen? Does anyone maybe take that contest down at Siphon? These are all, of course, just what-ifs at the moment, because Falcons still have to get there.
Well, here we go then, Mannheim. If you're a fan of one of these teams on this main stage right now, get behind your boys and send your energy their way as we head into the final game of our winners bracket. The top 10 at the end of this game of Stormpoint book their tickets to Sunday, book their tickets to the match point finals, and get 1 step closer to being a champion.
And for the bottom 10, it will be back into the Elimination Bracket Round 2. He'll be back into 6 more matches of Apex. It will be a long old day for them. And you don't want to be there. You don't want to have to fight through that gauntlet. Because even if you do drop down to that elimination bracket and then progress to match point finals, you are still going to be behind those top 10 teams for the POI draft as well. Well, zone-wise, this might be something that Team Falcons were praying for, because we're going to be heading down to the southwest side of the map.
And not only that, they've got a ring console as well. It's looking like a Cenote zone as we go back to the northern side of things, whereas Trident's going to be picked up as the POI for Alliance, and you would imagine that Fnatic will be joining them pretty soon as well. Makers over at Checkpoint will be thinking, hey, I wonder if we can get some more free points once again from this fight.
Yeah, Makers are already actually sending one player on a scouting party to see if the battle is going to be happening between Alliance and Fnatic, but they're going to be a little bit more spread out this time. This is the zone we were talking about. And Not Moist are also going to be in a pretty good spot, but they don't have a ring console, so they might wander a little bit out of Cenote here. And that could open up a potential move from the likes of Gaming Gladiators, for example, who are going to move quickly from Barometer. Falcons who are going to move from Mill.
Interesting to see that Gaming Gladiators don't have a ring console as well by the looks of things. So the 2 teams who are essentially priority teams, you would say, although actually, excuse me, it looks like they do. It's just covered up. So they're going to have a pretty good prior, and they're already on their way, to correct me. But Not Moist, you're looking down at Cenote as well, and Not Moist have a ring console as well. So everyone who's close to this zone looks like they have pretty good prio and the information they require to make a quick rotate. But boy, I mean, if we see Not Moist and Falcons fight right now, then Not Moist could really take the tournament into their hands, knocking out Falcons, getting themselves into a position where maybe they can win this group, getting a great POI draft. Everything would line up for them.
Could they start to thinking about even winning this tournament at that point with how they've been playing so far? There's how it stands. Legends Gaming in 10th position on 28. A 4-point gap between themselves and Team Falcons. As Alliance will continue their move on this western side. They move past Fnatic, they move past Makers, and they will move past down Beast, down towards where this zone is heading. You mentioned it, all of the teams that are in the southwest area did end up with ring consoles, even if they were covered on the map temporarily. Because they were already hitting them, they were already prepared to move. But those teams won't have the Evo Shield advantage that some of the teams that are arriving late may have. As speaking of big teams, Gaming Gladiators eliminated. And I think that was a combination of Moist and Falcons. And so GG, who are up there, they won't be able to finish any higher than 4th.
You can see that Zero and Falcons are up on top of this rock formation, so they are in a really good spot for this endgame. Underneath them is going to be Not Moist, or should I say just to the south of them. This position becomes even stronger with the Newcastle in your composition as well, because you can angle off one of those lines of sight using that castle wall and create a little bit more cover than the natural cover that is already provided. So Falcons, the zone has been helpful and healthy to them on their quest to make it through to the match point finals, but we always say it's not just about being here, it's about execution. And if you get this zone, you get this position, you get this info, and you don't make the most of it, you are going to be kicking yourself.
We already see 8 or 9 teams that have made their way down to the southwest, but there's still a journey for quite a few. Legends Gaming being one of them. They are slowly approaching the likes of ALGS Laser and VK Gaming, and they are being shadowed a little bit by Bleed, but right now Legends are just trying to scout out maybe what they can see ahead of them, and they might actually see a gunfight between VK Gaming and ALGS Laser here.
VK are looking for the cut down. Looking to cut them down on the cross. You can see they've already got a little bit of damage done, but now the mobile shield is going to have to go down. Nades being exchanged from either side. It looks like they're going to decide to just disengage from this, and I think it's just the smartest thing to do. Both teams know that they're within striking distance, right? If this tournament ended, excuse me, if this series ended for both these teams right now, then neither of them would be qualifying. So everyone realizes that was involved, the 6 players in the 2 teams, that fight is not good for anyone.
Well, VK Gaming, they ran away, but they did almost run straight into Legends Gaming, but Legends Gaming said, actually, we're not going to take this fight because you've been able to gain high ground off of us. But you are right, with so much on the line, a fight that could lose you your chance of getting into those match point finals, you just back off, you play a little bit more safe. And that happens sometimes in match 6. People are a little bit more reluctant to get aggressive. Less risks are taken by certain squads, but then on the flip side, if you're a little bit lower down, you start to see more risks being taken. And it's that unexpected nature of who you're going up against as well. Are they going to do something a little bit stupid, a little bit unpredictable that we're not expecting?
Well, it's good to see the Fnatic and Alliance have lasted a little bit longer than they had previously. Fnatic going to take the evac and head over towards down beast. That's going to be their choice of rotation. And LG in the kill feed. Reptile's going to find one with a triple take, but usually with that weapon in your hands, it means that it's done from distance. Fnatic down in 16th. Very quiet this tournament so far, you have to say, Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic have yet to have a Fnatic day, right? Even though they were able to get themselves...
a Fnatic game.
Yeah, get themselves into this winner's final, sure, but in previous tournaments, we've at least been able to see them have one pop-off game where they really show what they're made of, but they've been just kind of biding their time and getting themselves through games. But in a lobby like this, they've not been able to find those same points. As VK Gaming, very low right now, but will be able to reset. As again, it's going to be Legends Gaming dealing damage to them from a distance here.
Alliance versus Fnatic. We wondered how long it would take, and we're about to find out. Hackis has his shields broken, and Hackis will go down. It's Yuka who gets that first knock with a flatline, and Fnatic look to pounce.
And this could be confirmation of Alliance or Fnatic into the elimination bracket, depending who wins this one, as Alliance have lost another. And Fnatic continue to head forward here, continue to try and finish off this ongoing battle with Alliance, and there it is. Fnatic get one up over them yet again, but maybe they'll be meeting them in that elimination bracket, because now Bleeder here to clean things up.
Bleeder looking to play the edge of zone here. They're looking to clean these final players up, like you say. A lot of damage already been done, but look at VKG now. They've got up the zip line, and they are having a little bit of a field day themselves, as Yuka's going to find out it's not just Fnatic, it's not just Bleed. That VK Gaming, who are inside of those qualification spots, remember, are going to pick up another point.
Yeah, these could be massive points for VK Gaming just to create that gap between themselves and the bottom 10. If you see easy KP, you definitely go for it here in match 6. But it means that Fnatic will survive. Just the presence of VKG, make sure that Bleed back off slightly here, and they'll reconsider their approach. But all of these teams will have to move in 45 seconds as the zone closes. They haven't got too much time to dilly-dally here.
Bleed looking for the final remaining members of Fnatic. VK are out of there. They've already started their rotation. You can see Bleed playing this one very, very slowly, very deliberately, very methodically to make sure that nobody gets caught off guard. Fnatic have retreated back into the zone. You can see that right in the northern side, but when it comes to zone, it is going to be pulling out towards that rock formation that we saw Team Falcons and Not Moist fighting for a little bit earlier on. Both teams with good positions. Complexity down at the southern side of it, inside of Cenote. And Complexity, at the moment, just behind Team Falcons in 11th. They find themselves in 12th place, just 1 point behind Team Falcons and 4 points behind Legends Gaming.
Every single fight we see from this point onwards could really make or break a team's chances of getting into those match point finals from the winners finals. Remember, if they do drop out, they'll go into that elimination round 2. But there's a lot of teams that played incredibly well during elimination round 1 who are eager to get their shot at the grand finals as well. The likes of LG, who dominated that lobby in Elim 1. And LG, who maybe feel like they should have been in this winners final as well, albeit down to a tiebreaker, they ended up falling.
Yeah. Playing devil's advocate. I know, when you love it when I do that.
Care package over there.
Devotion going to be coming down from the care package. That might help Echola's Laser on their way towards this zone. You can see they have a long, long way to go, and they've got Makers in front of them at the mill. Bleed Esports are also arriving over at the mill as well. So maybe as this fight breaks out, there might be an opportunity for them to go and third party this. Makers up on height, choosing to retreat. I think maybe a little bit of an armor check coming on their side, and they decide, hey, we just want to reposition here, stay alive, and hold out from a safe position in zone.
It's really tough for a lot of these teams because there's a few who are down at the bottom who recognize that they really need a victory if they're going to get into the grand finals. So they're kind of backing up and saying, well, actually, we need to continue to traverse towards the zone. And they're running scared because a team like Bleed, I mean, they're a little bit more comfortable on 32 points.
It's an interesting zone, isn't it? Just for a lot of teams who are in the chasing pack, because when you look at the map overhead, when you look at the zone, it's one of those that doesn't have a huge amount of buildings, playable area, it's rock formations, it's open water for the majority of it. So getting there early is gold dust, essentially, to find one of those positions. But if you're approaching it late, then your game plan has to be to look for third parties and really play like hard edge. Look for opportunities to punch through as other teams are forced to fight.
And the reason why Mill is hotly contested at the moment, there's a ring console here that everyone really wanted to use. You get as close as you can to the POI, you use the ring console, and then you get that extra information that those who moved early do not have. Because we'll get that shortly. But because there are 3 teams here, you're not going to be able to use that ring console as we get a match pause now for all the players just to reconsider how they want to approach this one. And it almost adds to the nerves, I have to say.
It adds to my nerves, for sure. I started pacing during that, did you see?
I did.
I've only got like 4 square feet to walk here, but I was making it work.
You've knocked into me a few times, it has to be said.
Sorry, man.
I've almost been knocked over.
But it gives everybody here in Mannheim a little chance to catch a breath in the crowd. Because when we get back underway and the pause is undone, I'm expecting everybody to make a little bit of noise. I mean, everyone. I think the most popular thing is when a pause ends in Apex Legends at the moment.
We've heard a few boos when pauses arrive, but a lot of cheers when pauses end, and I understand that.
Enjoy the fact that we're going to get to cheer together when it's unpaused.
I will
That's how
say,
I feel.
the crowd here in Mannheim, you've been excellent so far, but in North America, when pauses did end, there was maybe a louder cheer, and we'll have to see from you guys whether you can top that on the noise meter.
I'm going to say you're showing NA bias because you're a dual passport holder. So you kind of lean either way, depending on what continent we're on. Just North America, love you guys.
Depends how I feel
NA
on the day.
passport on the table. Great to be back in Europe. British passport on the table. I'm on to you.
Be a lot of fans for VK Gaming as well. Right now, they are within the top 10. If it ended like this, they would be in those match point finals. What a story it would be for those 3 gentlemen. It does give us a chance, of course, to go to sign camp.
Yeah, this needs to happen more. Maybe not during a pause in the middle of a pivotal game 6. It's moist in time. A weird spin-off of a 90s Power Rangers. I'm going to stop there.
Yes, it is. Well, we'll get confirmation of what's going on at the moment as well, but I imagine a technical issue for one of the players. But it is one of the benefits of having the pause feature. I will say that time and time again. Yeah. We're allowed to just pause it, take a moment, sort everything out so that competitive integrity stays. But in terms of Circle, again, I'm not going to talk about it too much because I don't want players to take their headphones off, but it's looking pretty good for Team Falcons.
Well, here we go, match number 6 back underway, everybody. The pause is done. Love that. Everyone was excited for that. I was most excited in the building.
LA was louder.
Okay.
Just saying.
You are not invited to the pub later.
It's Saturday, Mark. Not until Sunday.
It's the weekend, Dan.
Not until Sunday.
Well, Mill is looking extremely busy at the moment as Fnatic have managed to get back up to a full 3 as well. And you see the fight start to take place as well. Echolos later. This is a really big moment for so many of these teams in and around Mill. If you come out of this alive, as Furia will not, as they will be the first team to fall in this fight, then you're going to have KP and also control of the northern side of this zone. It looks like Echolos laser don't want any part of it, though. Makers in the kill feed as well. They're going to pick up 2 of Fnatic by the looks of things.
Well, with Furia going down, and of course Gaming Gladiators earlier, that means that first place is going to go to either Not Moist or TSM, you would imagine, with how things are going, unless we saw a huge game for the likes of NRG or Bleed. That opens up those draft positions for sure, as VKG continue their march towards the grand finals. It's all about survival at the moment, but they are running into 2 teams. Shadow36 are here, as are TSM.
Castle Wall will go down. Echolos laser finding the shots from Strafing Flame hurt more than they ever have before. Reminder, 13th place overall at the moment. And being shot and taken down by the team who is holding on to that final spot as well is going to hurt them. Shadow36 are eliminated in the meantime. That means that they will be down to that elimination bracket.
Well, TSM are really causing a few problems to VK Gaming, but VK Gaming saying, actually, we can fire back. We can cause you issues as well.
Nice little bit of hip fire coming in. As now the mobile shield will go down once again. Just trying to hold this position, trying to fight from this edge, but damage starting to come in from more than one angle here for VK Gaming. And a reminder, they're in 9th place. If it was to end right now, they would be safe. They would be going to the match point finals, but there's a lot of teams still alive and a lot of things that can happen in these final moments.
Fnatic were just eliminated as well, so confirmation they'll be in the elimination bracket. TSM back away from the fight, and that just shows the sheer aura from VK Gaming right now. As Makers eliminated in 15th, they'll be in the elimination bracket as well. And all these teams being eliminated around the squads that are currently fighting for top 10 is great news.
Na'Vi trying to make a miracle run maybe in this final game. They've only got 10 points on the board at the moment. They would need a 21 point or more game with Legends Gaming falling very, very soon as well. Complexity just outside of that top 10. Way a slither at this point. 5 points behind as it stands. This fight's pressurized. 60 seconds left until that zone starts to close as well. Kimchi trying to find an angle. Monsoon trying to do it as well, but Lou's taking a lot of damage here. And even though Monsoon's trying to find some creative angles, not going to be able to connect here.
I mean, 9 of these 14 teams are outside of this next zone. You mentioned it. There's not much playable space. A lot of open water. Not many buildings to work with. Only a couple of rock formations to really call home. And the players will know what they need to do. They would have seen the amount of points they had coming into match 6 here. And they'll know whether it's just a few to try and get there, or whether it's you have to go further, you have to have a deeper run, you need the top 5, for example.
A huge moment is developing on this southern side, by the way, because Complexity in this building and opposite Na'Vi. Complexity are currently sandwiched in this building outside of zone. TSM are approaching behind them. VK Gaming are now pinching them. And Legends Gaming are arriving as well. So there's a train of teams coming through this area of the map, trying to rotate into Cenote. But you get the feeling that only one is going to be able to survive here, unless Na'Vi try and rotate away a little bit earlier and create a path for multiple teams.
But Na'Vi know what they need to do. You mentioned it. They need a mammoth game, which will include kills. So they're going to be thinking, all right, this might be our chance. We see all these teams in front of us. Maybe we could pick up some KP. Is Complexity doing their best to fire through the smoke right now? But Lou goes down.
Lou's down. Kimchi trying to back up Monsoon here, who managed to take down a play himself, but no, on the res. Kimchi will go down as well. It's VK Gaming up into 8th now, looking to solidify a place in the top 10. Complexity dealt with. How eliminated as well. Can you get the shield swap? Yes, you can. But it's not going to be enough. VK Gaming eliminated, and now they have a nervy few moments as Verholst emerges from the smoke as the last player alive.
Well, TSM pushed themselves into first place, but Not Moist are still alive and are in zone. As Na'Vi looking for that miraculous game that we were speaking of, they would need all of these points as Legends Gaming also under fire. And they want to take this fight. They want to be aggressive, but at the same time, they're looking at this position and saying, hey, actually, let's think about the bigger picture here. We're in 10th place right now. Enter Force 36. They go down as well.
Falcons picking up a few KP in the feed as well. Vital points for them as they move just within a few of Legends Gaming. So nothing decided as yet. Echolo's later will be eliminated in just outside, excuse me, of the top 10, so they'll go down to the elimination bracket. But Falcons now taking damage up on height. They have to hold this. Falcons have to hold this.
I mean, this comes down to Legends Gaming and Team Falcons. Maybe an outside shot from Cloud9 as well to get into this top 10.
Hal's got the knock, though. That's going to send a little bit of calmness through the bodies, through the minds, through the hearts of Falcons players and fans across the globe. That means the height will be controlled by them, but look at that zone pull. NRG have been eliminated as Jen Burton will find another KP, but they are still outside of that top 10 now, but 136. Coming in from the scout of Hal. Might create an opening, but they have to navigate some traffic now. Boy, do they.
Legends Gaming and Team Falcons tied on 33. You can cut the tension with a knife, and Legends Gaming might be going down, and this could open things up for Falcons. Legends Gaming fall, and Team Falcons push themselves into the top 10.
Falcons leave it late, but Falcons at this point are going to your match point finals. If, of course, they can hold on. C9 looking to take that opportunity away from them, though. Trying to play underneath this. I mean, look at this structure they're having to run through. The tunnels, the caves.
How many times have we seen this tournament, though? A late surge from C9, a last game that gives them the chance to disrupt things. As Bleeder down below Falcons here, but Falcons have so much map presence, so much height over everyone. Just raining down hell from above right now.
SSG lose players. Bleed holding that corner. EMP's going to go down as well. C9 are going to push this. Oh, my word. C9 are trying to push this. Mobile shield's going to go down, though. Shots are going to be exchanged. Bleed Esports eliminated. SSG go as well. We're into our top 4.
Well, Falcons move themselves into 9th, and that is brilliant news for Falcons because it all but secures them into this top 10. But Cloud9 are still trying to say something about it. By the way, Na'Vi with a late surge as well. They're still alive in this one, but I think they're too far behind.
Falcons will be eliminated, but it looks like it could be job done. C9, though, can take their own destiny in their hands here as they move up into 12th. 2 spots away, and it's only right we jump into the comms.
What's going on right now? You guys give me energy. Hold on. Team back here, I think. Team's fine there.
I'm looking at this.
3 teams, guys. 3 teams.
Okay.
One
I have no
down
EMP.
way.
I have no EMP.
So what's in team down way? No gen either. No gen. Drop me some energy, man. Here.
Can we not just play roof?
Yeah, I think
We
so.
might get fucked by roof or by. I need
big guns
EMP
for.
here. That's gonna be huge.
Do we not?
I feel like we get fucked if we play roof. No. I think we just slowly play roof.
I think we play roof. I think we definitely play roof. I think how we go now. Fence up, no?
I can smoke them. No. We can't go early. Is there no ulting cells really? No, I don't have any. We just need to kill the Watson team. Then we claw. Okay. Can we just angle them? Yeah, pressure them. Can I slide and angle them? Bail.
Save for me, kind of. Save for me.
After this bagel, we have to int them. Okay. We're dying. I'm sunny out. Smoke me.
C9 send it, but C9 takes so much damage from the Rolling Thunder coming in from Na'Vi! And Chaotic left on his own, but still alive. The hopes are slim. But Chaotic still is in this for C9.
It's VK Gaming who want to see Cloud9 fall. They hold the 10th position right now as Chaotic Much needs to pull off a miracle. 1 versus the world, it feels like at this point. As Na'Vi, even though it's a late surge here, might just be too late. But that secures VK Gaming, you'd think, in 10th position, but not Moist. They're going to be taking home first place in the overalls. They have dominated this lobby. Can they round it out with a win here?
Well, Na'Vi want to round out their day with a victory. They want to show that it's not just one series we'll be talking about, that it's going to be more, but you've got to go through Not Moist. And boy, have they been good in this tournament. Na'Vi will win it, though. Na'Vi finish on a high note. But it's not going to be enough, and you can see the reaction from a Tough AN crew. Even with that win, even with that late game surge, they are just outside of the match point finals lobby, but it's not over yet.
It is not dreams over just yet. They will be in the elimination bracket. They just miss out on the top 10 by 4 points. Legends Gaming just missed out by 1 point, and you can see their reaction as well. They're going to have to go through the gauntlet and play another 6 matches in the elimination bracket round 2. As for Team Falcons, as for VK Gaming, they will hold those spots in the top 10. And you mentioned it, every single fight really changed how that leaderboard was going to look at the very end of things.
I mean, Cloud9 in those final moments, you just felt there was something magical in the air, that there was going to be a story to be told. Unfortunately for them, the story isn't over like we mentioned, but it will continue in that elimination bracket. But it's one of those opportunities that maybe you look back on and think, what could we have done differently? It felt like a really tough spot for them to play from. They tried to play to take Na'Vi out, but Na'Vi just so good on that hold.
What it does mean is Na'Vi get another victory on the board, and going into that elimination round 2, they will be one of the most winningest teams down in that lobby. And if they can find themselves in match point finals, their success rate for victories does bode well in a match point format, but of course they have to get there first. Sadly, in their first attempt, they could not achieve it, albeit very close. That does mean, though, that we have our first 10 teams in those match point finals on Sunday, and boy, do we have some heavy hitters.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic game number 6. We were kind of turning around from scoreboard to game to map and trying to keep on track of everything we could with all the permutations that were going down. Falcons leave it late, they get it done, but we'll end our conversation here and let you continue it over at the desk as well. What a game 6, what a series.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. What a great series, you're right. We got 10 teams who've booked their tickets to Match Point Sunday. That's got to feel good if you're a fan of them. On the other side of it, you could see the dejection, not just in Chaotic Much, as he just narrowly missed out on closing out that Watson clutch to get his team up into that winner's bracket and then moving on into Sunday, but also of Na'Vi, who win the game, but you could tell they do not want to play 6 more, yet that's where they're going.
No, and you know, we see that happen a lot. It was just a little bit too little too late. A really strong way to close out the series, but not enough points to get them to really want it to be, which was straight into that match point finals. It's going to be a longer day for them now.
Yeah.
And with the differences between how Na'Vi have started off this tournament versus the other lands that they've seen, I mean, you've got to wonder, did the doubt start to creep back in? I mean, they've been fallen short of that final day so many times, and after such a good start, this was disappointing for them.
Very disappointing. You're right back there, and it, you know, whether it's in the crowd, the fans, or whether it's them themselves, they have to start looking at, well, how do I keep this sense of we can do it? Because this feels so much like the last times that we haven't done it. Not a Spin's with those 21 points, not enough. And not Moist, though, more than enough. They will take, if you look at our series overall, the lead in this one. And that also means that coming up on the POI drafts, Moist will pick first. Those left sides are not only the teams that are going to be in match point finals, they are the teams that will have the first 10 draft picks, Lauren. A big deal. Not Moist has had a pretty strong draft pick this entire time. They perform well in groups, continue to have it, and they will have it now for finals.
Yeah, and we can see just how tough of a lobby it is when we get to see these overall results as well, because you've got SSG at 40, the cutoff at 34, with all of those teams separated by 2 points, 1 point, 1 point, and Legends not making it in by 1 point. I mean, this was not an easy road for a lot of these teams. Big names dropping down into that elimination bracket, but like you said, those draft advantages that they're going to have now will be massive, and even scarier when you've got Not Moist, TSM, Furia, GG, all the top getting those best picks.
What is tough is being in the position of Legends Gaming, where you're 1 point away, and VK Gaming is the team in front of you. You feel like you could easily be in that spot. Falcons, you know that you feel like they might, you know, they had a bad day, but they should be in top 10. VK Gaming still proving themselves. I would say Legends Gaming probably feel that spot could maybe belong to them based on their recent performances. So that's got to be frustrating. How do you maintain that? That's something that we're going to have to talk to our players with. However, when you talk about results, we've got to hear it live. And we know Peeps is standing by with some of our players to get a post-game interview on what went down in our elimination bracket.
Rain Day, thank you so much. I am here with Zapto from TSM, and we got Draugr from Not Moist. Dude, I got to ask, every lobby plays a little bit different, right? What sort of adjustments did you guys have to make for this one?
Just playing aggressive. As long as we kill everything, we'll be fine. We played 2 passive the first game. All tournament we've been playing pretty passive, but as long as we showed our aggressiveness today, we win. So.
And what was the moment that you guys realized you were playing 2 passive?
Game 1, we just died for free in God spot, and we know we don't have a cop to withhold that spot. So game 2, me and Evan were like, yeah, we just need to kill everything, and that's what we did.
It's all about making adjustments. Speaking of making adjustments, you guys didn't really have to all tournament long. It's absolutely insane. As their coach, right, what do you sort of provide to the team?
A big challenge for me was turning Waltz into a more refined IGL. So he's an extremely good end-game caller. A lot of his early game needed work initially. He adapted so quickly, though. I'm not just impressed, I'm genuinely shocked at how quickly he's picked it all up. But yeah, he oozes confidence, which perpetuates onto the other boys. We back ourselves to win every single 3v3 against any team in the game. Hell, we'll 3v6. And yeah, like it shows.
Absolutely. And how has the addition of Timmy been to the team? I mean, the guy's one of the best in the world. M&K and an absolute freak on movement. How has that been?
Well, I've always spoken about how big confidence is in Apex, and he is another person that just is exceedingly confident at all times. And then yeah, when him and Waltzy are, you know, in sync and bouncing off each other, it's just, well, you saw what it is. Like, it's perfect.
It's insane. So he said Waltzy's a brand new IGL and he's getting into the role. You're a brand new IGL and you're getting into the role just fine. All right. How has that process been, and what are you sort of doing to be better than EWC and previous?
I didn't join the team to find myself to IGL. I joined the frag, but that's the role I found myself in. EWC, we tried to play zone, realized it didn't work in groups, got third in losers. I mean, IGL's been great. My teammates have been helping me a lot. You know, they're 2 world champs. I mean, can't really say much. They've been helping me a lot with the journey. Same with Talmadge.
All right, hey, shout out to the teams. Shout out to TSM. Shout out to Not Moist. Crowd, make some noise. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, peeps. The top two teams in our winners bracket, TSM and Not Moist. Speaking to Coach Drager, and then, of course, Zapto, newest member and IGL. Zap filling in some big shoes, but doing quite well. TSM, second place, and doing a little bit better than Falcons, even going into this winners.
Yeah, I think it is the aggression that really worked out for them. We saw how close they were in points with Not Moist right at the top of this bracket. And if that's the groove they can get in, we even heard him saying just how supportive and helpful, obviously, Verhulst and Reps are when it comes to figuring out the whole IGLing situation. The flow they've got right now is working.
Drager's talk about Waltzy's growth, not surprised, like shocked, literally shocked, Genome, at how well he's picked it up.
Yeah, I think there's two sides to that. One is it absolutely has picked it up and done so well as an IGL for this team, learning off some of the best. I think the other part of it is that we've seen this is one of the easier metas to learn to be an IGL, and I think that's definitely one of the reasons why we just saw two newly minted IGLs at the top of our winners bracket, because playing with crypto and a lot of the information that gives you, really can help these guys get on top. And obviously, yeah, both of them went for the Fuse, the Bangalore, the crypto composition. They talked about how aggressive they were able to be. And if you look at some of the series previously in the tournament, they were switching it up between maps. This time they've said, hey, no, we're just fragging out. We'll take a Fuse for all 6 maps.
Unbelievable stuff. You know, we've got some great stories to continue talking about as we transition into our Elimination Bracket Round 2. The stories of winners, though, they are mostly complete. Sunday's Match Point Finals has seen our top 10 go, but the bottom 10 will be joining us in the Elimination Bracket Round 2 in just a little bit. Coming up before that, though, we have a live POI draft. Remember, this group just got made today, so they've got to make their drafts. We'll be back on desk. We're going to take a short break, about 15 minutes or so. The players are using the restroom, getting some water, and then getting ready to go back to their stations. They'll be doing the POI draft live. We'll be up here talking about it, walking you through it, and getting ready for Elimination Bracket 2. All of that to come around very shortly. So, in the meanwhile, maybe get some snacks, get a little bit of water, hydrate, get ready to go. However, we've got I think to me, this POI draft is something that's becoming a little bit of our show usual now, guys. And I'm ready to go, Lauren. It's going to be a fun one. And I think we're ready to send it to a quick little break here as we head into it. The POI draft coming up, guys, in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Get eliminated, Gaming Gladiators, take the top! Here comes in the follow-up, and now Boys are looking to take game number 2.
SSG now looking to finish things off versus GG, and Koifel gets in space.
Not Moist eliminated, but it just opens the door for those 3 letters, TSM, to call themselves champions. Jim Burn's going to fly in as well, and it will be C9 eliminated. We put in that work, now we win it. We win it. Got it out the dirt, now we live it. Ready to game, my team bang. We put in that work, now we win it.
lights out. You fought well, but I grew up in these territories. You gotta take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
Welcome to our Apex Legends location guess. You'll see a screenshot from an Apex Legends map and guess where it is. You can ask for one clue, which will zoom out the image for a better view. Correct answers without a clue earn 5 points. With a clue, 2 points. Place a magnet on the map where you think